Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hi everyone, I'm Li Yu fresh out of the college entrance exam, certified ordinary, except for one fatal flaw, my name. Yu Qian, as in you have money. I know, tragic. It wasn't supposed to be like this. A fortune teller originally named me Li Zhaoxin, basking in the radiance of 3 golden mountains destined to thrive. My dear father, a professional saboteur of hopes and dreams, heard 3 golden mountains and decided that was clearly a blessing for him. Too flashy, too complicated. He waved his hand like a budget emperor and declared, "Call him Li Yuqian. Direct, auspicious, cash-adjacent. Boom. Life sentenced. To be fair, I never really got bullied for it. Credit to my bros and our neighborhood's modest naming scene. Everyone's names were so painfully normal that the eldest brother had no right to laugh at the second. That lasted until high school. I was braced for impact, and then a certain pink, hairdryer-shaped cartoon pig went viral. The class clown Pei Mingqi, who came specifically to laugh at my Yu Qian, froze mid-cackle as the room chanted Peppa. Meanwhile, another transfer student introduced himself with the most nuclear web novel name of all time, Long Out Yin. Under the combined gravitational pull of Peppa Pig and Long Out Yin, my humble Yu Qian vanished into the background like a budget extra. High school became 3 blissfully peaceful years. Whenever someone called my name, Yu Qian, I'd even feel weirdly happy. After all, who hates hearing you have money? Sometimes I'd pat Brother Pep on the shoulder to console him about the memes. Corners of my mouth absolutely not raising. Exam finished, mistakes made, artist interpretation, but I still went to sleep the night before results day, certain that I'd reached the pinnacle of my life. Then the wind slipped somewhere it should not have, and, how to phrase this delicately, a draft delivered enlightenment. I snapped awake. Not in bed. Not at home. A dark alley. I stared into the void. The void stared back. My brain loaded the only reasonable conclusion. I transmigrated? Where's the dump truck? Did trucks go out of business? Who handled my warranty on destiny? Dad used to say there's one more thing to always remember. I forget what. But if I suddenly vanish, what about my all-correct exam answers? What about my family? What about my... Somewhere deeper in the alley, someone screamed, "No." I swallowed. Okay, priorities. Back at home, the next morning, my parents checked my score. Their faces, I imagine, experienced a spiritual journey. The multiple-choice section, fabled land of all correct, was in fact all wrong. Every single one, a work of avant-garde performance art. As for my disappearance, they calmly concluded I must have realized the multiple-choice disaster and run away to contemplate life. They were not worried. Why? Because, in their words, our son writes web novels. He won't starve. 3 packs of instant noodles a day, he said. What's the worst that could happen with his 1,000 a month? They mourned my main account briefly, then decided to open a small account. No sadness. No panic. Truly, we are a family of steel. Back to the alley. I clasped my hands, closed my eyes, and declared to the cosmos. All right, fate. System, come out. Silence. Ahem. Use gold finger. System, activate. Crickets. What do you mean there's no system? That's like instant noodles without the flavor packet. That's like a boss fight without loot. That's like, ding. A crisp voice rang in my head. Host has successfully checked in. First time, special reward granted, Gag World character template. I froze, then grinned, then laughed like a minor villain who just found the developer console. So I do have a system. I didn't fully understand what a Gag World character template was, but any template was better than no template. I focused, and information poured into my mind. All Heaven's check-in system. While you stay in a world, you can check in once per day to receive rewards. Special events, scenes, achievements equals bonus check-ins. You can save check-ins and cash them all at once. World hopping is possible, but you'll need to earn the travel card by checking in. Simple. Lazy proof. Perfect. The system even came with a tutorial chime, which I will now pretend was intentional. I asked, heart-thrumming, "Hey, what world is this?" After a very long time, a flat mechanical voice answered. Host must obtain that information independently. So the system is courageous but stupid. I can work with that. Stupid is safe. Smart systems turn evil. Stupid systems just bump into furniture. Calling you system is awkward, I said. Can I give you a name? No response. Great. Silence means consent. From now on, you're Eggwong. In my mind, a big glowing white orb nodded, probably. Name fits. I inhaled, squared my shoulders, and looked toward the mouth of the alley. The protagonist's life starts now. A figure stepped out of the shadows. A burly guy in a hoodie, eyes flicking over my pajamas with predatory amusement. He licked his lips and grinned. Bro, you smell real nice. Fantastic. 5 minutes into my new life, and I'm already being treated like a late-night snack. Egg Wong, buddy, time to see what this gag world template can do. Ah! The moment I heard him, my eyes snapped tight and my face jumped. Literally. Mouth, nose, eyebrows, eyes, boing, 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 all exaggerated like a rubber mask. My DFA? The guy in the hoodie blinked. When reality gets weird, don't panic. Commit to the bit. He fished a pistol out of his pocket. From your pocket? What is this, a DIY safety course? Holster shortages? Did I spawn in a country where carry with care is just a suggestion? As I complained, I caught my reflection in a cracked window, features still bouncing. So this is the Gag World character template. Tom and Jerry immortality, Looney Tunes elasticity, saintly meat shield cousin energy. Okay, feeling brave now. I open my mouth to deliver a heroic one-liner. He chose violence first. Bang, bang, bang. I clutched my stomach, doubled over, and wailed, "Ow, that actually hurts." Hoodie guy went from predator to penitent in one frame. Eyes wide, lips trembling. He'd expected a soft target, not whatever I am. I peered down. Several clean holes right through me, front to back. Neat as a whistle. No blood. He croaked, "My defa? Why aren't you bleeding?" "All right, bleeding." With a theatrical PSSH, liquid geysered out, except it wasn't red. It cycled through green, black, pink, then full rainbow like a broken printer test page. Hoodie guy stared. "If you bleed, okay, but like that? Isn't that a bit much?" "Maybe my parents didn't pay for the deluxe color pack," I muttered, suddenly embarrassed by the shame of non-standard RGB blood. "Fine. Reset." I snapped my fingers, and the wounds zipped shut like someone dragged a slider in an editing app. I flashed my most confident grin and let out a low, taunting jeer. "I heard you're very brave." Survival instincts finally booted on his side. He spun and ran. Full tilt. I bolted after him, or tried to. My legs windmilled in place while my upper body whooshed forward like it had somewhere to be. 2 beats later, my legs remembered their job and caught up. We collided at the alley mouth. My momentum manifested a comically oversized hammer out of nowhere. He pinballed off a lamppost and slumped. A cartoon bump popped up on my head, boink, then vanished a second later. Pedestrians took one look, executed a crisp 180, and walked away like they practiced it. I dragged the guy back into the alley by his ankles. He curled up, babbling, "Not brave. Not brave. I'm not here for whatever you're thinking." I sighed. "Also, you opened with a creep line and a gun." 2 quick taps to his shoulder, bonk, bonk, and he was out cold. I confiscated the weapon, checked the safety, there wasn't one nice, and found a thin wallet. "First mugging, and you're this broke?" "Tragic," I said, pocketing exactly nothing because karma is a thing, and I'd like mine unspicy. "Okay, data time. Pain? Real enough. Defense? Ridiculous. Wounds? Cosmetic if I decide so. Blood? Any color but red, apparently. Language? Auto-translate on. Everything I hear reads as home tongue." I thumped his shoulder a few more times. His face puffed up, but he wouldn't cross the permanent damage line. "Huh. So I'm low attack, high defense unless I use external tools." I eyed the pistol, pointed it at a dented trash can, and fired. The ricochet spun the lid like a frisbee, bounced off 3 walls, and bonked the guy gently back into dreamland. External force works. Good to know. I holstered the gun safely, i.e., not in a pocket, took a breath, and focused inward. Aside from Reagan, it felt like I could will effects to happen. Bleed, no bleed, color swap, heal props on demand. A sandbox with sliders. All heavens check-in system. I whispered, please tell me this build comes with attack skills later. Silence. Then a single, unhelpful ding. Figures. Tutorial mode never gives you the cool stuff. No problem. I'll check in, stack rewards, and pick up something sharp when the shop unlocks. I propped the mugger against a crate, dialed emergency services, dropped the location, and stepped back into the street. First contact with the new world, I said, straightening my pajamas. Result: Comedy 1, bullets 0. Time to farm the next achievement. Thinking of this, Liu Qian looked at the gun in his hand and touched his stomach. He was a little hungry, just in time to experiment. Liu Qian concentrated and thought in his heart, you are a chicken leg, you are a chicken leg, you are a chicken leg. The next second there was a bang. A burst of smoke dissipated, and the pistol in his hand turned into a chicken leg. Here you go. It's really possible. You're completely invincible. Okay. Liu Qian looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand and bit it excitedly. As a result, Liu Qian slowly took the chicken leg away from his mouth and opened his mouth. The teeth in his mouth were cracked like bricks. Although it returned to its original state in the next second, Liu Qian still felt the toothache just now. It hurts. It hurts so much. Liu Qian looked at the chicken drumstick in his hand that turned into a pistol again. It seemed that his ability was sometimes ineffective. He still needed to study it. Although this incredible ability is a bit unclear, Liu Qian is still quite excited. It was already a regenerative healing factor. What was there to be afraid of? Liu Qian walked out of the alley with his head held high and his chest straightened out, looking at the sky getting darker and darker. Liu Qian fell in a deep thought. Should he find a place to live first? Liu Qian walked toward the bustling place in the distance. This side should be relatively remote, but that side was different. It looked very prosperous. Liu Qian strolled to a prosperous business district, looked at the foreigners around him, and touched his chin, subconsciously complaining. Why are there all foreigners here? Why do foreigners look so hairy from a close distance? Not 1/10,000th as handsome as my brother. Ouch, you are a foreigner here. The foreigner who just passed by Liu Qian stopped very unhappy. And my mother said that I am very handsome, the most handsome. Liu Qian covered his mouth, damn. I almost forgot that now that he speaks, no matter what language he speaks, the other person can understand him. Embarrassing +1. Liu Qian pretended to be nonchalant for a second, whistling, his eyes drifting away, and then looked at the foreign man as if he suddenly realized something. If you don't understand Smekta, the front wheel won't turn, and the back wheel won't turn, Smekta. Regarding Liu Qian's act of pretending to be stupid, the foreign man turned around and left very unhappy. Liu Qian subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his head and then covered his heart that was about to beat. This is not an adjective, but a statement. This is really about to jump out. That's outrageous. Liu Qian tried his best to suppress his heart that was about to jump out of his chest and sighed. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't embarrass my motherland. I just deducted big points from the little stick. Jia, 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 jia. Liu Qian walked aimlessly around the business district, bought some burgers and some snacks, and spent half of the little black guy's money. Liu Qian discovered that his body has another advantage. No matter how much he eats, he can't keep himself full. If he eats too much and his belly gets bigger, it will return to its original state after a while. Liu Qian is very satisfied with Luffy's physique. I'll eat and eat. While eating, I sighed, what kind of ghost world is this? Why haven't I found any clues yet? Liu Qian walked around for a long time and then turned back. He had just stepped into the starting point of this business district, stretched out, and looked up. On a big screen in a shopping mall, a man who deserved a beating appeared in front of Liu Qian. Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, he was awarded. Liu Qian felt that his brain was a little itchy, as if he was growing a brain. Robert Downey Jr., Tony Stark, please give me points. This is the Marvel world. If I came to the Marvel world, shouldn't there be a bald guy in this world who would know about it? After all, this guy watches the timeline every day, just like an old pervert. What Li Yuqian didn't know was that at this time, the supreme mage, ancient one of Kamatage in the Himalayas, was frowning deeply. The eye of Agamotto, hanging on her chest, is emitting a faint green light. The Ancient One looked at the suddenly changed timeline and fell into deep thought. The original timeline was complicated and diverse, but after roughly reading Ancient One, I saw a lot of all kinds of weird things. However, what is going on with this weird guy in these timelines that suddenly pop up? Looking at Li Yuqian in the timeline, he was cut into 5 or 6 pieces, suddenly turned into 5 little Li Yuqian, and then returned to his original shape with a snap. Also, if I go to arrest Li Yuqian and offend this guy, I will be unable to kill him and seal him away. Then one day, he suddenly broke through the seal. Seeing Li Yuqian's outrageous encounter with mountains and mountains, he insisted on beating himself up violently. Li Yuqian, in particular, took a rope and threw it casually, and the rope was tied to a tree on another continent. Then Li Yuqian pulled like this, and the 2 continents overlapped. This scene made Ancient One sweat profusely. It's not magic. Well, it's not science either. Forget it. Let him go as he pleases. I'm messed up. Ancient One looked at it. As long as he doesn't anger Li Yuqian is not a big bad guy. Decided not to care about this weird guy. Ancient One felt that if he continued to look at it, his heart would be broken. What is the difference between this and those Taoist priests who saw that milk can kill ghosts? Ancient One closed his eyes at this time. Ancient One felt that he wanted to consolidate his 3 views. Li Yuqian, who was heartbroken by Ancient One, saw that it was just past midnight on the mobile phone he just bought, and he couldn't wait to check in. With a jingle, Li Yuqian suddenly had a Taoist robe in his hand. Through the message conveyed by a Guang, Li Yuqian understood the function of this Taoist robe. Knowing misfortunes and blessings Taoist robe, you can see a person's recent good and bad luck. It can also tell users how to solve bad luck. Li Yuqian was confused. What was the use of this thing for him? To make money by pretending to be a magician? Li Yuqian thought about it and thought it was okay. After all, his income for being a gangster was not very stable, so it would be pretty good to work part-time. As for my skills in writing novels, TSK, who would be able to write novels if they weren't starving to death? 100 authors, 90 street boys. I won't go into details. I'll be in tears if I talk too much. Li Yuqian found a public restroom, changed into a Taoist robe, and strode out of the business district. He had to find a park. After all, shouldn't jobs like being a magician be found in parks? Anyway, this is the case in Daxia, but it should be quite different abroad, right? Li Yuqian thought like this, and turned on the mobile phone he bought with Xiao Hei's remaining half of the money, and looked at the map. That's right, Li Yuqian is now penniless and desperately wants to get a small amount of money. But there is no other way. Ever since he discovered that no matter how much he ate, he would never be full or able to hold himself up, and he soon digested it. Li Yuqian went straight to eat and bought a mobile phone. The result was good, but now he has no money. Moreover, this mobile phone was bought from the same black man who ran a street vendor. Looking at this brand new mobile phone and its low price, Li Yuqian immediately made an impulse purchase. As for why it is so cheap, so new, and claimed to be genuine, nature knows all about it, and you can buy it for $0 in the United States. Li Yuqian wandered around for a while, and now he's hungry again. Well, actually, he's greedy. If people can't eat, what's the point? Li Yuqian just wandered around and asked some passersby, and understood the current time. Marvel's big events haven't started yet, so making money is the most important thing now. Li Yuqian came to the park and found that he was early. There were no similar people in the park, only a few homeless people who had set up small tents. Well, it's not considered vagrant. It should be the kind of career that Fatty Ding is a gold medal lecturer. Looking at those guys and seeing himself patting the lawn very enthusiastically, Li Yuqian waved his hand and refused. Although if you enter the industry, you will be a bit tougher than others when begging. After all, Lafayette has paid more for you, but you are a time traveler and the protagonist. We can't embarrass the protagonist of the time traveler. At noon, Li Yuqian sat on the pony in frustration. It was hard to make money these days, and shit was unpalatable. Life is really not easy. I sigh when I have money. It would be great if my name was an adjective of myself. In the whole morning, there were only 2 customers in total, and I only made $10 from an old lady. Forget it. Let's go and have fun. When he said this, he became angry. Li Yuqian never expected that someone, a foreigner, would ask him about his luck during this period, and he would still be a PR *ST *UDA in vain. Sure enough, there are free prostitution monsters in all the world. Li Yuqian patted his butt, stood up, and returned the pony to a homeless man in the park. That's right, this little Mazo was borrowed from a homeless man. Li Yuqian felt that he was unlucky. It seemed that he could only do heroic things to earn some extra money and thank the bad guys for their selfless dedication. Li Yuqian walked towards the outside of the park. As he walked, he seemed to think of something. One's own Taoist robe can predict a person's good and bad luck, and can also resolve bad luck, allowing a person to maintain good luck. That person didn't say it couldn't be him. Li Yuqian seemed to have discovered a bug. Damn it. Why do you think he's a magician? He could directly predict his own luck and buy lottery tickets. When Li Yuqian thought of this, he became excited for a moment. He closed his eyes and used his Taoist robe to check his luck. I'm a little unlucky. No wonder I've been out of business. I'll see how to solve it and make myself lucky. The way to solve your bad luck and make a lot of money is to go in that direction. Hee hee, my little money. Li Yuqian shouted excitedly and ran out of the park. Then with a bang, a red sports car knocked Li Yuqian away. Li Yuqian flew out more than 10 meters in confusion and then hit the wall of a building heavily. Like a puddle of mud, Li Yuqian struggled and jumped out of the wall, looking at himself flat. He said with an unhappy face, I was careless. I didn't dodge. He patted himself hard, and with a lot of effort, he patted himself back to his original state. Li Yuqian looked at his Taoist robe with doubtful eyes. Can he really get better luck and make a lot of money by following this direction? I was hit by a car. But the next second, Li Yuqian had a flash of inspiration and seemed to understand something. Yes, he is a regenerative healing factor. If you let yourself be hit by a car, you are setting yourself up for trouble. The money comes quickly, and my physique is perfect for me. But isn't it too embarrassing? Li Yuqian felt that it was not good for him to travel all the way here just to have S**X. The next second, the door of the sports car opened, and Li Yuqian rolled on the ground very calmly. Make money, don't shiver. After all, this guy must be rich enough to drive sports car. Passing by the entrance of the park, he doesn't know how to drive slower. He deserves to be beaten. Tony Stark felt like he had seen a ghost. He had a high night yesterday and was about to drive his sports car home to have a good rest. Maybe because I was too sleepy or too tired last night, I accidentally bumped into someone. But what shocked Tony the most was that the man who had been knocked flat returned to his original shape after patting himself. It's over. Maybe I overplayed yesterday. Something went wrong with my body, and I'm hallucinating. Tony opened the car door and looked at Li Yuqian lying on the ground with a black face. At this time, Li Yuqian was holding his mobile phone to look at the rental houses nearby. Without raising his head, he said directly, card or cash? Although my conscience ached a little for blackmailing, I looked at the rent on my mobile phone, and at this moment, I had no conscience. The pain disappears instantly. Tony looked at Li Yuqian, who didn't even look up and was scrolling through his phone, looking like nothing had happened. He said helplessly, money is not a problem, but I feel like you don't have any trouble. I feel like I've been cheated. Why is this? And did you become flat just now? Are you an alien? For Tony, losing some money is nothing, but he met a man who could recover after being patted on the body by a strong man. That's really cool. Li Yuqian heard this somewhat familiar voice, looked up, pointed at Tony, and said in surprise, Tony is a big piece of shit. It's Stark, thank you. Tony felt why this guy had such a vicious mouth and felt like he wanted to beat him. But hitting someone after hitting him is a bit bad. I can't stand it. Li Yuqian realized that he had spoken his mind, coughed a few times, and stood up immediately. Ahem, I must be a human. How could I be an alien? That's nonsense. I've never seen such a flat person, Tony complained in a leisurely tone. Li Yuqian didn't change his expression at Tony's complaints. Since you asked the question sincerely, I will tell you with mercy. That's right, I am the legendary Super Billy person. If you bump into me, you are destined to me. I think your face is as black as black hole. You will definitely be unlucky recently. Let's do this. You give me $100,000 every month, and I will protect you. Li Yuqian was thinking in his mind that his broken body didn't have any wounds at all. Although Tony didn't care, he could probably compensate a little. But sustainable small money is much better than one-time money, and there is also a passport and personal identity. He is simply a black man in this world now. These problems are a bit troublesome for him. But for the big dog Tony, they're definitely minor problems. Tony Stark used the reflection of the car window to look at his face. It was not very dark. After thinking about the behavior of the strange guy in front of me after being hit by a car, he said, "Okay, even if it's just to make friends, just be my bodyguard." Happy has been saying that he is busy with work recently. I was planning to give you millions of dollars, but you didn't want anyone. How strange it is. I regret a bit. Can you give me the money? Li Yuqian is too poor and actually underestimated Tony, a wealthy dog. It hurts. It hurts so much. That's not possible. We just made an agreement. Then I asked that you give me this month's salary first, and you give me a place to live. Li Yuqian patted Tony on the shoulder. Don't worry. You will indeed be in bad luck recently. You will thank me if I help you get through it. By the way, I am not a bodyguard. I will only help you deal with some things you will encounter in the future. Tony looked at the confident Li Yuqian and shouted into the car. Jarvis, let Pepper help me deal with this strange guy in front of me. Okay, sir. A somewhat masculine mechanical voice came from the car. Li Yuqian was in a good mood. He had taken the first step in time travel and found a job that included food and accommodation. He could also fish. The most important thing was that by hanging around Tony, he had a much better chance of completing achievements when encountering major events. It's great to achieve multiple things with one stone. In Tony Stark's Ocean View villa, Li Yuqian was basking in the sun on an oversized balcony. Sin, how could it be so messed up? It's all Tony Stark's fault. His extravagant life has almost corrupted the sunny and cheerful boy like me. Li Yuqian looked at the things he had obtained by punching in and out in the past 6 days. The small world behind, an empty small world can store items. As long as you put your hands behind your back, you can take out items or put items in. The handkerchief that covers the shadow tyrant. Just put the handkerchief in front of the enemy's mouth to cause a suffocation effect. Conceptual technique. Regardless of whether the mouth, nose, and breathing area are tightly covered, as long as it is placed in front, it will cause a suffocation effect. Turn the pistol upside down. The first bullet will be fired at the muzzle. The second round needs to be turned around. The bullet will be fired from behind the muzzle, and the direction will be reversed each time, and so on. A water glass that can never be filled with water. A large pack of tissues. Li Yuqian scratched his head. How should I put it? Except for the first one, which was somewhat useful. The rest were a bit useless. Is it as powerful as the handkerchief that covers the shadow tyrant? It's actually a conceptual skill. I'm kidding, it's a bit abstract, so it is. At this time, the sound of high heels came from behind Li Yuqian, Pepper Potts, the wife behind Iron Man, Pepper Potts. He walked over with an unhappy face, looked at Li Yuqian lying on the balcony, and covered his forehead helplessly. My boss is a playboy, which is troublesome enough, but now I have a bad colleague. Originally, Happy, Tony's fat bodyguard, heard that Tony had found another guy to be responsible for his own safety. He was so nice that he thought he had done a bad job and would be fired. In the past few days, it has been fully demonstrated that this man, named Li Yuqian, is just Tony's bad friend. Fishing every day, no matter what, he is called a scab. Li Yuqian, you went on a business trip with Tony in the afternoon. Happy asked for leave and went back to his hometown. Don't resist. Resistance is futile. You haven't done anything in the past 6 days. If you continue like this, I must ask Tony to fire you. No. Li Yuqian actually has very powerful abilities, but you didn't realize it. At this time, a disheveled Tony ran out of an unknown room in his oversized villa and winked at Li Yuqian. Judging from his disheveled appearance, it was obvious that he had been fooling around somewhere yesterday. But this is good. Li Yuqian lives alone in this sea view room and doesn't have to pay. He eats, drinks, and lives there. The only drawback is that the Marvel plot hasn't started yet. I don't know what to do every day, it's so boring. Li Yuqian nodded. Okay, I'll go with Tony. After Li Yuqian agreed, he continued to lie down, and the feeling of salted fish filled the whole place. Pepper ran out angrily, as if she didn't want to see her playboy boss and his co-workers. Tony looked at the messed-up Li Yuqian and came over with a smile. How about it? My alien subordinate. You're just messing around with your salary every day. Even little Pepper can't stand it. Let's do this. You give me some blood, and I'll do some research, and you'll be considered as participating in the work, giving little Pepper an explanation. Tony now believes that Li Yuqian is an alien, and there is no trace of life on the Earth, as if he suddenly appeared. Moreover, his body was unusually strange. Jarvis noticed that wherever he stayed for so many days, there was no trace of dandruff in his body tissue. They're definitely not normal people. As for the super ability people living on the Earth, even if they are super ability people, it is impossible for them to have no trace of life at all. Li Yuqian crossed his arms and said, Thank you, but I refuse. Don't worry, after a while Xiao, and you won't think that I will just show off. Li Yuqian was thinking, when will the plot of Iron Man 1 begin? When the time comes, I will directly save Tony. I will live with this life-saving grace for the rest of my life. Jia. Tony shuddered when he looked at Li Yuqian, who smiled strangely. Why does a good person laugh like this? In an armored vehicle, Li Yuqian looked at the desert outside and Tony, who was holding a wine glass and wearing sunglasses, and felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Coupled with the missile launch experiment just now, it becomes even more familiar. Although I had just been wandering around the world, catching fish, this scene is indeed too familiar now. Li Yuqian asked subconsciously, Tony, why did you come here? Tony was a little speechless and said that he didn't fish, and he had been doing it for a long time. Are you sleepwalking? I'm showing off my newly developed missile system to the military. I'm returning to the base now. Man, if you do this again, I'll deduct your salary. It's too obvious to take advantage of others. Li Yuqian looked around. No, I remember there was an Army soldier sitting next to Tony Stark in the movie. I even asked him for autographs and took pictures. And, oh, by the way, I'm sitting next to him now. Li Yuqian suddenly realized, and the next second there was a roar and a burst of artillery fire. Damn, I haven't made preparations yet. I don't have martial ethics. Li Yuqian was blown away by gunfire in a burst of chaos. Fortunately, he had regenerative healing factor. Li Yuqian almost didn't laugh out loud when he looked at the very embarrassed Tony, who was hiding behind a big rock. Li Yuqian formed an S shape and ran behind the big rock. He had no choice but to beat him to death, but he was afraid of pain. After running behind the big rock, Li Yuqian listened to the sound of running fire and said loudly, Tony, I saved your life this time. Is it okay for me to retire in your company? Tony quickly replied, Okay, if you can take me back to the base alive this time, let alone fishing, you don't have to come to work, and your salary will still be paid. Do it. Family. Li Yuqian felt that he was instantly filled with strength. He put his hand behind his butt and pulled out a pistol. Li Yuqian stood up and fired, fiercely. But under the fire suppression of the terrorists on the opposite side, it seemed a little weak. The terrorists on the opposite side shouted loudly, Ha! Someone actually hit us with a small pistol. I laughed to death. Do you think we're playing games at home? Little ladies, go home and take care of your children. Li Yuqian chuckled. What's wrong with a pistol? Li Yuqian said that he would use a pistol to show you what suppressing fire is today. Then what happened in the next second made Tony on the side stunned. Li Yuqian kept taking out a pistol from behind his butt, then put it in the air and fired, then ignored them. These pistols seemed to be controlled by invisible forces and fired on their own, and they seem to have unlimited ammunition. And the more Tony looks at these pistols, the more familiar they look. Aren't these the guns he keeps in his home collection? The Golden Desert Eagle confirmed this. Damn, it's my own collection. I didn't remember that these guns have unlimited ammunition. Under Tony's incomprehensible gaze, Li Yuqian kept taking out his pistol and shooting in the air. One person directly suppressed countless terrorists on the opposite side. Li Yuqian looked at Tony and felt a sense of satisfaction in pretending to be successful. Low-key, low-key. I told you, I'm a super ability person. This kind of mere terrorist is not worth mentioning to me. As Li Yuqian spoke, he took out another gun from the pocket behind his butt and put it in the air. Tony was stunned for a moment and said in a somewhat difficult-to-understand tone, I just wonder why the pocket's on the back of your but can hold so many things? The file size of the space is wrong. And your location. Li Yuqian gave Tony a middle finger, then performed a show in front of Tony, put his hand behind his back, and then took out a grenade in the air. With a whoosh, he threw it outside. Should I say it or not? Tony, why do you keep so many arms at home? Tony obviously understood. Li Yuqian, this is space ability? I shook my head with some regret, thinking it was a fourth-dimensional chrysanthemum. Oh, no, what's going on with this weird idea? Damn, I was assimilated by this cheater Li Yuqian. My family sells arms. Isn't it normal for my family to have more arms? Li Yuqian said that Tony's explanation made sense. At this time, a gong's clang sounded in his head. Iron Man, Desert Battle has been completed, and you will get a chance to check in. Li Yuqian thought of something in an instant, and almost forgot that he was here to check in. If it was because of his intrusion, Tony did not catch the cave. If you don't become Iron Man, how many fewer opportunities will you have to check in? Li Yuqian was entangled between his conscience and the opportunity to check in. What Li Yuqian didn't notice was that a missile made by Stark hit the two of them next to the big rock with a whoosh. To be precise, it was at Li Yuqian's feet. Li Yuqian was stunned for a while. Then, with a bang, the missile exploded. The next second, only Li Yuqian, who was blown into pieces, and Tony, who had missile fragments shot into his chest, were left on the spot. There are also dozens of pistols still floating in the air and firing. After the terrorists killed several country soldiers who were resisting tenaciously around them, they looked at the pistols floating in the air and fired strangely and felt terrified. He sent a few people to carry Tony into the car, turned around, and ran away without looking back. It's like there's a ghost chasing you. After a while, Li Yuqian's hands, which were blown into powder, first grew out of the powder, and then he began to pinch himself and put himself back together. Looking at the large army of terrorists running very fast, Li Yuqian's legs turned into tires, and he ran towards them quickly. Really, I didn't intentionally wait until now to recover, or let Tony be captured by terrorists on purpose. I just wanted to get a chance to check in. Poor and helpless classmate Li Yuqian, what bad intentions could he have? At night, in the desert, the temperature was extremely cold. Li Yuqian was panting heavily from exhaustion. Fortunately, he was not a normal person. He followed the car all the way and did not die from exhaustion. Li Yuqian looked at the radiant terrorist base in the distance and shouted in his heart, Come on, Li Yuqian, there is still an estimated 1 or 2 kilometers to go. Please hold on. Li Yuqian opened his legs and kept his mouth shut. After all, he didn't eat now. After running all this way, he felt like he had lost dozens of pounds in an instant. After running a few more steps, he lay down on the ground in an instant. Li Yuqian waved his hand. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired, so tired. I'll rest for a while. Tony will be fine. Anyway, I remember Tony was detained for several days. I'll rest for a day and go back tomorrow. The next second, big bubbles of snot appeared on Li Yuqian's nose. As the saying goes, being young is good, just fall asleep. At this time, Tony in the cave had just been awakened by terrorists splashing water on him, and was asked by a bearded terrorist leader to build missiles. Originally, Tony disagreed and clearly expressed his refusal and said something like, Even if I die and are beaten to death by you, I will not make missiles for you. After receiving a few punches in the next second, Tony agreed. It was not a coward, it was just a strategic false promise. Tony held his stomach and asked for some materials from Big Beard, then watched Big Beard leading some terrorists out of the cave and closing the iron door. Then he sat down with relief. Damn, Li Yuqian, you are too unreliable. If you don't save me, your pension job will be gone. At this time, Li Yuqian, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed. Someone must be thinking about him. After all, he is so handsome. Li Yuqian turned over and continued to sleep. But what he didn't know was that at night, the wind in the desert became stronger and stronger, and the blowing sand almost buried Li Yuqian. Tony now also understands the general situation in the cave, and he also has a doctor named Ethan. The battery on his chest was installed by him, so it was to save his life. And with this condition, Tony still never expected that one day he would be in such a miserable state. No. Where are you, Li Yuqian? You won't be killed by a missile, right? Akiyu, I'm so annoyed. Can you stop talking about me? Let me have a good sleep, okay? Li Yuqian was about to scratch his back with his hands, but Li Yuqian seemed to find that something was not quite right. Li Yuqian opened his eyes and found that he seemed to be buried in the sand. Now he could hardly move. If he wanted to get out, he could only push away from the sand and run out. Li Yuqian felt speechless, but he comforted himself that he would not die anyway, and I still have the power to think, so I will definitely be able to get out. I don't know how long it took, but Li Yuqian lost his money and said, "Damn, how long will it last here?" "Yes, how long will it take?" The bearded leader of the terrorists gestured to his men with his eyes. A terrorist understood instantly and punched Tony directly. With this punch, Tony felt that he was going to be too big. It will be made soon. I am the only one with this kind of missile. The speed is a little slower, which is normal. The bearded man sneered. It's best if you find out what you're doing. The bearded man said a few harsh words and left with a few terrorist brothers. Tony looked at the messy drawings on the table and the unfinished parts, and gritted his teeth and said, "It seems we have to speed up the time. Let me help you." Dr. Ethan on the side looked at Tony and nodded, their eyes full of perseverance. Then he started frantically using the missing tools to start making parts. When they got excited, the two grown men even took off their shirts and kept waving hammers to build parts. In this way, the two of them worked hard to build parts, even ignoring the sound of gunfire outside. After all, what was the sound of gunfire in a terrorist camp? Although these gunshots are relatively dense, who knows what kind of brain circuit the terrorists have? The two worked hard to build the parts until the last one. Tony looked at the last part that was about to be completed. He shouted excitedly, "It's finally done. I'll take you out, Ethan. Watch me put on my armor and kill all these B** D terrorists." As Tony spoke, he assembled all the parts to form a battle armor. Although it was a bit crude, it looked like it was obviously a very powerful war machine. Who are you going to kill?" Li Yuqian's voice came from outside the big iron door, which stunned Tony, who had secretly thought that Li Yuqian had been killed. The next second, Li Yuqian kicked the big iron door open. Hey, Shirima, your emperor is back." Tony stared blankly at Li Yuqian going crazy, and then said speechlessly, "Where are those terrorists?" Li Yuqian patted the yellow sand on his body and kept saying ba ba ba. "Of course they were killed by me, and they couldn't kill me, so I just shot them and killed them. It's that simple. But you guys, I'm sorry, you continue, I didn't see anything." Li Yuqian closed the door directly and stood outside the door and said, "Two men are shirtless in a dark cave. This is so erotic, sorry Tony. I didn't expect you to have this hobby. Damn it. No wonder you let me live in your house. You don't want to do something evil to me, do you? What's wrong? You're not Brother Jia. You know people, faces but not hearts. But of course, as a human being, it is normal and understandable to change your mind. Go to hell. Don't spread rumors about me." Tony was speechless and opened the door. Looking at the smiling Li Yuqian outside, she understood that he was joking just now and gave it to him with her middle finger. Walking outside, looking at the sunshine that hadn't been seen for a few days, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, turning around and looking at all the intact parts in the cave, Tony felt that he had simply wasted his time these past few days. Tony looked at Li Yuqian beside him. "If you don't come again, I will have to find a way to escape myself. I have all made the weapons I made myself, and now that you are here, I suspect you don't want to give me a chance to show off." Tony's expression when he spoke was full of relaxation. It was obvious that he was really relaxed and had time to joke. Li Yuqian walked into the cave, looked at the simple armor, waved his hand, and said, "Anyway, when the time comes, you can go back and use better materials to make a better one. When the time comes, you will wear that armor and act chivalrously. How can you pretend to be so? It's better than anything." Tony didn't speak, looking at the sunshine outside with a look of rebirth on his face. However, a surprised voice came from Ethan behind him. "Sir, what did you do? Where's the armor?" What kind of armor?" "I don't know. Is there armor here?" Tony turned around and saw that there was nothing where the armor was originally placed. "Where's that huge armor? Where did you put it?" "B asterisk 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 D. Get back to me. That's my timeless work. It's very commemorative." Li Yuqian spun around in a circle. "Don't frame me. Look at the armor on my body. Unless your armor is a figure or the kind of mini version that can be stuffed into my pants pocket." Tony and Li Yuqian walked outside, fighting and noisy, with Ethan following closely behind. Tony seemed to have thought of something and said subconsciously, "By the way, do you know the way back to the base?" Li Yuqian touched his chin. "I thought you knew. Damn it, I almost forgot that Tony seemed to be lost in the desert in the plot." At this time, behind him, Ethan raised his hand silently. "Well, although I don't know how to get back to the so-called base you mentioned, but I can take you to my home village." Li Yuqian and Tony looked at each other and understood in an instant. Okay, it's such a happy decision to set off towards Ethan's hometown. At the same time, in Li Yuqian's mind, Agwang's crisp jingle sounded again. The opportunity to check in has been added again. Li Yuqian hid behind the two of them and took a twitch, using up all the punch-in opportunities in the past few days, and then pulled out 5 packs of Tiffany paper and a prop card. Wait, why is there so much paper? Is the probability of this paper too high? I insist on adjusting it. This paper can be played without cutting it. It's a pity that Agwang's system is indifferent to the host's opinions. How can it be repaired? However, this prop card is pretty good. 100,000 army summoning card can summon warriors with super combat effectiveness. Ouch, not bad. One day later, on the desert full of yellow sand, the three of them walked in the same direction. Tony looked at Li Yuqian on the side. "Are you okay?" At this time, Li Yuqian's body was like a piece of paper floating around, with hunger written all over his face. Just like Luffy, who has been hungry for 10 days. "It's okay. I just haven't eaten in a few days, and I'm a little hungry. Chicken legs. Don't bite me. How could I be a chicken leg? Which chicken drumstick is so big?" Tony felt like he was going crazy and desperately pushed Li Yuqian's face away. "By the way, there's obviously space for ability, and it's also equipped with my munitions. Didn't you put some food there?" Li Yuqian's paper-like body returned to its original state instantly. "Yes. Let me see." The next second, Li Yuqian kept pulling things out from behind with his hands. Various pistols, bombs, and some submachine guns appeared in front of Tony and Ethan. But there was no food, and even the simple armor was taken out by Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian seemed to have reacted and stuffed the simple armor back into his pocket. Tony had a dark look on his face. "I just saw it. I'm not blind." After Li Yuqian stuffed the weapon back, it became as flat as a piece of paper. "I'm so hungry." "What kind of armor?" "What is the armor?" "I don't know. I only know that I'm so hungry." Seeing that Tony had given up on getting the armor back, Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief. This thing was of great commemorative value. You have collected it yourself, and you still want to spit it out. It's impossible. Li Yuqian also experienced this incident and learned a lesson. Next time, put some food in the space. If you are hungry, you are really hungry. Although Li Yuqian felt that he should never die of hunger, the feeling of hunger was really uncomfortable. If he continued like this, he would eat dirt. Forget it about cannibalism. My young mind is not that perverted yet. As for treating Tony as a drumstick just now, it was purely an accident. Yes, that's it. Ethan may have looked at Li Yuqian too scary, and was afraid that Li Yuqian would bite him. So he ran as fast as he could with the 2 people behind him. Then he pointed at the village appearing in front and shouted, "We're here! We're here!" One day later, Li Yuqian lay helpless in a dilapidated house with air leakage. Should I say that the village in Ethan's hometown is really poor? There are things to eat and nothing to eat, things to drink and nothing to drink, and things to play and things to do. Li Yuqian could only lay his body here, but I heard that Tony had already contacted the American military and was expected to arrive in the afternoon. Li Yuqian looked at the check-in opportunity updated today and used it directly out of boredom. Lucky +1 card. After using it, you'll be lucky by 1. He finally stopped drawing paper. Li Yuqian instantly became more energetic. So men use paper a bit fast, but if you give me paper every time, if this continues, I won't need to buy paper in the future. Just use the paper printed out by punching out. Li Yuqian directly used the lucky +1 card. After a burst of light, Li Yuqian touched his body. Why did he feel that nothing had changed? Li Yuqian went out and wandered around Eason's village for a long time, but he didn't pick up a dime. Why does it feel the same whether I am lucky or not? Is it because I am too unlucky and a little bit of luck cannot save myself? Li Yuqian fell into deep thought, then put his hand behind his back and took out $1. How can a protagonist like me be so unlucky? It's definitely just not obvious. Come and show me some tricks. Li Yuqian threw it away, and the coin fell to the ground with the numbers on it. Things like luck are illusory, and tossing a coin is also related to concepts. It is not very accurate. Try again. Li Yuqian threw it away again, looked at the coins on the ground, picked them up speechlessly, and stuffed them back into the space behind him. You still have to believe in science. Luck doesn't sound scientific at all. Li Yuqian's desolate figure wandered around the village, looking at Tony and Ethan in a daze. Ethan, what's going on with him? Tony, it's okay, just get used to it. The American military arrived belatedly in the afternoon and returned to New York with Tony and Li Yuqian. As for Ethan, he gave up on his suggestion to go back to New York with Tony to enjoy the popular spicy food, and instead chose to stay in his hometown to support his hometown. Li Yuqian admired this kind of person with great ambitions, and then Li Yuqian chose to mess around and go back to Tony's company to shit with pay. At the airport, Pepper was crying, looking at the two brothers who had just gotten off the plane. Li Yuqian looked at Pepper and showed a confident smile. Comrade Pepper, I saved Tony's life this time. Do you have any objection next time when you fish? Of course, thank you so much. Tears flashed in Pepper's eyes, which made Li Yuqian feel embarrassed even though he was about to bite her off. Later, it was roughly the same as the plot. Tony had just returned to New York and was going to hold a press conference, probably to announce the closure of the Weapons Research and Development Department. Li Yuqian did not choose to follow him. He took the bonus from Tony and happily prepared to have a big meal first. I found a Huxia restaurant in Chinatown that had pretty good food and had a meal. Li Yuqian rubbed his belly. The taste was okay, but there were a few dishes in it that Li Yuqian couldn't accept. Especially the pork inside. The smell is hard to hide. You have to go to a big Eastern country to eat it. These are so unauthentic. Li Yuqian ate and drank enough, took a taxi, and soon arrived at the place where Stark Industries held a press conference. At this time, Tony's voice came from inside. I announced the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Research and Development Department. Jingle Bell witnessed Tony Stark shutting down the Weapons Development Department. Oguang's voice came from Li Yuqian's head, thinking that Li Yuqian was in a good mood and arrived just in time. Now that I have the chance to check in, I won't go back to show off. Li Yuqian thought to himself. In fact, the check he received from Tony, which was a so-called bonus, was enough to buy a luxurious house and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Thinking about me, a time traveler, I actually go to work to earn money and spend money to buy a house. It's all my fault. My power of thinking sometimes works. As a result, I can only tolerate a little bit. Help! I can stop eating beef anytime. The goal of making money has been achieved. Now I will set a small goal to completely master my own template and achieve my achievement of not eating beef. With the help of Xiaojiao, Li Yuqian found a reliable intermediary and started his own journey of buying a house. Adhering to the principle of seeing more and not losing money, I looked at houses during the day and went to Tony's house to eat and sleep at night. I did this for several days in a row. Special mention, we are paid to look at houses. Several achievements were completed along the way. such as the birth of the Mark II, and so on. In addition, in the news, there was actually an extra guy wearing a gold-red steel armor to eliminate terrorists. Li Yuqian already knew where the plot of Iron Man 1 was going. Then Li Yuqian told Tony straightforwardly that the culprit behind Tony's kidnapping by terrorists was his uncle Obadiah. Li Yuqian looked at Tony's twinkling eyes and understood that he actually believed it, but he couldn't make up his mind. After all, Tony actually valued love and justice. It's a pity that Obadiah can talk about feelings with you. The villain is very thorough. Li Yuqian saw that Tony was stubborn, so he left him alone. It just so happened that he might have one more chance to check in. At night, Li Yuqian kicked open the door of Tony's sea view room. In fact, I am particularly envious of Tony's house. I can't help it. The view is too good. It's a pity that in the face of his savior, this guy's shit Dagwa actually doesn't want to give him this house. He was born. After kicking open the door, Li Yuqian looked at the dark room. Suddenly, a rapid mechanical sound came. Mr. Li Yuqian, go and save Mr. Tony. Obadiah snatched the arc reactor from his chest. He is dying now. Following Jarvis's guidance, Li Yuqian found Tony, who was twisted into a maggot and desperately trying to crawl forward. Looking in the direction he was heading, there was an old arc reactor placed there. Hey, Tony, you still like this? The taste is quite strong. Tony saw Li Yuqian as if he saw hope of survival, but he heard Li Yuqian's words. His face turned dark instantly. This guy Li Yuqian could handle it, but his mouth was like a poison. Okay. Hurry up and get that reactor for me. I'm going to die if you don't give it to me. You're just hanging around with a salary every day, and the good job of getting paid to shit is gone. Li Yuqian took the old arc reactor in his hand, looked at it, and then threw it to Tony. I saved you again. Now I don't need the money anymore. Just help me make a steel suit. It's not much. I need to take care of the after-sales service. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. Tony's face was as dark as a charcoal, and people who didn't know better thought he had turned into a human being. Tony took a deep breath, and without saying a word, he put the arc reactor on his chest. With the placement of the arc reactor, Tony felt like he was alive again. With a snap, he stood up directly. Tony moved his body. The feeling of being on the verge of death was really painful. Tony glanced at Li Yuqian gratefully. Thanks, buddy. Li Yuqian patted his chest and said, We are all brothers. I could be the man who stabbed you twice. It's not a big deal. Just remember to build me a battle armor to play with. Tony was quite moved when he heard it first, but he always felt that what Li Yuqian just said was strange. At this time, Jarvis's voice sounded, Mr. Li Yuqian, what you said should be to stab you in both sides, not to stab you twice. Li Yuqian's expression remained unchanged. It's all the same. It's all the same. What ghost? Fortunately, I was touched just now. Tony feels like he has been complaining 8 times a day since he met Li Yuqian. Little Pepper may be in danger. You stay here and don't move around. I'll go solve the crisis. As Tony spoke, he ran towards the place where he was wearing the steel suit. With a burst of cool assembly, Tony completed wearing the steel suit. Then it flew into the sky and directly exposed a big hole in the ceiling of this super ocean view room. Li Yuqian touched his chin. Let me stay here and don't move around. Why do I feel like I'm being taken advantage of? Get rid of the feeling. Since meeting Mr. Li, Tony has often learned about Eastern culture. He is playing tricks on you. Jarvis's mechanical voice answered Li Yuqian's soliloquy very honestly. Li Yuqian, okay. This is how you play, right? Benefit. No. Li Yuqian discovered something was wrong. Damn it, Tony was going to fight Obadiah. That must be a check-in opportunity. No, I have to go take a look. Li Yuqian quickly ran out of the door of the sea view room, dug out the space behind him, took out a bicycle, and started riding the bicycle without saying a word. The legs stepped out of the afterimage, and the bicycle quickly ran towards the distance as if it was possessed by a motorcycle. It's strange to say, wasn't the Mark I armor put by him in space as a collectible? Why did Obadiah still rob Tony's arc reactor like in the original plot? Is it possible that the Iron Overlord was also created? Without the remains of the original armor, how did the Fat Man have the ability to create the Iron Overlord? The editing power of the plot was so terrifying that Liu Qian was extremely unhappy with Obadiah. Every time that damn fat guy comes to Tony's house, he looks weird and angry when he sees himself being paid to work around. It just so happens that now you have become the villain. It's a certainty. See if I don't beat the shit out of you and let you know what the iron fist of justice is. At this time, on the highway, 2 American police officers were sitting leisurely in a police car. I heard that there's been a legend here these days. There's a fast bicycle that is as fast as a car. I don't know if it is true or not. They're all lies to kids. Let me tell you, if there really was such a bicycle, did you see my side gun? I would eat this side gun. One policeman looked disdainful, and the other policeman rubbed his eyes, pointed into the distance, and said, "But I saw it. On the road, I saw a guy whose legs were almost kicking out sparks, driving a bicycle at a speed that was incomprehensible. With a whoosh, he flashed past the 2 of them. The policeman who just rubbed his eyes silently took his companion's gun in his hand and handed it to his companion. The policeman who just swore looked at the gun and swallowed. Liu Qian looked at the 2 guys fighting in New York City and breathed a sigh of relief, finally catching up. Fortunately, through my continuous practice these days, I can barely control the power of thinking. It's too outrageous to be able to do it, but you can still do it by driving the bicycle at the speed of a car and deforming your body at will." Liu Qian looked at Tony, who was having a friendly exchange of force with Obadiah. In addition to this kind of scene, the DNA in the body moves. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." Liu Qian felt like it was going to rain. Tony was almost convinced. "What time has it been? Can you please stop making bad jokes?" The unfunny meme was discovered and the chicken feet were exposed. The big eastern country in this world is so similar to my original hometown that even the meme is similar. Tony controlled the steel suit. The originally handsome golden-red steel suit was somewhat tattered by the hammer. There is no way. This suit is too fragile compared to Obadiah's Iron Overlord opposite. Although Obadiah doesn't know how to make an arc reactor, he is indeed a munitions expert. He only knows that in war, durable and powerful weapons are good weapons. So compared to the Mark III controlled by Tony, the iron suit he controlled, the Iron Overlord, was like a strong man and a thin young man. Tony was completely at a disadvantage, and the 2 were still bickering. I should be the real boss of Stark Industries. I have devoted my life to him, and you want to shut down the weapons research and development department at the first word. Do you know how much damage it has caused? Oh, really? It's a pity that you also know it's Stark Industries. You should know who the real boss is. And is this all you have? You are simply a big B asterisk 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 D. Obadiah controlled the Iron Overlord suit, directly collided with it, and added an iron fist, directly knocking the Mark III iron suit away dozens of meters. Obadiah is extremely excited. As long as he kills Tony, he will be the only talker in Stark Industries and can become the real boss. Stark Industries has grown up under me. Why are you the boss? Isn't this fair? Why is this unfair to your boss? What is fair or unfair? It has been the same for so many years. Have you achieved good results in your work for so many years? Think about it for yourself. A sinister voice came from behind Obadiah, which was unspeakable and unspeakable. Liu Qian directly took out the conceptual weapon and covered the Shadow Tyrant's handkerchief. He directly covered the Iron Overlord's face. This scene made Tony, who was beaten away, was stunned. "Brother, are you serious?" Obadiah laughed out loud when he saw this outrageous attack method. Ha 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 ha. No, you're going to kill me with laughter. Have you made a mistake? This is a steel suit. Do you understand, Mecha? My mecha has no nose on its face, and you still cover my face. This made me laugh so much. Tony, where did you find the talent? While Obadiah was smiling, he noticed something was wrong. Why was he really out of breath? Is it a psychological problem? Something's wrong. I really can't breathe. Obadiah struggled desperately, controlling the Iron Overlord, trying to pull down the outrageous Liu Qian behind him. It's a pity that Iron Overlord is too big. It has many weapons and high defense. However, Obadiah never expected that the Iron Overlord would have the only weakness of a macho man, being unable to touch his own back. The feeling of suffocation that Obadiah felt became stronger and stronger, and he finally panicked, leaving aside the question of whether he would die or not. If I was suffocated to death by a handkerchief through a mask, if this was known to others and recorded, it would definitely become one of the top 10 outrageous ways to die. It can be written in a book and ridiculed to the point of human extinction. Let me go, and I'll give you a lot of money. Money you'll never make in your life. When Liu Qian heard this, he became angry instantly. Who do you think is poor? You are the only one who is poor. Your whole family is poor. Besides, if you have money, how can you be richer than Tony? Are you both his wage earner, or are you a wage earner from 2 generations? Liu Qian's words were murderous and heartbreaking, and Obadiah felt like he had been hurt 10,000 times in his heart, coupled with the feeling of suffocation. Obadiah felt that he was about to die in a few minutes, so he began to randomly control the Iron Overlord and began to attack randomly. Various missiles and rockets were fired crazily in all directions. As soon as Tony got up and was about to give Liu Qian a thumbs up for his vicious tongue, he was hit by a bullet and sent flying dozens of meters away. Jarvis's voice sounded from the armor. Sir, the energy remaining is 7%. The arc reactor on Tony's body was originally the old one, plus the battles and beatings during this period. Obviously, the energy is running out. And Tony looked at the visor, which was all red, with various alarms and prompts. The impact system has been offline, the missile has been offline, and many soft tissue bruises on the body. Damn it, we can't let Liu Qian fight that Iron B************ D by himself. Jarvis's mechanical voice continued to come from the suit. It may not be necessary, sir. After the final madness ended with Obadiah randomly firing various hot weapons. In the center of the battlefield, Iron Overlord's body of huge amounts gradually fell to the ground. That's right. Liu Qian used a handkerchief to directly strangle the villain of Iron Man 1 to death. Liu Qian looked at the handkerchief in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a conceptual weapon. As long as you can use it, there is no weak one. Tony looked at the motionless Iron Overlord, then came closer, his eyes full of confusion, and took a look at the seemingly ordinary handkerchief. Tony sighed and said, "Seeing him die like this, I have learned a lot. Speaking of which, the ventilation area of this armor is obviously not the visor area. He, an iron bully, has no nose. How did you cover him to death?" Liu Qian stuffed Tony's coveted handkerchief into the space behind his back. "You have said that I am a super able person. Isn't it normal to cover someone to death with a handkerchief? By the way, how did he make the Iron Overlord? Did you leak the manufacturing blueprints to him?" Tony nodded. "He copied some of my information when he visited me before." Liu Qian finally understood why this fat guy could still create the Iron Overlord without the wreckage of the Mark I. Tony looked around. At this time, there were constant calls of mobile phones taking pictures and even the sound of someone starting a live broadcast. It is estimated that reporters will come running over in a while. Liu Qian and Tony looked at each other. Liu Qian nodded and put the Iron Overlord behind his back. He watched the Iron Overlord armor, which was bigger than Liu Qian, disappear behind Liu Qian. Tony's face twitched and he whispered, "Is this reasonable?" Afterwards, Tony took Liu Qian and flew directly to Tony's sea view villa. Tony looked at the door that had been kicked with several big footprints, looked at Liu Qian, who seemed to have nothing to do with him, pointed at the footprints and said, "Did you kick it?" Liu Qian waved his hand. "Hen, I don't know. Maybe someone else came in after I left." The next second, Colonel Rhodes walked out of the sea view villa. "Tony, are you okay?" Liu Qian waved his hand. "Let me just say, someone must have gone in behind me." Confused Rhodes, "What happened?" In the SHILD headquarters, a dark room seemed empty, but the screen on the table showed the battle between Liu Qian, Tony, and Obadiah. Following a knock on the door, a voice came from the dark room. "Come in." At this time, a one-eyed black man slowly revealed his figure. Why can't you seem to see him just now? Maybe it's because he just closed his mouth. He is the king of agents on Earth, the director of SHIELD, and Level 10 agent Nick Fury. The thin hair and good-natured appearance of the person who came in also indicated his identity. The person coming is none other than Coulson, the person you must meet when traveling through Marvel, the head of the Novice Village and the 8th level SHIELD agent. Coulson looked at his taciturn director and asked, "Director, are you looking for something to do with me?" Fury looked at Coulson and said slowly, "Originally, you were investigating the mysterious armor incident, and now it has been proven that the armor was made by Tony Stark. Then I'll send you to make contact with Tony Stark and this guy named Liu Qian." Coulson looked at the information and nodded. He was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard Fury's voice again. "Be careful of that guy, namely Liu Qian. His attack methods are too weird, and he seems to be able to predict the future, and his origins are not right. Be careful with your contacts, and remember not to trust anyone. My eyes are the perfect example." Coulson watched his director cover his eyes with a blindfold and nodded firmly. Presumably, my director must have suffered a terrible disaster and suffered a terrible betrayal when he lost that eye. "You are worthy of it, director." Fury looked at Coulson's look, nodded with satisfaction, and then let him leave. Coulson can be said to be a very good subordinate. He works hard and is a good tool. Looking at his thinning hair can prove this very well. Fury even thinks that he can let Coulson work in SHIELD for the rest of his life. Isn't that too cruel? Forget it. Let's forget about it for now. Fury looked at the information on the screen in front of him. There was very little information on it, but it contained the general trajectory of Liu Qian's activities since he came to Marvel. At the same time, Fury's office was on the next floor, the same office, the same furnishings, and a dark space. John Garriott and Sitwell, 2 Level 8 agents, were in the room. John Garriott is a relatively low-key agent who looks like a simple and honest middle-aged man, while Sitwell is a bald man wearing glasses. It is hard to imagine that among the very few high-level agents of SHIELD, there are actually 2 bald heads, plus a Mediterranean Coulson. Perhaps the way to SHIELD's promotion lies in this. Suddenly, a large screen in the room slowly lit up, and the Hydra logo appeared on it. The logo is like a big octopus-like monster. The only difference is that the octopus head becomes a skull. A man's voice came from inside. "We must use SHIELD to get the method of making steel armor. Hydra needs that kind of power for its great cause. There is also that mysterious guy Liu Qian. He may have the ability to predict the future. If he cannot be won over or kidnapped, he will be killed." Yes, outside the beach villa, there was a crisp knock on the door, and Liu Qian went to open the door with an unhappy face. Tony and Chili Pepper showed off their love like crazy last night, which made Liu Qian feel a little unwell. They were driven out of the beach villa after repeated venomous remarks. They slept in and were woken up in the morning. Damn it, buying a house has to be put on the agenda, so choose the one that happens to be in the center of New York. There are a lot of restaurants around, and big events are easy to happen in New York, so it is just right for you to check in. Liu Qian thought this, and then opened the door speechlessly. The person at the door looked very kind, but unfortunately, he was a middle-aged Mediterranean man. He looked at Liu Qian with a bright smile. As a man who has read almost all Marvel plots, Liu Qian is of course this guy, Coulson, the head of the Novice Village. Pepper told herself and Tony last night that there was a Mediterranean government official who helped Pepper before. Liu Qian pretended not to know him. "Why are you knocking on the door so early in the morning? Are you delivering express?" Coulson was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly and took out a strangely high-end-looking ID. "Hello, I'm from Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. I'm here to ask about something. Ms. Pepper, you should know me." Liu Qian waved his hand. Pepper and Tony went out to fool around. "I'm the only one here. How do I know if what you said is true?" The first reason why Liu Qian doesn't want to have anything to do with SHIELD is the so-called SHIELD, which should be said to be Snake and Shield. Of the 10 agents in it, at least half are from Hydra, which is outrageous. Moreover, Black Brazedan is a very suspicious guy and is very unlucky. Stay away from me. Coulson is worthy of being the head of the novice village. Even though he has said this, he still has a smile on his face. You can check with Ms. Pepper. Our department also wants to find out something from you. Liu Qian slammed the door shut. Your Strategic Attack and Defense Bureau has a long and stinky name. It doesn't sound like a serious department. After a while, Liu Qian looked at Tony next to Coulson, speechless. In the Sea View Villa, Liu Qian sat on the sofa and watched the TV report on the battle that took place in New York last night. The two cool steel mechas attracted a lot of heated discussion among netizens. As for Liu Qian, who appeared later and covered the steel mecha warrior to death with a handkerchief, it even aroused the netizens' melon-eating mentality. On the one hand, some people think that these are all fake special effects. After all, covering the mecha warrior with a handkerchief seems very unreasonable. On the other hand, various on-site videos and photos have proven that this is indeed what happened in New York. If we talk about the steel mecha warrior, it is more in line with the urban style, although it is a bit too advanced. But Liu Qian's weird ability, plus the fact that when Liu Qian rushed there, the bicycle he rode was comparable to a car. Therefore, netizens affectionately call Liu Qian the god of handkerchief war and the king of bicycles. Later, there was an old lady who personally came forward to promote the video. The young man in the video is a master and has the ability to predict the future. Then Liu Qian got another nickname, Taoist Master Yu Qian. Liu Qian's face was covered with black lines. What kind of weird nicknames are these? And Grandma, you are so old, but you are still surfing the internet. It's so trendy that you don't want to die? Speaking of which, the Taoist robe has been in my own space for a long time and has no use. Tony just laughed at Liu Qian happily from the side. Oh, why is my name Iron Man so handsome? Oops, my superhero buddy, Bicycle King, how are you? And brother, you are famous, but you don't know how to wear a mask, haha. Liu Qian's fist tightened. Why is this guy talking more and more strangely? Could it be that he was infected by me? But at that time, I was so busy covering the Iron Overlord with a handkerchief that I forgot to put on my mask. What a mistake. At this time, Coulson coughed lightly, attracting the attention of the two people. Mr. Tony, I am here to help you on behalf of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. Your father has a great relationship with our bureau. Our department will help you resolve this public opinion issue. But Mr. Liu Qian, your face was photographed too clearly, so it may not be easy to resolve. Liu Qian waved his hand, and Tony made the same complaint as Liu Qian. What is your so-called Strategic Defense Bureau? Why is it so long and smelly? It doesn't sound like a good department. Coulson's face didn't change on the surface, but he was also speechless on the inside. How could a stranger hear the name of this department? My first reaction was that the name is smelly and long. Can I change my name? Coulson said that every time frontline personnel indicate which department they belong to, they will be laughed at by the other party, which is quite unpleasant. Obviously, this time Coulson came here to ease the news and public opinion. In the afternoon, they also cooperated with the military to hold a press conference and gave Tony a script, which was his alibi. Then the next step is to chat with myself no matter what, apparently to test myself. Liu Qian was so annoyed that he ran out and bought a house. In the afternoon, Liu Qian watched the TV news. Tony did not follow the routine and directly said the words that kicked off the Marvel world. I am Iron Man. Liu Qian couldn't help but sigh that this sentence was really the beginning and the end of Iron Man. If only I had ability, I could save him. Although he is a bad friend, Tony is actually a pretty good person. When he had money to buy a house, he also used all the check-in opportunities he had saved previously. As expected, there's a lot of paper. To be honest, the paper can be played without being sharpened. It is simply beyond the standard. And why is this thing just like a certain village game? It doesn't even have a guarantee. I'm convinced. However, among the many paper drawings and outrageous but useless props, there is still a particularly different prop card. The righteous Dabi Kabuto can forcefully control the opponent for 3 seconds as long as he slaps the opponent in the face. Note, he is still a child. What a magical skill. We now have an attack skill. We're in a good mood today. Later, with the help of Xiaojiao, Liu Qian bought a luxurious flat in New York City. In fact, he could have bought a villa, But Li Yuqian liked that there was a commercial street downstairs where he could sell delicious food. Li Yuqian started eating big in the commercial street. After he helped Tony kill Iron Overlord, Tony gave him some shares. I just don't go to work, and the numbers on my bank card are rising horribly every day. Li Yuqian was able to say confidently at this time, money is just a number. Yeah, I'm so excited. I don't know when I can say these words reasonably and create an invisible pretense. Suddenly, a roar came from the commercial street, as if a terrorist attack had occurred in the distance. Various explosions and roars continued to be heard, and some troops had already begun to intervene. Li Yuqian looked at that scene. It must be a big scene. It was probably an opportunity to check in. If you can take a look. Li Yuqian couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed Marvel's New York. Once Iron Man kicks off, it will be full of disasters. Suddenly, a hammered car was thrown heavily and hit a man's car not far from Li Yuqian. The man went crazy instantly and said, I haven't paid off my car loan yet. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** that the car was totaled before the car loan was paid off. Some of the people around him had sympathy in their eyes, while others were gloating about his misfortune. The man looked at the people around him and shouted loudly, "Are you happy? You callous people, I will never forgive you." What kind of amusement print statement is this? Li Yuqian felt like he was attacked by a bad joke. Although the unlucky man in front of me, whose car was smashed before his car loan was paid off, is a bit pitiful. But what Prince you said just now was true. Li Yuqian couldn't hold it in anymore. He covered his mouth and felt like he was going to die from laughing. The next second, a tattered car flew from a distance and crashed into the large flat that Li Yuqian had just bought. With so many layers, it hit my own house without any bias. Li Yuqian was stunned for a moment, and then the darkness twisted and crawled. There is no one who is not crazy. Ah, the house I just bought. I want you. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian ran towards the source of the broken car. No matter who did it today, I must kill him. Jesus can't keep him. I said so. The unlucky car owner, who was still crying bitterly, looked at Li Yuqian's retreating back. I looked up again at the large flat that looked very expensive, and my mood instantly improved a lot. There was an old man next to him who was gloating about his misfortune. It really made me laugh to death. There were two unlucky guys next to him. One lost his house, and the other lost his car. Hey, this young man. The next second, there was a bang, my supermarket, from behind his butt, and killed Abomination simply. Li Yuqian looked at the dead Emil Browns and the trembling banner, and looked at their intact underwear. I couldn't help but sigh. How come the quality of these two people's underwear is so good? It's outrageous. Li Yuqian scratched his back with a pistol and looked in the direction of the voice, who just said that there were people under the gun. Needless to say, the guy who littered the car was fair to a certain extent and attacked everyone equally. Li Yuqian felt like he was going crazy. Ever since he came to Marvel, he had not had good luck. He was hit by a car before when he went out, and there must be problems with the manhole covers under his feet when he walked, etc., etc. A series of unlucky things happened. I finally made money, but the house I bought was actually smashed. My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't bear it. It's red bean paste. It's red bean paste. At this time, there was a chaotic street, and the military had begun to intervene. An abnormally twisted, huge, khaki-color monster with bone spurs on its body was fighting a green-body guy with huge amounts of body. Obviously, the green one becomes the Hulk, and the yellow one is the villain Abomination. Hatred feels that he is terrifyingly strong now, and has finally obtained the power he dreamed of, even though he is a bit ugly. Suddenly, Hatred felt a chill on his back, as if some danger was coming. Several country soldiers were evacuating the crowd, and at the same time blocking some journalists who were not afraid of death, as well as some internet celebrities who wanted to be famous and wanted to be famous. Suddenly, a guy with angry eyes rushed straight into the street. The soldiers couldn't stop him at all and asked why his eyes were filled with anger. Because there is really a fire burning in his eyes. It is simply unscientific. The hatred at this time dispelled the sudden chill in my heart, and I was fighting a 1v1 real man battle with the Hulk. Huge amounts of fists hit each other, and the terrifying force hit the air like waves. Various walls, concrete, street lamps, or shops were all shattered into pieces in the battle between the two. These two big guys were like two pile drivers or two demolition teams, and they almost demolished half of the street. Suddenly, he felt someone tapping his shoulder from behind. He subconsciously turned around and saw no one, only his hand. Looking down his hand, he saw a strange young man with extremely long hands patting his shoulder. Hatred turned around and roared crazily at him, and the saliva almost splashed onto Li Yuqian's face. Li Yuqian was very disgusted and took a step back, then rounded his palms back and said, "Eat my righteous big D asterisk asterisk K." With a snap, Hatred was stunned. He was not just an ordinary person, but he dared to hit me. No, Hatred felt something was wrong, and he couldn't move his body. Li Yuqian looked at his hatred with satisfaction, as if he had been cast a restraining spell. It was indeed produced by Ah Wang, and it must be a high-quality product. Unfortunately, he could only control it for 3 seconds, but he didn't panic. Li Yuqian rubbed his hands, then opened his bowel left and right, pumping Abomination wildly with both hands, giving Abomination his favorite big mouthful. While slapping, he cursed loudly. "You're such a yellow monster. You actually destroyed my house. I want you." For a moment, the surrounding troops, the crowd in the distance, and the survivors hiding in some places were all stunned. After all, this scene is somewhat shocking. In a helicopter at high altitude, an old man wearing the uniform of a senior general of Country M was in disbelief. How is it possible? How did this guy defeat my super soldier? He is General Ross, who is responsible for researching the Super Soldier Project, and is also the father-in-law of Hulk below. He has always believed that Hulk is the most powerful combat weapon, but it is a pity that it is difficult to control and that Abomination was turned into by his subordinate Emil Blonsky. Emil Browns was greedy for powerful power. During a mission to capture the Hulk, he forced a doctor to help Hulk's body, Banner. Let him inject himself with a large amount of Hulk serum, thus turning into a terrifying monster. At this time, Li Yuqian was wildly slapping Hate's mouth, and under the influence of his power of thinking, Hate's bullets couldn't even penetrate Cheeky's skin, and it was actually swollen in a big circle. Looking at Hulk's appearance, he will probably be knocked out if he smokes for a while. It's a pity that I can't draw a dead man because of my template, so I won. It's all my damn parents' fault. At this time, Hulk, who had been suppressed by hatred just now, also reacted. Hulk's face was full of anger, because General Ross injected a large amount of sedatives into his body in order to capture him. As a result, Hulk's strength was affected, and his combat effectiveness was suppressed by hatred. Hulk felt that he was about to explode. His eyes were red, and he rushed towards Li Yuqian and Hate, who was slapped in the mouth. There was a snap. Li Yuqian's hand became abnormally long and was eaten directly by the big mouth of Hulk, who rushed over. Hulk also froze in place, but it seemed a little inconsistent, and his eyes were full of anger. Bang! 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 After 3 slaps, Hulk's eyes returned to clarity, like a college student who had just graduated. Li Yuqian then stopped trying to feed Hulk. After Hulk gained the ability to move, he hid back in fear. Looking at the increasingly ferocious Li Yuqian from behind, Hulk directly changed the file size on the spot, lay down on the ground, and turned into Dr. Banner. Li Yuqian concentrated on drawing his hatred from left and right. Yes, this guy likes to pick up nearby cars and throw them around when fighting. This is the guy who damaged my house. Look at me knocking him out and then suffocating him to death with a handkerchief. Unknowingly, the outrageous props actually complement each other. This is Li Yuqian's passionate and exciting combo. As his eyes lost their luster of hatred, Li Yuqian stopped his movements. As expected, hatred kicked off his legs and fell directly to the ground, and his body began to gradually become smaller, transformed into a human Emil Browns who looked a little older. Li Yuqian said that even if he turned into a human being, he would do it. Just after turning into a human being, he didn't have to take out his handkerchief and kill him with a gun. Keep the gun alive. With Bayu's gunshot, Li Yuqian took out a pistol. At this time, General Ross ran out of the helicopter angrily. The helicopter didn't even stop. General Ross ran too anxiously and almost fell down. He hurriedly stabilized his body and ran to Li Yuqian. Why did you kill him? What apartment are you a super soldier product of? Godly goal! Li Yuqian stuffed the hated body into the space, then pulled it back, grabbed the bicycle directly from his hip pocket, then opened his legs and drove away from this place at a lightning speed. Ross was about to say something, but the dust kicked up by Li Yuqian suddenly drove away his bicycle and filled his mouth. Li Yuqian ran away on his bicycle under the stunned gaze of everyone. Li Yuqian felt that he was a little over the top this time and had to survive for a while, but he had no choice. The first house he earned was destroyed like this, which made me angry. However, there was an unexpected surprise this time. Li Yuqian looked at the information in his mind, and his legs almost jumped out of joy. Complete special achievements and punch in, beat up Hulk and Abomination, and get 10 random rewards. Li Yuqian smiled and suddenly realized something was wrong. Ah, Guang, that's not right. You didn't tell me about your special achievements, either. The host didn't ask. Ah Guang's retarded voice answered Li Yuqian's question. For a moment, Li Yuqian was speechless and retorted, Damn, what a retarded system. Li Yuqian looked at Guang, who had a fool's face in his mind. For a moment, Li Yuqian was speechless to refute, Damn, what a retarded system. Li Yuqian suddenly had an idea. Then what else do you have that you haven't told me? Tell me now. Guang began to convey a lot of information, and Li Yuqian's mouth twitched. There really was such information. Special achievement rewards are actually achievements achieved by changing the original plot. The more outrageous it is, the more rewards you will get for checking in. However, if you change the plot of the original world, you will be rejected by the world. The most obvious bottom line is that your luck will become very bad, and in the worst case, you may be directly struck by lightning. Li Yuqian finally understood why he was so unlucky these days, damn. I was originally planning to do more things and get some special achievements, but with such obvious side effects, I have to study it carefully and be cautious. Li Yuqian rode his bicycle back to Tony's Seaview Villa. He had no choice but to find that the house he just bought was destroyed before he could even live in it. Next time you buy a house, you must buy insurance at the same time. Damn it, what a mistake. I happened to run into Tony, who had just returned home. Tony was a little shocked. You have money. Didn't you buy a house and move out? Why are you back? Do you want to have a party with me? That's fine, just in time to celebrate. Li Yuqian was originally in a good mood, but when he heard Tony mention it, his face instantly darkened. At this time, Jarvis's voice came from the watch on Tony's hand. Mr. Lee's property was just affected by a special incident and was seriously damaged. Ha ha ha, why are you so unlucky? I'm laughing so hard. Tony, as a bad friend, laughed directly and mercilessly. After Li Yuqian said that he would give him the middle finger, he walked towards the villa. Tony followed closely, and, at the same time, he said leisurely, Did you watch the news today? I was so cool at the press conference today. Li Yuqian ignored Tony, who was behind him, opened the door, and walked in. It was getting late, and the room was a little dim. Suddenly, white teeth appeared in the dim room, floating in the air. Li Yuqian and Tony looked at each other for a moment, and the next second, Li Yuqian directly pressed the switch on the wall next to them. As the room lights turned on, a bald black man wearing an eye patch appeared in front of Li Yuqian and Tony. He is Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Fury's face. Originally, he should have slowly approached the two of them and then gradually revealed his appearance, creating a sense of oppression. I didn't expect Li Yuqian to turn on the light directly. As the data analysis showed, he was a guy who didn't play by the rules. But Fury didn't panic. This was just a small scene. Good evening, you two. Li Yuqian poked Tony next to him. No. Aren't today's thieves afraid at all of being discovered? Tony replied. Maybe it's because when he runs outside, he can blend into the night perfectly. Fury's face turned even darker. Tony, I am your elder. You should respect me more. And Mr. Li Yuqian, your origin is very mysterious, right? Tony raised his eyebrows. I don't know you, and I've never heard my parents talk about you. And it seems that you sneaked into my house secretly and blocked Jarvis. This is not the behavior that an elder should do. Fury seemed to be well prepared and threw a USB flash drive towards Tony. Your father used to be my colleague, but because our department is mysterious, he didn't tell you. The things in this are enough for you to believe me. I'm looking for you today to invite you two to join Alliance, the Avengers. Li Yuqian's eyes lit up. Why call it Avengers? I think this name is ugly. Otherwise, let's call it Justice League. Let the Avengers change their name to become the Justice League. It is very interesting to think about it. Maybe they can get special achievements. Fury shook his head and rejected Li Yuqian's suggestion. Tony on the side rolled his eyes. No, Yuqian, you like DC so much. If you choose this name, do you have the copyright? Li Yuqian's mind was running wildly. Yes, the comics in the Marvel world include DC, and the comics in the DC world include Marvel. These two worlds also have this outrageous setting. Damn, my special achievement. Li Yuqian lost interest immediately. Then I won't join. The Avengers sounds like a lot of trouble. Agree +1. Tony also nodded. Fury's expression didn't change at all. It was just a rejection, and it took a long time. After he dropped his contact information, he climbed out of the window and jumped out. Tony's face was full of confusion. Why does he have to climb through the window? You can obviously go through the door. Li Yuqian thought for a while. Black Braised Egg is an agent. This should be a professional norm. For example, he came to the room in advance, climbed the walls and windows, and placed instruments. Finally, after being tired for a long time, I played with my mobile phone for a while. When I heard our voices, I had to put down my mobile phone and strike a pose, which was not easy. Don't say it. It's already very vivid, and the nickname of Black Braised Egg is very vivid. Haha. Tony seemed to be thinking of the Black Braised Egg just now, sneaking over the wall and climbing into the room in the afternoon, and then waiting until he was bored to death. I was playing with my mobile phone, and when I heard the two people's movements, I had to hurriedly put away my mobile phone and then struck a pose that I thought was cool. Ha ha ha. There's a picture. Flying skills give people the ability to fly, soaring in the sky like a bird. Any door. You will be bound to an arbitrary door. As long as you open any door and walk in, you can go to any corner of the world where you are. Body strengthening card. After use, the body will be strengthened. There's a lot of paper at the back. Li Yuqian looked at the punch and opportunities he had saved during this period and the props he had drawn out at once, and he felt pretty good. Items in the house into the space. While stuffing it, Li Yuqian suddenly had an idea. Can he stuff it into the space? Li Yuqian did what he thought of, bending his body, relying on his special template, tilting his head back continuously, and with a whoosh, Li Yuqian really entered the space behind him. Moreover, Li Yuqian discovered that whenever he wanted to go out, he would appear outside with a snap. But if you want to go back, you have to do a backflip, and, at the latest, you have to keep leaning back to enter. What kind of outrageous setting is this? Especially these three, I feel quite useful. Li Yuqian used them all without saying anything, and instantly a pink door appeared in front of Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian was very suspicious that Aguang from Anyman had snatched it from a big blue cat without changing its color. Two more bursts of light flashed through, and Li Yuqian felt like he could fly, and the body's strength and speed seemed to have been greatly improved. However, Li Yuqian's body originally had very strong strength and speed due to its own template, and the effect of the strengthening card did not seem very obvious. Without saying a word, he jumped out of the window, borrowed the strength of the motherland, and flew into the sky with his fists raised. It started to rush directly into the sky, and then floated in place, unresponsive. Li Yuqian waved his hands, looking like he was swimming in the sky. There's nothing I can do about it. I just got this skill, and I'm not very proficient yet. Tony, who was still working overtime to design the latest model of Iron Man, walked out of the basement with a tired face. He looked up and saw Li Yuqian swimming in the sky. After being stunned for a while, he turned around and ran to his room. It's over. I'm going to die suddenly. I'm hallucinating. I actually saw Li Yuqian swimming in the sky. After a while, Li Yuqian no longer needed to fly like a swimmer. He only had to control the instinct that seemed to be innate in his body. You can fly freely in any posture. Li Yuqian tried the standing flying posture and Superman flying posture, and found that Superman's flying posture is more aerodynamic, and the speed of this ability can actually reach supersonic speeds. Li Yuqian flew in the sky for a long time before he prepared to land. After all, no matter who he was, being able to fly freely in the sky was a great feeling. Suddenly, Li Yuqian thought of a question. He had mastered taking off and flying, but how to land? The next second, there was a bang, and another big hole was knocked out of the ceiling of this sea view villa. Li Yuqian patted the dust on his body as if nothing had happened. He would land slower next time and find a good corner. The next day, the decorator looked at the big hole in the ceiling speechlessly. There were big holes in the ceiling of this sea view villa every day. People who didn't know it thought I was unprofessional. Li Yuqian ran out of the sea view villa at this time and asked Xiaojiao to help find a maintenance team to repair his flat floor. I wandered around a bit, ate something, took a walk, and experienced the life of a rich person. Needless to say, it is indeed a maintenance team in New York that has suffered many disasters. It is very efficient and can be repaired in a few days. At the same time, I also signed up for insurance, so I won't be afraid of superheroes and villains damaging my house next time. Li Yuqian finally moved into his own house, feeling full of accomplishment. Suddenly the phone rang, and Li Yuqian answered it casually. A hoarse voice came from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Li. I represent a mysterious and powerful organization and invite you to join." "Okay, I agree." Li Yuqian answered without even thinking. There seemed to be some silence on the other side. Why did he agree so readily? Although he obviously promised that he should be happy, but it felt strange to agree so readily. The person on the other side suppressed this strange emotion and continued. "It seems that you are destined to our organization." "Wait a minute. I have another request." "Oh, you said, no matter what our organization requires, we will definitely be able to complete it." The tone was full of affirmation and pride for his organization, as firm as a fanatical believer. And the strange emotions in my heart disappeared. After all, it is normal to have requests. Li Yuqian didn't pause and said directly, "I am Li Yuqian, V50 million to see my strength." "Yes, as long as you help us obtain Tony Stark's iron armor technology and provide future information, I will let you get the rewards you deserve. Take the money first and then talk about it." Li Yuqian hung up the phone directly. For such a rich man to be so secretive, he must be a member of Hydra. Never mind him. Anyway, if Hydra really sends money, that's fine. It's 50 million for free, and the main thing is a free PR *ST*****. But wanting information about the future, Li Yuqian thought about it. When he first came to Marvel, he made $10 by checking someone's luck. Those guys don't get it wrong, right? They think they have the ability to predict the future. That's troublesome. Li Yuqian was still thinking when suddenly the bank's message came through his mobile phone. Damn it, Hydra really gave him 50 million. Li Yuqian made a big move to block that phone number in the next second. At this time, in a base, a man making a phone call fell into deep thought while looking at the phone that had been unable to get through. Damn shameless. At the same time, he told his superiors about the matter. Alexander Pierce, the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was also the leader of Hydra. After he finished listening, not only did his subordinates fail to recruit Li Yuqian, but they were also defrauded of 50 million. He instantly felt like he had a cerebral hemorrhage. Damn, I've always been the only one who deceives others, and this is the first time someone has deceived me. After asking his subordinates to throw the guy who made the phone into the sea to feed the fish, he casually gave his subordinates some instructions. Since he won't accept the solicitation, then capture him, imprison him, and provide him with his own power for the great world of Hydra. It just so happens that he lives alone now, which is the best opportunity to catch him. Yes, at this time, Li Yuqian was making messes at home. As for Hydra's counterattack, Li Yuqian had not made any preparations. Anyway, he can't be beaten to death, and there is a random door. If he can't be beaten, he will run away. The house is also insured. If Hydra offends me, I will tell Black Braised Egg directly that my SHIELD has become Snake's shield. Even if it leads to the possibility of losing some achievement check-in opportunities in the future, Liu Qian is not panic. Maybe he can make some special achievements by accident. Of course, Liu Qian also stuffed some valuable. Liu Qian looked at the space behind him. It was quite big. The file size was comparable to 5 football fields plus one. At the end of the space, there's a vast expanse of white like mist, but it feels very hard. Liu Qian looked at the mountains of arms and some snacks and potato chips piled up in the space. Taking a deep breath, he felt that the air inside was quite fresh. Liu Qian instantly felt that he had made a loss. He had known that the space could allow people to enter. What kind of house should I buy? Forget it. Don't waste it if you buy it. Liu Qian had an idea and appeared at the original place, turned somersault, and disappeared again. Hey, I appeared again. Oh, I disappeared again. Keep trying, just like getting a novel toy. At this time, a group of soldiers, fully armed and full of high-tech atmosphere, quietly rolled in. This team is the SHIELD agent sent by Hydra, with Crossbones as the captain. As a senior Hydra agent, Crossbones has done countless things for Hydra under S.H.I.E.L.D. and similar things. So it seems full of confidence, no other, and the hands are familiar. The target of this mission is a super ability person. Although the attack method is weird and the physical recovery ability seems to be very strong, he does not have a large-scale attack. And the attack power is not high. It is easy to tie it up directly and capture it. In order to prevent Liu Qian from using any special abilities, Crossbones decided to sneak into his house secretly, take the opportunity to sleep, and capture and restrain him. Yes, that's it. Crossbones led the team and quietly ran into the large flat floor, sighing with emotion. Looking at this dim room, with sparse furniture and white walls, there is a vague atmosphere of a ghost movie. Crossbones swallowed and comforted himself in his mind. What era was it in? How could there be ghosts? Crossbones turned his head and gave a gesture to the team behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a face appearing in front of him. Ghost! Crossbones instantly fell onto his but and lay on the ground, sweating all over his back. Damn it. There was obviously no one in the middle of the house, just now. And the most outrageous thing is that the face that appears is upside down. I can't help it. I'm used to somersaults and somersaults. When I came out, I also did somersaults subconsciously. Liu Qian had an innocent face, Omega. Crossbones' team subconsciously raised their guns. Liu Qian smiled crookedly. Here comes Xiao Feizhong. Liu Qian's arms became extremely long. It happened that Crossbones' team stood in a row and slapped them. They were all neatly controlled. Crossbones lay down on the ground due to the shock he had just received, avoiding the slap. At this time, he was retreating continuously. He saw the people in his team motionless and being slapped, and shouted with some fear, "You, don't come here." But the big bag in Liu Qian's other hand arrived late. Liu Qian discovered that enhanced cards are actually useful. For example, Dabi Kabuto can now fan out phantoms. In just 1 minute, this group of heavily armed Hydra agents had their faces swollen from being slapped, and one of them lay on the ground and fell asleep. The face is swollen and looks like a big-headed sun. Liu Qian looked at Crossbones, thinking about Crossbones as a minor villain. Liu Qian still has some impressions, and the equipment and clothes she is wearing now have the SHIELD logo on her body. It would be a bit troublesome to kill him directly. After all, he is still a SHIELD agent on the surface. There's only one solution. Hey, Black Braised Egg, your agent came to my house fully armed at night. What do you want to do? The person calling me today is someone from your Land Strategy Bureau? When did your bureau change its name to Hydra? Do you think your bureau's name is smelly and long? Then why don't you just call it SHIELD? Liu Qian called the army to accuse him, but in fact he secretly reminded He Lu Dan that you are miserable. The Hydra is still there. When Fury received the call, he was stunned for a moment. Who was the Black Braised Egg talking about? Subconsciously, I heard Liu Qian's familiar voice, understood what it meant, and his face became even darker. In the office, Coulson, who was standing aside and preparing to receive a new task, looked at the director who was super dark today, and listened to the looming black braised egg on the phone. Looking at the director's bald head, I vaguely connected it, and I felt a little guilty for a moment. How could I judge a person by his appearance? It's true. Coulson looked at the director and couldn't help it. It was too similar. Fury listened to Li Yuqian's strange remarks until the word Hydra appeared, and his face turned serious. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? Hydra was a terrorist organization long ago and was eliminated long ago. Are you kidding? Li Yuqian listened to Lu Dan's serious voice and pretended not to know anything. Someone called me today and asked me to join Hydra. You said I didn't even join your department with a long and stinky name. How could I join Hydra? It doesn't sound like a good organization. As a result, at night, a small group of soldiers came, fully armed and aggressive, with your SHILD logo on them. Li Yuqian paused and said grimly, "There won't be spies in your SHILD agent, right? Good guy's mission. Impossible, you are still playing tricks." Fury instantly sensed something was wrong. After knowing that Li Yuqian had subdued the team, he told Li Yuqian not to move and sent someone over immediately. After a while, Director Black Braised Egg arrived with the good old Coulson, and there were no other men. Lu Dan may feel that his agent is not trustworthy anymore. Lu Dan was originally suspicious, but now he is almost as good as Chow Chow. Looking at the 13 people lying neatly on the ground, Crossbones, the leader, was even more silent. He did not order the arrest of Li Yuqian, and there was no relevant action report, which meant that what Li Yuqian said was most likely true. There may be spies inside SHILD, and it's Hydra. It's hard to imagine that SHILD has developed so well over the years, and how much benefit has Hydra benefited from it. It's terrifying to think about it. Fury looked at Li Yuqian and said sincerely, "There should be some problems within our bureau this time, which caused losses to you." "I'm sorry." Li Yuqian pointed to the broken teacup and said, "I'm sorry. What's the use? This is my favorite teacup. It is very expensive. It is an antique from Shang and Zhou dynasties." Fury looked at the teacup, which was obviously a modern handicraft, and fell into silence. He returned the teacup from Shangzhou. "I still believe what you said last week." Fury was speechless for a while. What compensation does Mr. Li want? After a while, Li Yuqian looked at the account and saw an extra 50 million, feeling happy. "I made a small goal today. The money is so good. No wonder everyone wants to time travel." Fury on the side had heartache written all over his face. All the money was taken from his own treasury, but it was all money he had saved by secretly embezzling public funds. We were planning to build another secret base, but this guy named Li Yuqian really wanted money. However, Fury also thought of a way to win over Li Yuqian, throwing money at him. Li Yuqian was actually rich enough, but he still liked money so much. This can be considered a hobby, but it is normal to like people and all kinds of weird XP. Nick Fury is thinking about how much money he should spend to lure Li Yuqian into the Avengers project. At this time, Coulson, who was tying up all the Hydra agents lying on the ground, wiped the sweat from his head. Lamenting that his health was not as good as before, he gasped and said, "Director, what should we do with these guys? Do we need to find a few more? It's just the two of us. There are so many spies, and we don't know how long it will take to transfer them. It would be bad if we alert the spies inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury refused directly. "No. Apart from you, I don't trust many people now, and there are some who are not in New York and won't be able to return in a short time. Do you want Mr. Li?" Although Black Braised Egg didn't finish what he said, Li Yuqian understood what he meant and rubbed his fingers to show that Black Braised Egg meant what he meant. With a dark face, Fury took away the money in the small vault, and then Li Yuqian reached behind his back and pulled him casually. A pink door appeared in front of the three of them. Li Yuqian asked Braised Egg, "Where do you want to go? Tell me the coordinates." Fury looked at the bizarre door and explained the location of a secret base of his. After Li Yuqian opened the pink door, he happened to be at the door of the secret base. Coulson poured a glass of cold water on each of the unconscious Hydra agents, then went up and slapped them twice to wake them up. Strangely enough, Li Yuqian found that he was in a big fight and had the effect of being knocked unconscious. It may be because in those sand sculpture animations, the characters will faint if they are hit hard. Coupled with the skill of his just as big competition, he has full control. Those Hydra agents, after waking up, opened their eyes and found a black braised egg standing in front of them. The apparent director. Instantly, they understood what situation they were in. Everyone's faces were full of despair, and some of them were even gritting their teeth desperately. But it's a pity that it's too late. Coulson has just taken away the poison from their mouths. It's not that simple to commit suicide. But fortunately, Hydra underestimated Li Yuqian, otherwise File Size would have sent people over to plant a bomb on them. After the Hydra agent realized that it was useless, Double Wishbone still wanted to quibble. "Director, are you here to save me? We carried out the mission issued by the above and failed. What are you doing?" On the surface, Double Wishbone looks like a wage earner who knows nothing. Unfortunately, their first reaction exposed themselves. Black Braised Egg ignored the sophistry of Double Wishbone. Now, he just wanted to torture the spy as soon as possible to find out how many undercover agents Hydra had hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Braised Dan comforted himself in his heart, thinking that it would be difficult to survive with more than a dozen people. After all, this was the department he was in charge of. How could there be so many spies sneaking in? Coulson looked at his own director and then at Li Yuqian. One was his own director, and the other was a very powerful character. He sighed, rubbed his old waist, and drove towards the Hydra agent. Let them walk through the pink door and enter the director's secret base. Coulson had a few big words written all over his face: cattle, horses, and tools man, as if he were a brick that could be moved wherever it was needed. Li Yuqian couldn't help but sigh for him, looked at the black braised eggs, and lamented the evil of the black braised egg capitalists. Then he looked at the vast expanse of white on the other side of the door, and the cold wind kept blowing inside through the door. After looking at his thin clothes, he immediately showed kindness and helped Coulson kick the Hydra agent a few times to let them in quickly. After everyone left, Li Yuqian couldn't wait to close the pink door, freezing his brother to death. Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something, so he opened the door again and shouted inside. "Black Braised Egg, if you have anything else you need my help with next time, just ask. I'm obligated. Just add more money." After saying that, slam any door firmly shut. Li Yuqian looked at the money in his bank account and started to twist his mouth again. No wonder the male protagonist in the novel likes to twist his mouth when he is arrogant. I didn't expect it to be quite cool. A few days later, Li Yuqian looked at Coulson, who had a vicissitudes of life in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Hylauden doesn't treat his subordinates as human beings. "How's it going? Do you really have a lot of spies in your department?" Coulson nodded silently. Although those guys were very tough, they still got some information after several days of torture. "At least we know that there are many Hydra spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. Just call S.H.I.E.L.D. Our director also felt that the previous name was too long. Coulson changed the topic with a smile and continued. "Our director is busy recently, uncovering spies. I was sent here to ask if you would like to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Yuqian shook his head. There are benefits to joining S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, but not much. Coulson smiled slightly and looked very confident. "I will give you 100,000 a month, and you don't need to do anything. As long as you help S.H.I.E.L.D. deal with some special things, you may not need to go out once a month, and you can get $100,000 in vain, Mr. Li. Don't you think about it?" It was over. It was a heart-pounding feeling. Li Yuqian rubbed his eyes and pressed back the money symbols in his eyes. Dollar. What you said makes me look like someone who is obsessed with money. There is also a year-end bonus of 100,000 yuan every year. Damn it. He actually caught my weak spot. Li Yuqian said that he is worthy of being the king of agents. He has a lot of tricks. Well, as long as Tony agrees to join the Avengers, I will join the Avengers. But forget about S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't want to join this kind of agent organization. Tony Stark is not a simple guy. As a bad friend, after getting to know him over this period of time, he also has an understanding of the plot. As long as Tony joins the Avengers, he will definitely manage various affairs of the Avengers. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. can only play a supporting role. Li Yuqian is still in trouble, and he can still leave things to Tony and enjoy himself every day. Coulson looked happy. Although he didn't know exactly what the Avengers' plan was, he vaguely knew that it was a team that his director was preparing to form. Joining the Avengers is probably similar to joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson turned around happily, ready to report the happy news to his director. Li Yuqian also understood Coulson's thoughts and stood behind him and shook his head. The later Avengers basically only had a cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. It is basically impossible for ordinary people, even black braised eggs, to control a group of superheroes. The Civil War that followed further proved this point. After Li Yuqian became a rich man, he felt very uncomfortable playing games, eating takeout, shopping, and go to bars to pick up girls. Unfortunately, after being corrupted by capital for a long time, Li Yuqian also felt a little bored. Li Yuqian looked at the punch and opportunities he had been accumulating, and without saying a word, he drew 10 cards in a row. Although this thing has no guarantee mechanism, there is always a metaphysical feeling to the 10 consecutive draws. Li Yuqian looked at the pile of paper he had pulled out and instantly felt that he was the reincarnation of an African chief. He must have been infected with the bad luck of the black braised egg. However, 2 useful things came out of it. You can see even if you're blindfolded. Even if you close your eyes, you can still get the vision of a normal person. This skill sounds like it is useless, but in fact it is useless at all. Li Yuqian tried it and found that he could still see with his eyes closed, but it was no different from his normal vision with his eyes open. Then I could just keep my eyes open and watch. Especially when sleeping, I have to turn off this skill specifically and accept it. Travel card. You can randomly search for a world anchor point to travel into a world and stay in that world for 3 years. During these 3 years, the time flow in the main world will slow down, which is equivalent to 3 months. This card is very good, and it can be used to withdraw money. Li Yuqian thought carefully about Marvel's timeline. Iron Man 1 and the plot of Invincible Hulk have been passed, and the next one should be Iron Man 2. Li Yuqian felt that he couldn't wait to travel to other worlds and see the scenery of other worlds. But I had to deal with one thing before I left, and I almost forgot about Tony's poisoning. Without saying anything, he took out the pink door from behind, opened it, and walked in directly. Inside, Tony, who looked decadent, was sitting alone on the sofa, his head lowered, thinking about something. Even when Li Yuqian ran up to him, Tony didn't even look up. Obviously, Tony was aware of the fact that he was poisoned by palladium and was in emo mode at this time. Without saying anything, Li Yuqian sat down on another sofa, grabbed the fruit plate on the table, and started eating. "What's wrong? Tony, why did you become an emo guy?" Tony forced a smile on his face. "You kid, you haven't come to me for so many days. Wait, how did you get in?" Tony looked behind Li Yuqian and saw a pink door. The scenery outside was completely different from his own home. Tony's attention was instantly attracted. He moved closer and marveled. Is this a space teleportation device? What is superb technology? Why dye the door pink? Your aesthetic is still as outrageous as ever. Tony looked at Li Yuqian with some disgust. If it was painted pink, it might as well be painted gold red. Li Yuqian said, "You think I think this thing is a pink door? If it weren't for the fact that the color couldn't be changed, it would have been changed to bronze." The bronze gate passing through the space sounds very impressive. Li Yuqian crossed his legs and said, "Comrade Tony, I did some calculations and found that you are in a big crisis. Hurry up and customize your steel suit for me, and I will tell you how to solve this crisis." Tony murmured in his heart. At this time, he thought of his own palladium poisoning. Could it be that the guy opposite had a way to solve it? By the way, how did he know? Even he felt something was wrong with his body these past few days, so he checked it out. And I haven't seen this guy have the ability to heal. Forget it, give it a try, it's always good. Tony led Li Yuqian to the villa, where steel armors are made. Pointing to a half-finished steel armor, he said, "Don't worry, I've already made one for you, but it's not finished yet. What color do you like? Tell Jarvis and remember to give a name." Li Yuqian rubbed his hands and said, "Jarvis, remember I won the black one. Let's call him Super Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior." Li Yuqian doesn't need to use the steel armor anyway. It's mainly for collection purposes. Just choose a name that's easy to remember. Jia, Jia, Jia. Tony rolled his eyes, looking at Liu Qian, whose aesthetics were as outrageous as ever, and then heard Liu Qian's words. Looking at how weak you are you poisoned? I used to be a Taoist priest. I counted with my fingers and knew that your vitality lies in the model your father gave you before. That model is actually a new element that can solve your physical problems. Tony was stunned, then turned and ran towards the room where his father's relics were placed. Liu Qin admired his steel armor, then turned and walked towards his pink door. Tony knew the clues of a new element in advance, which also reduced the pain caused by poisoning. The black braised egg also lost one chance to gain Tony's favor. In this case, we just don't know how the plot of Iron Man 2 will change after Tony obtains new elements in advance. With a jingle in his mind, complete the special achievement, which greatly affects the plot of Iron Man 2 and will be rewarded with 10 check-in rewards. Liu Qian smiled. This is interesting, isn't it? Liu Qian walked briskly and returned to his home through any door, using the time travel card in his mind. It turned into a white light and disappeared into the Marvel world. At the same time, a burst of white light flashed on a dilapidated street, and Liu Qian appeared directly on the street. Liu Qian subconsciously felt something was wrong, and looked down. Damn, why is there no manhole cover? With a bang, Liu Qian fell down so hard that he was flattened. After a fall, I realized that I seemed to be able to fly. Damn it! Liu Qian was unhappy and prepared to pat his body back to its original state. When he looked up, he saw two monsters in front of him that looked like bears, but were a little more humane. The surrounding area was a dark and humid environment, with a gate in front and the two monsters standing nearby. A bear-shaped monster that looked darker in color spoke directly. Are you the new guy here and have joined our association? The lighter-colored bear-shaped monster on the other side looked at the silent Liu Qian with dissatisfaction. Xiongda, why does this guy look so stupid? Xiong'er, this is normal. You have to know that most weirdos are stupid. There are not many weirdos as smart as the two of us. Liu Qian looked at the two silly furbolgs in front of him, quite speechless. How did you two have a nerve to call me stupid? Liu Qian looked at these two guys, and they didn't look like Xiongda Xiong'er in Bald Chong. They looked too ferocious and terrifying. If Xiongda Xiong'er looked like this, Xiong Chuang'er would have been removed from the shelf long ago. When you come to a strange world and don't know the situation yet, just follow what they say. Ah, yes. I'm new here and have come to join your association. Stranger Xiong looked at Liu Qian with confusion on his face. Why does this guy feel like a human being? Xiongda gave him a slap when he came up. Have you ever seen any human being so flat? Go and lead the way and show him the boss. Oh, Liu Qian followed Xiong'er and walked inside. His body was flattened and his legs became extremely short. He followed the monster named Xiong'er, and his short legs were smoking behind him. Liu Qian discovered that there was a cave underground. The space was unusually large, and there seemed to be many people hiding there. Liu Qian followed Xiong'er to the deepest part of the cave. The next scene instantly made Liu Qian understand what world he had entered. The guy in front of him is a humanoid horror monster of huge amounts. His body is covered with exoskeletons, and his body is covered with tentacles as white as snake heads. Next to it stood a fat, one-eyed monster. Isn't this Superman the big boss of the Monster Association? Orochi? Isn't the one-eyed monster next to him a puppet controlled by Sykes, the mastermind behind the Monster Association? I have traveled directly to the big boss of this world. How do I play this kind of start? It is quite urgent to wait online. Liu Qian kept complaining in his mind, but kept moving his body. He followed Xiong'er to a group of weirdos and lined up behind them. Xiong'er turned to look at Liu Qian. You line up here, I'll go see the gate. I hope you can become a qualified member of the Weird Association. Liu Qian stood behind a large number of weirdos, watching the weirdos in front of him show off his strength in front of the big snake. What the hell is this? Direct hire from boss? Orochi's method of recruiting members of the Weird Association is also very direct. Those with strong abilities will be retained, while those with 2 weak abilities will be eaten away. Li Yuqian was a little confused. After queuing for a while, he finally arrived. The big snake and a Jiongyan stared directly at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian was a little numb. How can I show my ability? Is it possible to go up and give the big snake a big showdown? There are so many weirdos. Even if I have 10 hands, I won't be able to slap them. I can't support dozens of them by myself, and I can't have any more. This is because his body can deform. Orochi and Jiongyan looked at each other. This weirdo who had taken refuge in the weird association looked so weak, as if he had been crushed by a person. He was probably another weirdo's shame. One of the snake's tentacles suddenly poked towards Li Yuqian, piercing Li Yuqian directly. Li Yuqian looked confused when he saw that there was a hole in his body. The hole healed in the next second without even bleeding. Li Yuqian's face was full of displeasure. I, Li Yuqian, have remembered this grudge. From now on, when you, the big snake, sleep, you'd better stand guard with one eye and watch with the other. Don't let me catch the chance. If I do, I won't be able to reap the consequences for you. Li Yuqian patted his body, changed himself back to his original shape, and was about to take out any door from behind and run away. Suddenly, I heard the laughter of the standard villain with bright eyes. Jia, jia, jia. Not bad. Good. The body recovery ability is so terrifying, and it actually has the ability to transform. You are qualified. Unfortunately, it seems that the attack ability is too weak, a bit like a zombie man. Li Yuqian looked at the Jiongyan's expression and understood that this guy was interested in his recovery ability. Oh, thank you, Lord Jiongyan. You are my idol. Da Jiong felt quite comfortable seeing Li Yuqian flattering him. After all, most of the Weird Association members were weirdos. I know how to flatter people in fights every day, but this skill is indeed rare. The Jiongyan nodded helpfully and motioned for Li Yuqian to stay aside. There was a place occupied by a qualified weirdo. Li Yuqian walked over, thinking in his mind, preparing to find a secluded place, open any door, and run away. Then he reported back, allowing the Heroes Association to discover this weirdo association in advance and concentrate its combat power to eliminate this group of weirdos. This can be regarded as affecting the plot. Li Yuqian has figured out that the more confusing the plot, the more rewards. Li Yuqian thought for a while, and all the weirdos in line had finished their interviews. The Jiongyan stood next to the big snake and started his speech. Hello to all like-minded weirdos. As long as we work together and continue to grow the association. A kind of leadership style came from the Jiongyan. The Jiongyan directly started the leader's nonsense literature, and he actually talked for an hour, just talking. Li Yuqian looked at the dense crowd of weirdos around him and had no chance of sneaking out. Then the Jiongyan issued the first task. Weirdos below the tiger level should go to other cities to spread the reputation of the Weirdos Association and attract weirdos. There's only one request for those above tiger level. Be patient for the time being, stay at the headquarters of the Monster Association, and don't go out and be discovered by the heroes. There will be corresponding tasks every month, and the corresponding weirdos will be notified at that time. As the meeting ended, various weirdos gradually left, and Li Yuqian also left with the weirdos. The entire Weird Association is underground, and the space is quite large, enough for many weirdos to survive. Li Yuqian saw that there were fewer and fewer weirdos around him, and was about to grease his feet and run away. Suddenly, a bright voice sounded from beside him. Newcomer, I have something to ask you. Li Yuqian looked around and said, Stop looking. I'm looking for you. Come with me. The Jiongyan's words made Li Yuqian follow him with a face. After reaching a small cave, the Jiongyan smiled and asked, What's your name? Just call me a rich monster. Li Yuqian looked at the Jiongyan and felt that he must be thinking of something bad. The Jiongyan chuckled. I thought the task was left to you. You should join the Heroes Association and then take the opportunity to get rid of all those heroes. The more the Jiongyan looked at him, the more he felt that Li Yuqian looked like a human being. Although he was very flat at first, he could transform and become like a human being. It just so happens that in the Weird Association, there is no weirdo's ability that belongs to the spy type. I have always been able to learn about the abilities of various heroes online. The guy in front of me now can turn into a human form. What a weirdo who is suitable to be a spy. As for whether the guy in front of me is a real person, the big bright eyes mean that the guy with such a flat face must be a weirdo. Besides, at worst, send someone to check in human society to see if there is any information about him. As long as there is no information, it must be some kind of creature or a weirdo formed by resentment. Li Yuqian was stunned for a moment and pointed at himself with his finger. Me? De Jiongyan seemed to think that his statement was a bit inappropriate and quickly added, I'm not asking you to deal with S-class heroes. You can obtain intelligence and eliminate low-level heroes. And he secretly held back and made sneak attacks when attacking the monsters. Li Yuqian felt quite speechless. He didn't want to be an agent in Marvel, but a spy. Instead, he went to another world and became a spy. This isn't appropriate. There is nothing inappropriate. Because of the needs of human society, I will give you some money every month and help you establish your identity as a human being. Don't worry. De Jiongyan didn't give Li Yuqian a chance to refuse at all. After Li Yuqian heard the word pay money, he instantly agreed with righteous words. The Weird Association is my home, and you are my idol. I will definitely complete the mission. De Jiongyan patted Li Yuqian's shoulder and said, do a good job. The association will not treat you badly. As long as you bring useful information, or if you achieve some results, I will promote you to a cadre. For money, Ba, for the association, I will do my best. Li Yuqian stayed at the headquarters of the Weird Association for a few days. It should not be said that the big bright eyes, or that Sykes behind him had a few brushes, actually made the chaotic weirdos' lives orderly. There are even dormitories for some weirdos whose habits are biased toward humans. Li Yuqian's roommates, by coincidence, were Xiongda and Xiong'er, who were guarding the gate. These two were originally ordinary bears, but because humans destroyed a forest and cut down vegetation, the forest resentment turned these two bears into monsters, allowing these two guys to punish humans. Maybe it's because the forest is too small, so the strength of these two bears is only average. I was chased and chopped by a bald B-level hero with a chainsaw. I accidentally heard that the Weird Association was recruiting people, so I came to the Weird Association to hide from the stinky bald man. And because these two guys are tall and weak, they are used as gatekeepers. After listening to Xiong'er's narration, Li Yuqian asked a question from the bottom of his heart. Is that forest called Ghost Xiong Ridge? Xiong'da patted his thigh. Hey, how do you know? Are you also that weirdo? Li Yuqian was silent. Degree. At this time, a bright sound came from outside the cave dormitory, and Li Yuqian ran out quickly. De Jiongyan took the human's identity information, a stack of money, and a mobile bank card, and stuffed them all into Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian took it happily and asked a little worriedly, will these be checked by the Heroes Association? De Jiongyan patted his chest. Don't worry, this is the identity information of a person in a town that was destroyed by an unknown robot. There are no flaws at all. As long as you don't reveal your secrets, the Heroes Association will not find out that there is anything wrong with you. Then I'll be relieved. You are such a good person. Li Yuqian said that someone would give him a pillow whenever he felt sleepy. Now he has a legal identity in the world of Superman. Jia. De Jiongyan is also very happy. After investigation, the rich monster is indeed a weirdo, and there is no relevant information about him in human society. Coupled with his ability, he is simply a natural spy. With such a talent, are you afraid that you will not be able to defeat the Heroes Association? Li Yuqian stuffed the things that Jiongyan gave him into his package, climbed out of the sewer entrance, and waved his hand toward the inside. Bye-bye, good man. De Jiongyan suddenly felt something was wrong, but he still waved to Li Yuqian. Work hard, and I'll let you be a cadre when the time comes. And don't forget, the new Hero Association will be recruiting people in a few days, so pay attention to the time. De Jiongyan was not afraid at all that Li Yuqian would not become a spy. As a weirdo, killing heroes and destroying cities was simply an idea engraved in his bones. Li Yuqian carried the package with a small stick and walked towards the distance with a feeling of wind and Xiao and Yishuehan. After walking far away, he stuffed the package into his own space, accelerated his legs, and flew straight up, sliding as fast as he could. After flying away from the headquarters of the Weird Association, Li Yuqian felt relieved. Fortunately, his acting skills were good. Li Yuqian looked at the dilapidated area, and since the headquarters of the Weird Association is here, this should be the suburb of City Z. Although De Zhongyan said that he did not have spies who could infiltrate the Heroes Association, De Zhongyan could help Li Yuqian get a legal identity in such a short period of time. This shows that the Weird Association still has some power in human society. Therefore, he should not report it rashly. Li Yuqian was planning to participate in the selection of the Hero Association in a few days and get a good result. Then take the opportunity to find some higher-ranked heroes and ask them to go directly to the Hero Association headquarters and report them firsthand. Let the Heroes Association and the Weird Association fight in advance and get a special achievement. Hee. Although the start of the time travel was unfavorable, as the saying goes, we went out laughing to the sky. How can we be the people of Penghao? Gold will shine everywhere. Li Yuqian was happy, but he had to find a place to live first, so he planned to find a house nearby. No one wanted these houses anyway, so Li Yuqian found an apartment at random. The building was nice and looked strangely clean, and he kicked one of the doors open. Li Yuqian saw a dazzling light. Wait, light? Isn't there no one living here? Li Yuqian swallowed his saliva as he looked at the bald Chiyu with dead eyes in the room. Saitama felt that he had nothing to say. He was sitting at home, but the door was kicked in. Who is this person? How presumptuous. It's a pity that this person is not a weirdo. With a whoosh, Chiyu appeared in front of Li Yuqian in an instant, super close. Saitama showed a puzzled expression. Why do you smell like a weirdo? It's so strong, but you don't seem to be a weirdo. Li Yuqian said in his heart, that's for sure. Living in the same dormitory with two weirdos, can it be less intense? I'm definitely not a weirdo. I'm just a masked rider passing by, bah. I'm just a passerby. Chiyu looked at Li Yuqian and stretched out his hand. Compensate, the gate money. Degree. Li Yuqian was speechless and paid for Chiyu's door. Well, I want to find a place to live. Where do you guys connect the water and electricity? I think this apartment is good, and I'm going to live next door to you. After receiving the money, Chiyu obviously felt much better. After hearing that Li Yuqian wanted to be his neighbor, he patted his chest and told Li Yuqian's company that renovated the water and electricity. Before the decoration was completed, he even agreed to lend Li Yuqian a loan to stay for a period of time. A few days later, the decoration company had decorated the house next to Saitama's house. Then the decoration company turned around and ran away without looking back, for fear that he would be late and be killed by weirdos in the suburbs. The people in the decoration company also murmured, always thinking that the weird bald man who lived in the suburbs of Z City would have died long ago. I didn't expect that I would still be alive and get a customer for myself. It's really outrageous. In order to thank Chiyu for his help, Li Yuqian also made a hot pot meal at his new home. As for the ingredients, of course he ordered takeout. After the two of them had eaten and drank, Li Yuqian thought about the upcoming Hero Association hero selection. He asked directly, Saitama, the hero selection will begin in a few days. Do you want to try it? Saitama's face was full of doubts. I am a hero driven by interest. The next second, the rich class started. That's not what I meant. The hero selection I'm talking about is organized by a group called the Hero Association. Once selected, you will become a professional hero. Li Yuqian began to explain to Chiyu. Saitama understood what hero selection meant and shook his head indifferently. It's too troublesome, I don't want to. Give me money after you become a professional hero. Okay, I'll go. Li Yuqian was very happy. With Chiyu's help, Li Yuqian no longer had to worry about the Weird Association finding out that he had reported it and would resort to tricks. Don't worry about the Hero Association doing something unwise. A handful of lime, a must-have for traveling around the world. A bicycle that can drive up to 80 miles per hour, extremely fast. Enhancement, kill the opponent, absorb the opponent's energy, and have a chance to strengthen skills and props. Stud is a kind of wisdom. Things not killed by the host can also absorb its energy. Pull out paper, pull out paper. Behind him was a pile of drawing papers, and Li Yuqian looked at the rewards he had drawn from the punch-in opportunities he had accumulated over the past few days. It's okay, especially the skill enhancement, which successfully gave me a way to become stronger. Li Yuqian walked out of the room and took Qiyu towards the venue where the League of Legends selects heroes. This time, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Li Yuqian insists on entering a world where he can earn enough money first. Then he can live happily and do outrageous things. Saitama rolled his eyes. This guy started to get crazy again. It's still very early in the timeline, at least before the first episode of One Punch Superman Season 1. However, the method of hero selection is similar to that of Saitama entering the Hero Association in the first season. Physical fitness test and written test. Li Yuqian passed the physical fitness test easily, and then watched Saitama pretend to compete. A group of strong men next to him were ready to laugh at Saitama. After all, Saitama's appearance was too confusing. He looked harmless and weak. But after Saitama completed various tests with various outrageous operations, the strong men next to him were all stunned. Damn, he's so strong, but I'm still young. I will definitely be able to do something like this in the future. A muscular man murmured to himself next to Li Yuqian, and Li Yuqian patted him on the shoulder directly. You kid, you are actually trying to extend your life in this way. The muscular man was stunned for a while, not understanding what it meant. The other muscular man next to him couldn't stand it. So he explained, he means you can't become so strong. Muscular man, asterisk him, damn, he actually cursed me in a roundabout way. The written test was extremely simple, and Li Yuqian thought it might be to take care of some guys who only knew how to fight. After finishing writing in a while, I wrote a few big words under the topic of why I want to be a hero. I have important information and want to contact the top S-class heroes of the Hero Association. After finishing writing, he quickly handed in the paper. The second person to hand in the paper was Saitama, but that was normal. After all, his last topic was about becoming a hero out of interest. Compared with other guys writing short essays, Li Yuqian and Qiyu must be the fastest to hand in their essays. After the written examination, Li Yuqian and Qiyu stayed at the selection venue for a while. After a while, someone came looking for Li Yuqian. In an office, a man wearing a snake print suit looked directly at the two people in front of him. He is the 38th ranked snake in the A level. To select a hero, there must be a hero in charge, but there are no rewards. So basically the hero selection falls on Snake, who is the last in the A level. Snake said with some dissatisfaction, Li Yuqian, I'm only looking for you. Why did you bring him here? He also knew Saitama, a guy who had a very bad attitude in the examination room, and answered the examination questions very carelessly. What is a hero driven by interest? Damn it. But Saitama's special performance in the physical fitness test gave Snake a different feeling in his heart, maybe jealousy or dissatisfaction. Li Yuqian glanced at Snake and said directly without answering, You are too weak. Let S-class heroes come. There is an important matter. It can barely be regarded as a god-level disaster. Snake didn't believe it first, but after a while, he said harshly, You'd better tell the truth. Li Yuqian patted Qiyu and said, Come on, Xiaoyu will give him the whole job. Show him your strength. Oh, Snake subconsciously prepared to put aside his driving defense, but the bald man, with an indifferent expression, seemed to teleport. He punched out, and the punch continued to magnify in his eyes, making it impossible to stop him. The next second this punch passed by, a huge amount of hole was directly opened in the wall behind Snake, and the air behind him even made a sonic boom sound. Snake swallowed, took out his cell phone, and notified the higher-ups of the Hero Association. There are many monsters in this world, and Snake understands that god-level disasters are beyond his control, although Snake is a little dissatisfied with the two guys in front of him. But in the face of major issues of right and wrong, Snake still knew what he should do. Especially the punch just now. The bald man is indeed a strong man, definitely with the strength of an S-class hero, and his words are somewhat credible. When Snake called, Saitama curiously asked Li Yuqian, What is the secret? Oh, it's nothing. There's just a group of weirdos who formed an association. They're quite powerful, and there are quite a few dragon-level weirdos. Then why does it take so much trouble? Tell me where they are. I could just kill them all. Saitama touched his bald head, his face full of indifference. Liu Qian, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Let me notify the people of the Heroes Association first, get a bonus, and then you can fight. Liu Qian did originally think about asking Saitama to kill the Weird Association directly, but Liu Qian suddenly discovered that there would be rewards for reporting such things to the Heroes Association. If you're a hero, you can also upgrade your level, so you don't take advantage of the B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Chi, you should not be anxious and wait until I get the bonus. After a while, the sound of a helicopter sounded on the building. A legal lowly with a green light all over her body, floating in the air, petite in stature, but full of arrogance, appeared in front of the three of them. It was the trembling Tatsumaki, the S-Class hero, and behind him was a Hero Association staff member wearing a suit. Tatsumaki said with an unhappy face, "Who is it? There is something important, and you have to ask an S-Class hero to come over. I was planning to take a beauty sleep, but who of you is responsible for not growing taller?" Tatsumaki has been sitting at the League of Legends headquarters. After receiving information about the God-level disaster, he rushed over immediately without stopping. Shichi, a man in a black suit next to him, looked at the three people inside with a serious look on his face. What on earth happened? Liu Qian immediately told Shichi and Tatsumaki that he accidentally discovered the Weird Association because of his special ability to transform. The Monster Association thought they were one of their own, so they lived there for a while and claimed that there were at least a dozen dragon-level monsters. I finally found a chance to escape recently. Of course, I must be a human being. If you don't believe it, go check it out. I'm a person who survived a small town attacked by a terrorist robot. Did Jiongyan? Shichi raised a question in his mind. Mr. Li, after all, the weirdos you mentioned are very powerful, and there are many of them. Do you have any relevant evidence? Liu Qian waved his hand. If you send someone to check, you will know that what I said is true, and it is related to a God-level disaster, so you can't take it too seriously. But information like this, the Hero Association. Liu Qian rubbed his hands, and Shichi immediately understood, patting his chest and promising that if what happened was true, he would get every penny of the bonus he deserved. Liu Qian nodded, took Chiyu back to the outskirts of City Z, prepared to send money to the Hero Association, and gave the reward to Ho. Then he closed the door and let Saitama destroy the Weird Association. Chiyu was very dissatisfied with this, and Liu Qian reluctantly paid for a big meal before Chiyu agreed to eliminate those weirdos later. But because he found that ordering takeout in the suburbs was too expensive last time, Liu Qian just made it himself. Here comes the chicken soup. Liu Qian made chicken soup and cooked a few dishes. After eating it, Saitama managed to have diarrhea for 3 days. In such a days, all matters related to the Weird Association were put aside and forgotten. Liu Qian was stunned to obtain 2 achievements, successfully defeated Saitama. God-level master of poison production. 9 is turned over because of 6. Liu Qian and Chiyu successfully became C-class heroes. Unfortunately, they don't have hero names because they have little record, but the hero name is very easy to come up with. Just kill a few monsters and publicize it. For example, Liu Qian was named Deduzia by many netizens, while Saitama's hero's name did not change from the original plot, which was called Bald-Caped Man. Liu Qian also flies in the sky from time to time to see if there are any weirdos, defeat them, and collect enhanced energy to earn a little money. Just like today, on a street, everyone around was screaming and hiding away. A man wearing simple armor with cows and horses tattooed on his skin was fighting a weirdo who looked like a computer. That man is a B-level hero, the Bull Horseman, and the man opposite him is a computer geek transformed by the resentment of an exploited programmer. Neomasia has the strength of an ox and the speed of a horse, and works hard every day, so the general public named it Neomasia. Looking at the force with which the computer geek shattered the concrete floor with one punch, it was obvious that he was a tiger-level geek. The ox horseman was suppressed by the computer geek and looked like he was about to be defeated. Suddenly, the computer geek hit the cow horseman with his big head. The cow horseman didn't pay attention for a moment and was knocked back dozens of meters in an instant, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The computer geek laughed evilly and said, "You hateful beasts and those hateful capitalists are exploiting me. What's wrong with me as a little programmer? I'm under too much pressure. I want to take revenge on society." Just when the computer geek was arrogant, the surrounding onlookers quickly ran away. The next second, a black shadow rushed down from the sky, and Li Yuqian gave the computer geek a big showdown without saying a word. Then he took out his handkerchief, covered the computer geek's face, and gently slapped the computer geek's face with his other hand. "Relax. Dizziness is normal." Under a strange atmosphere, the computer geek finally suffocated and died, and the body keeps drying up and deforming, as if its energy has been sucked away. The onlookers who were escaping also stopped and continued to watch. He is the recently released hero, Kabuto. Why do you feel like a villain? Yeah, people who don't know better think he's trying to kidnap weirdos. What's going on with this sense of immediate kidnapping? Ultra ability users. Anyway, they are fighting monsters. They are better than Kabuto. They have killed many tiger-level monsters. I feel like they can beat ghost-level monsters. He is definitely the next S-class hero. If I am a fan of him now, I will be an old fan in the future. It's hard to judge if a weirdo is covered up with a handkerchief like this. He must have super ability. Li Yuqian's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he had dug out a villa from the bottom of his feet. My character template is good? Yes, but the original cannot kill people. I have to use tools to kill people, which is not good. In addition, the stronger weirdo used a submachine gun to blast him for a long time. Seeing that he was covered in blood, it was really better to use a handkerchief. Degree. After Li Yuqian solved the computer geek, the bull horseman came over in a hurry and said, "You are the Dosia. This is a well-deserved reputation. You are worthy of being the latest dark horse. Thank you very much for saving my life." Li Yuqian waved his hand. "It's okay, this is what I should do." The next second, it flew directly into the sky and disappeared. After Li Yuqian found a roof, he took out any door from behind and walked in. The view inside any door is exactly Li Yuqian's room. Saitama was eating snacks and watching TV. Li Yuqian's face was covered with black lines, but he didn't say anything. Chi Yu was also miserable, as if there was a curse on him. No matter what kind of monster you defeat, the credit will basically be easily taken away by others. And Saitama himself acted nonchalantly. Li Yuqian became a B-level hero in just a few days, while Saitama was still a C-level hero. He also stayed at home every day to mess around, and he didn't make much money as a C-class hero, so he usually went to Li Yuqian's house to eat and drink. Of course, this is not free, as he is responsible for cooking for Li Yuqian. The chicken soup and vegetables made by Li Yuqian were not eaten by himself. They were simply poison, and they were even certified by the system. Li Yuqian closed his eyes, and the white ball of light in his mind, Agwang, spun and opened a screen. Strengthening. The first 50% chance of strengthening is successful, and it will be halved if continued. The energy required to strengthen has reached 6. The skills and props that can be strengthened are special handkerchiefs. Whether to use them or not. Li Yuqian felt that this skill required so much energy. He had killed 5 or 6 tiger-level monsters before he could strengthen his handkerchief once. Forget it, try strengthening it once. Li Yuqian noticed this skill and can also strengthen his template, but the energy required is estimated to be astronomical. Strengthen. Li Yuqian took out the handkerchief from the space, and after a white light flashed, Agwang showed that the enhancement was successful, and the information on the handkerchief also changed. The handkerchief that covers the Shadow Tyrant +1. As long as the handkerchief is placed in front of the enemy's mouth, it can cause a suffocation effect, and the effect will remain for 10 seconds. Li Yuqian was happy. There was a 50% chance of success. From now on, he would just tie this handkerchief on his hand, slap the weirdo on the face, and forcefully suffocate him for 3 seconds and 10 seconds. Forcefully suffocate him. Ha ha ha. Li Yuqian was enjoying himself, but suddenly he was stunned. Why was his skill tree a little crooked? Forget it, it's not important. Li Yuqian looked at his strengthening energy that had returned to zero and sighed that he didn't know how long it would take to save up to strengthen the template. At this time, there was a knock on Li Yuqian's door. Li Yuqian opened the door and saw a legal lowly tornado, and beside him stood the S-class hero Silver Fong Bangu. Bangu also held a small black box in his hand. How is it? What I said is true, right? Li Yuqian immediately thought of his report on the Weird Association. The tornado floated in the air and said very arrogantly, "What you said is indeed true. Bangu and I were inspecting Z City before. I did discover a mysterious weirdo organization, but they are too cautious. Their organizational ability is particularly strong, and the information you gave about the weirdos is too exaggerated. Those guys from the Hero Association cannot go to war for the time being. The enemy doesn't know yet, but we already know about their existence. Take this opportunity to get more information." Li Yuqian nodded. "As long as you know it's true, you'll get a promotion and a salary increase. Do you understand?" Tornado was a little dissatisfied with Li Yuqian for interrupting his speech. "Oh, money, money. Money is money. Shichi is already giving you the bonus. It will probably arrive in a while, and your hero level will be upgraded to a level, and if you get the information, you might even be able to use it to become S level." Li Yuqian was stunned for a moment and had a bad feeling in his heart. S-class? Intelligence. Sigma, surprise face, winky face. Tatsumaki seemed a little embarrassed. Next to him, Bangu, who was stooped, had gray hair, and had a kind expression, also said a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry to bother you, by Do Xia. Forget it. The hero names for you young people nowadays are too fancy. Let's call you little friend. Shichi has issued a task to you. I wonder if you can accept it." These familiar words, this familiar routine, felt like déjà vu to Li Yuqian. A certain big-eyed, ugly guy also said this to him. Although Bangu was a little embarrassed, he didn't hesitate and told the mission directly. The Hero Association wants a kid to use his transformation ability to act as a weirdo spy in the Weird Association. Provide the Heroes Association with relevant information and intelligence on the Monster Association. Li Yuqian's face was full of displeasure. "This kind of thing is very difficult for me to handle." Tatsumaki's little face stiffened. "Is it difficult to do it? Then don't do it." Tatsumaki's whole body emitted a green light, as if he wanted to teach the rebellious Li Yuqian a lesson. Bangu quickly stood in front of Tornado. No, they are all from the same association." Li Yuqian looked at Tornado's crow and sighed. Luckily, there was no table in front of Tornado, and he hadn't eaten just now. Bangu turned to Li Yuqian and said, "Don't worry, little friend. The association has also provided relevant job benefits. You will get double salary every month, and you will be mentioned as an A-level hero first. After obtaining a lot of valuable information, you will be promoted to an S-level hero. If you really disagree, I understand, and I will help you refuse the association." Bangu's face was full of sincerity. He was also surprised when he learned about the Weird Association. Being a spy in such a terrorist organization is equivalent to risking your life. Money is only secondary. I am afraid that if you want him to be a spy, the more important thing is the determination to contribute to human society. So if the young man in front of him doesn't agree, Bangu can actually understand. Li Yuqian heard this good treatment. If he agreed, wouldn't he be a spy? But there are also advantages. I get 2 salaries, and I actually know the specific information about the Weird Association. After all, I have watched the plot of One Punch Superman in the 1st and 2nd seasons. Don't be a real agent. Just stay at home every day, and you can get 2 amounts of money. It's great. Li Yuqian nodded, thinking about it. Although I didn't agree with it at first, but then again, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I want to make progress so much. I agreed that I would provide you with information and upgrade me to S level when the time comes. Bangu hurriedly patted his chest and said, "I, an old man, will guarantee you with my own life. Meeting my little friend today is really a great joy in life. You, my friend, are the real hero." Tatsumaki also came closer with an arrogant expression on his face and his hands on his hips. "You want to become a spy, but I haven't agreed yet. Let me test your strength. If you're too weak, forget it. In fact, I can deal with that weirdo association by myself. Those bastards from the Hero Association don't believe me. Damn it. As Tatsumaki spoke, the green light on his body became more and more dazzling, and a force bound Li Yuqian's body. Li Yuqian also floated. The door to the room was not closed. Li Yuqian directly used his flying skills to burst out at terrifying speeds, broke free from his restraints, and flew into the sky. Tornado followed closely behind. Although he didn't use all his strength just now, he didn't expect that Li Yuqian could break free from his restraints, and he was also very fast. Even with his flying speed, he is barely enough to become an S-class hero, but he may be at the tail end of the ladder. Tatsumaki shouted loudly from behind. Not bad, but why are you just running away? Come and attack me. Use your strongest and best attack. Let me see your strength. Li Yuqian looked at the tornado flying behind him with a strange expression. Are you sure? Confused face. It's really outrageous. Isn't his strongest and best attack just to slap people in the mouth? Someone actually asked me to whip her. Is it such an outrageous request? Moreover, I brought a handkerchief and slapped her with a big mouth. She was exactly like a human trafficker. Damn it. Suddenly, I realized why my painting style was so distorted. Bangu also ran out of the room and shouted towards the sky. Little tornado, stop making trouble. My hero nickname is Baido Xia, and what he is best at is giving people big bidu. Tatsumaki was stunned for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. No one's attack was to slap someone in the mouth and give someone a big showdown. Tatsumaki thought about what she had just said. She actually asked someone to slap her mouth. Is she a very mean person? Another day of social death. Left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product. Nothing happened to the tornado. The whole person turned into a minimalist style and slowly flew behind Bangu. Your speed just now has shown that you are strong enough. Then the matter is settled. Shichi will contact you later. Bangu also handed over the black box with a look of relief on his face. Li Yuqian took the box and opened it. Inside was a set of black clothes. Bangu pointed to the clothes and said, "This is the combat uniform made by Emperor Tong for you. Just try it on and take a photo." Li Yuqian took it in his hand and patted the middle of his clothes. The combat uniform was worn on Li Yuqian like running water. The whole body is black, like a light armor, with very good ductility and defense. Bangu looked at Li Yuqian and liked it very much, and smiled. This dress is very suitable for you who has the ability to transform. Your mission this time is very difficult. Come on. By the way, little friend, please temporarily show us how you transform into a monster. Let's record it. We don't want the hero to accidentally injure you when he destroys the monster. We will only give relevant information to S-class heroes and keep it confidential, so don't worry. Li Yuqian held the clothes. His smile froze for a moment. And suddenly he remembered that he had told the Heroes Association before that he had transformed into a weirdo and got in. Li Yuqian looked at Bangu, Tatsumaki, and Saitama, who was watching the excitement, and compressed himself somewhat unhappily, making himself flat. After Bangu took a photo and recorded it, Tatsumaki covered his mouth and snickered and took Bangu away. Li Yuqian looked at the combat uniform in his hand and the 2 wages he had received this month. He stayed beside Saitama melancholy and took out a ham sausage. He held it in his mouth and said sadly, "I don't know if I can handle being a spy among spies." Chiyu seemed to see a man in yellow clothes on Li Yuqian. Saitama shook his head to get rid of the strange figure in his mind. Didn't I say that I would kill all the weirdo associations in a while? In this situation, should I go or not? Li Yuqian picked up the phone, looked at the names of the 2 contacts on the phone, and raised the corner of his mouth. Of course not. I feel like things are getting more and more interesting. Don't worry, the Monster Association is still growing and dormant, and the strongest one in it, Monster King Orochi, is still growing. You kill him now. How boring it is. Wait for a while, or I will treat you to a meal again, and I will make chicken soup for you to drink. When Saitama heard the word chicken soup, a bad memory came to his mind instantly, and he waved his hands quickly. Forget it. Saitama originally didn't bother to care about the weirdo association hiding underground in City Z. As long as they didn't jump out and jump around, Saitama felt that it didn't matter whether they were beaten to death or not. Saitama sighed. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chiyu looked at Li Yuqian on the side, thinking of his special ability, and an idea came to his mind. Maybe Li Yuqian can become my opponent. Saitama thought about Li Yuqian's wicked and smoking attack method again, and instantly lost his passion for fighting. Forget it, I don't want to be a big mouth. Li Yuqian moped for a few days and stayed at home for several days. From time to time, he found time to go out and kill a few weirdos and absorb the enhanced energy. The plot hasn't started yet, so I just need to check in every day. As for the special achievements, I am a double agent now, and some of them are ways to affect the plot. Li Yuqian was preparing to make a big one. When Li Yuqian was flying casually in the sky, suddenly the phone rang. Li Yuqian quickly answered the phone. Hey, it's the Jiongyan. I was just about to report the situation. I have successfully sneaked into the Heroes Association these days. And after fighting some wild monsters these days, I have become a B-level hero, and becoming an A-level hero is just around the corner. Oh, you are indeed my carefully selected spy. In this case, your intelligence work will begin. A bright voice sounded from the phone. Li Yuqian's expression remained unchanged, and his heart stopped beating. I happen to have information now, and I want to report it to you. The Hero Association has recently paid special attention to the legend of terrifying monsters in the suburbs of City Z. We must be careful. De Jiongyan has recently noticed that the Heroes Association often hangs around City Z. Is it because they're looking for the legend of scary monsters? De Jiongyan was very satisfied with Li Yuqian, who reported such useful information as soon as he joined the Heroes Association. Okay, you are worthy of being a senior agent of our weird association. Just keep your heroic actions as normal. If you kill some weirdos during the action, don't be sad. Those weirdos sacrificed their life for the great cause of the Weird Association, and they should be happy. De Jiongyan has also recently paid attention to Li Yuqian's heroic actions, codenamed Doxia. In order to sneak into the Heroes Association, killing some weirdos is something he can't do. Anyway, those weirdos didn't join the Weird Association, so De Jiongyan didn't think it mattered. If they could help Li Yuqian go further and climb to the top to obtain more valuable information, they would have deserved their death. Li Yuqian's voice was a little depressing and desolate. Okay, Master De Jiongyan, everything is for the Weird Association. My heart is open. As the phone was hung up, De Jiongyan felt that this subordinate was really loyal. With this person's help, why worry about the great cause? Li Yuqian just hung up the phone, and the next second another phone rang. Hello? Oh, it's Shichi. I was just about to report the situation. I have successfully sneaked into the Heroes Association these days. Bah, odd society. And because of some things, I have won the trust of one of the weirdo cadres, and becoming a weirdo cadre is just around the corner. Shichi felt that Li Yuqian was weird. What he said was like reciting lines. There was no emotion, only skill. Shichi and Li Yuqian made some secret codes, and Li Yuqian also took the opportunity to tell Shichi that the Weird Association vaguely discovered that the Hero Association was exploring something near City Z. Shichi immediately expressed his understanding and thanked Li Yuqian for reporting this information. After Li Yuqian hung up the phone, he felt in his heart that being a spy was not that difficult. There is no need to change the lines or delivery techniques, just a slight modification. It's simple. Li Yuqian destroyed Superman's world with one punch for several months, and officially became an A-class hero. After giving some information to the Monster Association and the Hero Association, he officially gained the trust of both parties. The development of the Weird Association has gradually become what it was in the original plot. All the dragon-level weirdos in the original plot have joined the Weird Association. Li Yuqian knew that the plot was about to start, and he could still stay in this world for 2.5 years to see how I would turn him upside down. Li Yuqian was not idle during this period. He took advantage of the punch-in opportunity to draw out several skills, as well as some props and garbage. He also strengthened his Justice Big Pocket skill, and succeeded after using it only 3 times. He was indeed the European Emperor. Justice Dabi Kabuto +1. The enhanced version of Justice Dabi Kabuto. As long as you slap the target, you can attack the target within your perception range. The immobilization effect is increased to 10 seconds. Because of your bad taste, the person who is unable to move under your control can speak, and you can use your superb skills to cause secondary mental damage to him. Psychokinesis. Mental power is transformed into psychokinesis, which can perceive situations within a radius of 10,000 meters and control objects weighing about 100 tons. Fight with water on your back. When you have water on your back, your combat effectiveness is multiplied by 2. Physique +1 card. Spirit +1 card. Pepper water, 7 wolves that can produce 10 times the pain. When the father sees that the son is not cold, he draws out the 7 wolves. Pull out paper, pull out paper. Alas, there are still as many paper drawings as ever. Wait, why is my skill introduction so weird? What is evil? Why can he speak? Slander me? Do you want to eat fried cakes? Satam on the side handed over a fried cake and looked at Li Yuqian, who was feeling happy in his heart. Li Yuqian took a pancake and ate it. The two of them were walking. To use a nice word, they were on hero patrol. Suddenly, an energy ball exploded in front of the two of them, and their fried cakes were blown away. Li Yuqian flew up without saying a word, flying towards the direction where the energy ball came from. Behind him, Satama jumped up and rushed over. You have money. Please give me some lychees. I've run out of pancakes. What do you want me to do with lychees? Li Yuqian burst out with terrifying speed. His whole body was like a missile, shaped like a missile, not in terms of speed. Li Yuqian found that he directly transformed into the shape of a missile and flew faster. At this time, in the middle of a city, a purple leather version of the Big Devil Piccolo was wreaking havoc on some surrounding buildings. The prince's tactics are being used, and various energy waves and energy balls are being hit everywhere. He is the vaccine man who appeared in the first episode of the first season of One Punch Superman. Li Yuqian also rushed to the scene at this time and discovered the vaccine man who was wreaking havoc. It's outrageous. I was patrolling City Z, and this vaccine man was wreaking havoc in City A. He was throwing energy bombs everywhere, and they were all thrown into City Z. There is really no sense of public morality at all. At this time, the vaccine man was condensing energy bombs at will. Blue energy balls appeared in his hands and were thrown into the city at will. At this time, heroes from City A have arrived and are attacking the vaccine people. For example, the A-class hero Smiling Superman wears a red tights and a smiley mask. Unfortunately, Smiling Superman is no match for the vaccine man. One of his energy bombs blew him away for who knows how far. The remaining A-level heroes and B-level heroes also couldn't withstand a few moves. Li Yuqian looked at the terrifying power of the vaccinated person and sighed that if he got sick, he would definitely be able to absorb a lot of enhanced energy. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian hit the vaccine man with a swish. Psychokinesis continued to accelerate Li Yuqian's body, and with a deliberate palm, he hit the vaccine man firmly on the face. With just one blow, the vaccine man's entire body froze, and then he hit the ground heavily. 10 seconds of strong control and 10 seconds of suffocation. This was a good opportunity. Li Yuqian immediately used a set of silky little combos. Stab in the eyes, choke, and kick someone's vitals. As soon as 10 seconds passed, Li Yuqian continued to talk to the vaccine recipient, and he was so full of control. After Li Yuqian finished taking the vaccine and continued to keep the vaccine recipient immobile, he took out a machete, pistol, and submachine gun from behind. I tried various weapons and found that these weapons were basically useless. Even the weapons were worse than using a machete to chop them down. Use your own special character template, plus the occasional enhancement cards, plus psychokinesis to strengthen your speed power. If I only use cold weapons to fight, I can actually break the vaccine people's defenses. Not bad, not bad. Li Yuqian felt that even if he didn't use the Dabi 2 now, he could still fight a ghost-level monster. When Li Yuqian was testing his strength, the vaccine man screamed crazily, with humiliation written on his face. Li Youqian's ferocious performance made the heroes who came from a distance continue to scream in admiration. I know him. He is the new A-class hero Doxia. He is a dark horse. I heard that he can become an S-class hero, but I didn't expect it to be true. That weirdo is probably a dragon-level weirdo, but it turned out that he was controlled by Doxia's super ability, just like fish on a chopping board. So handsome. Li Yuqian should have been in a good mood after listening to the words of the hero behind him. Although it's a little worse than the name Doxia, it's still better than the bald-caped man. Besides, the heroes later are all praising themselves for being strong. It must be a good mood to be praised. Unfortunately, Li Yuqian discovered something was wrong. The people who were vaccinated by Li Yuqian were not dead, even after so long. You're not a B asterisk 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 D. Can you hold your breath so well? I've been beating you for 10 minutes, suffocating you for 10 minutes, but you still won't die. At this time, the vaccine was still shouting crazily. Little bug, what did you do to me? Why can't I move? Li Yuqian frowned. After strengthening the skills of the Justice Dabido, the person being attacked can speak. What kind of enhancement is this? It feels so annoying. Li Yuqian slapped him and slapped him again. Don't scream at me. The purple face of the vaccine man began to turn dark. Human beings continue to consume resources and waste resources, which is why I was created. Human beings are just germs on the living body of the earth. How dare you, a germ, to insult me? Sure enough, bugs and germs like humans should be eliminated by me. Bang! Li Yuqian slapped the vaccine man to shut up, turned to look at the heroes behind him and shouted, "Which one of you has smelly socks? Block his mouth." At this time, the smiling Superman, who had been knocked away by the vaccine man, happily came over, took off his socks on the spot, and stuffed them into the vaccine man's mouth. The vaccine man smelled the extremely smelly socks in his mouth. His expression was distorted, his eyes glowed red, and his whole body began to expand. There are still long fangs growing out of the mouth, and the whole body swells to dozens of meters in size. The terrifying momentum even makes the surrounding heroes retreat. But the next second the heroes discovered that he couldn't move even after he became bigger. Li Youqian's arms became longer and rounded, and they still hit him in the face. Li Yuqian suffocated him for a while, and found that this guy didn't seem to need to breathe to survive, so he directly picked up the phone and shook the person. He didn't do enough damage, and the A-class and B-class people around him were not as good as him. Not to mention that the vaccine man in front of him transformed into a second-stage transformation, which seemed to be a mode that strengthened the body's functions. Saitama, where have you been? Why haven't you come here yet? Come on, there's a monster here, I can't kill it. At this time, Saitama, who had just finished helping the old lady cross the road, immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the place after answering the phone. Li Yuqian had just finished the call, and not long after, a slightly scrawled Saitama appeared in front of him. Li Yuqian pointed at the second stage, transform vaccine man. Go ahead, Saitama. The choice is you. Use normal punch now. Saitama punched out with a look of displeasure on his face, directly beating the huge vaccine man into a ball of blood mist. Li Yuqian was stunned and prepared to use the strengthening skills to absorb the energy of the vaccine man's body, but found that the vaccine man, who was beaten into blood mist, had only absorbed half of its energy. It's near the north. Don't let Saitama fight next time. It would be too wasteful to let Saitama fight. Damn it, and I hate that I can't kill people. One day, with this setting, Li Yuqian looked at this character template that could not be enhanced in terms of skills, and his face showed bitterness. How long will it take to save this? You should know that among Li Yuqian's skills and props, apart from the Justice Dabi Kabuto that has been strengthened once, the only remaining character template that cannot be strengthened is his own. Sure enough, the more special and precious something is, the more energy it requires to strengthen it. I have to hook up with another teammate and find an S-class hero to form a team. Saitama won't even be able to leave a complete corpse behind when he fights monsters. The plot is about to begin. Those powerful monsters in the series are full of enhanced energy. Never waste it. Saitama looked at the vaccine man who was hit by his punch again and sighed, "Another punch?" After Li Yuqian and Chiyu eliminated the vaccine people, they did not leave. As a joke, the Heroes Association would give them a lot of rewards for killing a dragon-level monster. As expected, when Li Yuqian and Chiyu teamed up to kill the vaccine man, the Hero Association rewarded them with a sum of money and took the opportunity to promote Li Yuqian to an S-class hero. Chiyu received 50% of the money, and Li Yuqian received 95% of it. That's outrageous. The vaccine incident occurred suddenly, but because the incident had just begun, it did not destroy most of the city like the original plot. Some monitoring equipment in the distance or nearby heroes could see the process clearly. However, the Heroes Association believes that Li Yuqian is the main combat force, and Saitama is only a last-ditch shooter. This outrageous subjective impression is as outrageous as Saitama's one-punch invincibility setting. However, this also aroused Li Yuqian's rebellious mentality. I have to let everyone know how powerful Saitama is, and I can't give his credit to others. Saitama doesn't care, as long as the money is enough for him. After Li Yuqian's strong fight and argument, Chiyu received another reward and was successfully promoted to a B-level hero. From now on, he no longer had to complete a task every week. Li Yuqian also redistributed 45% of the money to Chiyu. Then he leisurely took Saitama to find a small alley, took out any door from the space, and returned to Z City with Saitama. Looking at the sunset in the sky, Li Yuqian started his daily exercise. That's right, Li Yuqian had nothing to do, so he learned Saitama and started practicing Saitama-style exercise. Although there are no results so far, I don't feel invincible, and I don't even have bald hair, but I have developed a good habit after exercising for many days. Li Yuqian, who hadn't finished exercising yet, suddenly received a call asking him to meet on the rooftop. Li Yuqian, I heard that you killed a dragon-level weirdo. Just kill an ordinary weirdo for information. A dragon-level weirdo is an important combat force of the Weird Association, so you shouldn't kill him. De Jiongyan's voice was a little gloomy. Li Yuqian stood on a dilapidated high-rise building in the suburbs of City Z and sighed. Why do agents like to meet on the rooftop when they meet? Standing on the rooftop were Li Yuqian, the one-eyed De Jiongyan, and a huge humanoid weirdo who occupied most of the rooftop. He is wearing a black martial arts uniform, has 4 eyes, and a mouth full of fangs. He is one of the dragon-level cadres of the Weird Association, a hero. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on De Jiongyan's face. Don't change the topic, tell me. Li Yuqian, what do you think? Do you really think that joining the Heroes Association means you are no longer a weirdo? Li Yuqian complained in his heart. I am not a weirdo in the first place. To be honest, One Punch Superman's definition of weirdo is very vague, such as the S-Class Hero Pig God and the A-Class No. 1 Sweetheart Mask. If the Pig God eats people instead of weirdos, then he would be a weirdo. After Sweetheart Mask turns into a weirdo, he will still be a chivalrous and righteous person. Therefore, the main way to judge a weirdo in the world of One Punch Superman is actually by appearance, and whether it causes harm to human society. However, both humans and weirdos have such deep impressions on themselves that even Sykes stubbornly believes that there are no good people after becoming a weirdo. The inherent impression hurts Deadman. Just like Sweetheart Mask, it suffers from this disadvantage. In later comics, Li Yuqian remembers that after Sweetheart Mask was revealed to be a weirdo, countless people resisted and insulted Sweetheart Mask. It doesn't matter how much contribution Sweetheart Mask has made to mankind and how many weirdos it has killed. Human nature, alas. Li Yuqian sighed, and his face instantly became very sad, saying that it was time to show off his real skills. 3 days and 3 days later, Lord De Jiongyan, do you know how much I suffered in the Heroes Association? If my identity is exposed, I will die in an instant. But for the sake of the association and to find out more information, I will climb up step by step. I will reach the highest level. I want to Zhao Gaobei. Be an S-class hero. Do you know how much training I have suffered? Li Yuqian's sad expression and strong accusation made De Jiongyan stunned for a moment. then you shouldn't kill dragon-level monsters. Every dragon-level monster can play a big role. Liu Qian turned his head and exposed his back to De Zhongyan and Haojia without reservation. I don't want to kill a weirdo either. In fact, it was a bald hero who killed him. He is very strong. I saw him kill several dragon-level monsters with my own eyes. Once, he could kill a dragon-level monster instantly with one blow. Then he threw his head on the ground and showed it to me with a ferocious smile. You don't even know how cruel it is. My young mind suffered countless injuries. All I could do was take the credit for his work and delay his time to become an S-class hero. Maybe if he becomes dissatisfied, he will stop being a hero and fight against weirdos. Liu Qian directly described the terrifying bald devil from the perspective of a weirdo. Da Jiong's eyes seemed to be in disbelief. Is it true or not? Is there such a powerful person? Why have I never heard of it? Liu Qian waved his hand. That's not because I was the one causing trouble and secretly asked him to give the credit for eliminating the weirdos to others. Now the bald devil has begun to be dissatisfied with the Heroes Association. Sykes, who controlled the big bright eyes, rolled his eyes. He just started to believe this guy. This sentence was a bit outrageous now. Liu Qian looked at the big eyes that didn't believe him and shouted loudly, "You still don't believe it? Then just think of me as dead, rich and dead, the idol you picked. Just let me silently contribute to the weird association." It was only during this period that Liu Qian discovered that his acting skills were so superb. If he had not been reborn, he would definitely have entered the entertainment industry. The hero who had been silent all this time spoke disdainfully. It's really a meeting of eunuchs. It's nonsense. I've never heard of such a strong person. Tell me his location, and I'll go meet him for a while. Haojia has always disliked Liu Qian. After all, Liu Qian looks weak and weak, but his ability is a bit strange, Xiao Dao. Liu Qian was stunned. No, buddy, you're in a hurry to be reincarnated. Not with your level of strength. If you fight him, he will punch you and break him into 9 pieces. Liu Qian didn't really want to tell Haojia the location of Saitama's family. After all, Haojia was considered a dragon-level weirdo. In accord with the normal plot, he won't go berserk and stay in the weird association. When he wants to play a big game, he can be used as a tool. Otherwise, how can the big brother who drives the spaceship have so much fun? How else could Liu Qian cause trouble? In the end, Liu Qian didn't say anything. De Zhongyan next to him said directly, "The bald man he was talking about should be the one who lives next door to his house." The hero nodded fiercely, turned around, and ran towards Liu Qian's house. Hero doesn't believe that there are such strong humans in the world. You know, even the weirdo king Orochi can't punch himself into 9 pieces. No, Hero, you are serious. Damn, De Zhongyan actually investigated him. But Liu Qian was not panicked at all. After all, what he said was true or false. At least what the bald devil said was true. De Zhong stared at Liu Qian with one eye, wondering what he was thinking. In fact, De Zhongyan is also very confused. Liu Qian's ability is indeed special. His recovery ability is particularly strong, and his fighting method is also very strange. But I always feel that Liu Qian doesn't have the strength to kill dragon-level monsters. Is it possible that what Liu Qian said is true? It's impossible. That's even more outrageous. In just a few minutes, before De Zhongyan could figure it out, a huge amount of head flew over his head and then hit a ruin in the distance. Da Jiong looked at the blood dripping from the top of his head and took a look at the huge amounts of head. Isn't that the hero's head? Suddenly, there was a feeling that a terrifying creature was staring at him, and it came to his mind as if it was his natural enemy. Even the position of Sykes, who remotely controlled De Zhongyan, trembled. Liu Qian turned around and flew away without saying a word. He flew directly out of the 2-mile area, then found a rooftop and descended. Liu Qian patted his chest. Fortunately, the bald devil didn't find us. Otherwise, we would have been dead and my identity would have been exposed. De Jiong said with trembling eyes, "What you said is true. That man can really kill a dragon-level monster in an instant." Liu Qian burst into tears and complained in his heart, "Saitama, couldn't do it, so Hero could only be beaten to the head? How much energy would be wasted? But on the surface, it seems as if he is mourning the hero. I will say it. You will not listen. At this moment, Li Yuqian seemed to be a true, loyal minister. His bright eyes showed that he was true. I cried to death. Li Yuqian looked at the bright eyes behind him and felt speechless. If you hadn't been a puppet and died, not only would nothing have happened, but you would have exposed yourself. Otherwise, Li Yuqian wouldn't save you, this ugly guy. Compared to the Zhongyan, who gets a fixed salary every month, the Heroes Association, which has a lot of money, treats workers better. However, it should be said that the hero died too hastily. In the plot, the death was already hasty, but now he died even more hastily, without even revealing his special achievements. Bad review. Li Yuqian now understands that special achievements are a very confusing thing. Basically, special achievements can only be produced if they have a great impact on the plot and the entire world. For a hero like this who will be killed very quickly in the original plot, even if you kill him directly, nothing good will come out. De Zhongyan finally left alone with an ugly expression. Sykes behind him had to think carefully about how to deal with the terrifying bald devil. Li Yuqian suddenly said, Master De Zhongyan, please use the power and manpower of the Weird Association. De Zhongyan did not refuse and nodded. In City B, in a corridor, two bear-shaped monsters followed a man dressed in black with only two holes exposed. This strange combination is none other than Li Yuqian and Xiong Da Xiong-er. Xiong-er said naively, Brother Rich, what are we doing here? Xiong Da patted Xiong-er on the shoulder. You must have done something bad. We are all weirdos. What would we do if we didn't do bad things? That makes sense, Xiong-er said as if enlightened. Li Yuqian was not in the mood to tease fools. Are you sure that according to the information provided by the Weird Association, the scientist named Fu Kagao lives here? That's right. Li Yuqian is going to grab the potion that can turn a person into a terrifying giant. It's just one punch. In the first season of Superman, a crazy scientist named Fokker created a potion called Biceps King. This potion can turn a strong man into a giant several hundred meters tall. Li Yuqian said he was very greedy for the power contained in the potion. This thing is destined to me. How could a hero do such a thing of robbing things? So Li Yuqian is now a senior agent of the big Weird Association, a rich weirdo. Xiongda nodded. Don't worry, I said hello to the local weirdos and used their weird connections to find the guy you mentioned. He has a younger brother who likes fitness. He is still in City A, and his name is Fu Kagao. He must not have run away. It's in the basement of this building. Xiong-er was a little indignant. The local weirdo gang is so rude. I asked them to help find someone, but they were still not happy and insisted on beating them up. Li Yuqian thinks that the weirdos who can be beaten up by these two stupid bears are probably the shame of weirdos. Dog-level weirdos? Li Yuqian said nothing more and took Xiong Da Xiong-er with him. Without saying a word, he walked to the first floor, looked at the basement door, and kicked it up. Inside, I saw a tall, thin man wearing scientist white clothes and a muscular man eating hot pot. Family, who knows? My brother and I were eating hot pot and singing songs when suddenly the door was kicked open by a weirdo. Is there any natural law for this? Is there any law for this? With a bang, the door was kicked open, and the frightened Fokkergo's newly cooked fat beef rolls fell to the ground with a splat. Fokker looked at the three people who kicked the door open and instantly felt a dangerous aura. In other words, they're three weirdos. Although the leader is not sure if he is a weirdo, the two humanoid bears behind him are definitely weirdos. Fukergard immediately protected his younger brother in front of him and hit him tightly. Fu Kagao's younger brother also stood up immediately, showed a confident smile, and assumed various bodybuilding postures. How should I put it? I always feel a strange feeling. Oh, it is a kind of philosophical atmosphere. Fokker hid behind his younger brother, feeling that the three guys opposite him should have IQs, and shouted loudly, What do you want to do? Don't come over. My brother is very powerful. Li Yuqian glanced at Xiong Da Xiong-er behind him, but Xiong Da Xiong-er didn't react at all. Liu Qian coughed slightly. Fu Kagao, I heard that you're researching a potion that can make people stronger called the King of Biceps Potion. Give it to me, Kong Kong. Fokker's eyes rolled around, and a cunning light flashed. You are so thoughtful. Brother, stop the three of them. Hold on for a while, and I will find a way for you to beat them. Fu Kagao's younger brother was quite reckless. Without saying a word, he flexed his muscles and rushed towards Liu Qian, and raised his fist to give the tough gangster Liu Qian a good beating. There are only 2 holes exposed all over the body. Was he not a gangster? Fu Kagao turned around and rushed towards the table behind him, as if he wanted to get something. Liu Qian directly kicked Xiong Air aside. He didn't know what he was doing and looked stupid, causing Xiong Air to fight with Fu Kagao's younger brother. Not to mention, Fu Kagao's younger brother's muscles were not in vain, and he actually fought evenly with Xiong Air. If Fu Kagao's younger brother is allowed to be a hero, it won't be a problem to at least look like a B-level guy before playing an A-level game at the end. After all, Xiong Air is also a tiger-level weirdo. Unfortunately, don't forget that there is a big bear behind Xiong Air. The 2 bears work together to hold down this muscular man. Liu Qian directly used psychokinesis to control Fu Kagao's body. For an ordinary person, Liu Qian didn't need to use his Bidu. Just using any skill would be enough. Liu Qian flicked his fingers, and the medicine held by Master Fokker floated in the air and flew to Liu Qian's hand. Is this the King of Biceps? Liu Qian looked at the potion in his hand and asked with some uncertainty. After Fu Kagao was released from the psychokinesis control of his mouth by Liu Qian, he did not speak at first, but looked at his brother. It was obvious that his younger brother was no match for those 2 bears. His tone immediately became flattering. Yes, this is the King of Biceps, but I can't make it taste like strawberry yet. If you don't mind, you can take it. Fokker's main character can bend and stretch, but his eyes are still filled with distress. The materials used to make the King of Biceps are not simple, but very expensive. Damn it, where did these 3 bastards come from? Liu Qian was a little worried about using this thing, but Liu Qian felt that this potion could be turned into strengthening energy, so he absorbed it into the strengthening skills. The energy in the instant strengthening skill has increased sharply, but unfortunately the character template still cannot be strengthened. Xiong Daxiong Air at this time. The 2 weirdos had beaten Fu Kagao's brother to the ground and tied him up. Liu Qian is just like the villain. In the future, the good ones will let Xiong Daxiong Air snatch away all the research materials and items in the entire basement. Liu Qian stuffed them into the space behind him one by one. These are all good things. Fokker looked a little unhappy when he saw his home being evacuated, but he still smiled awkwardly. Big brother, aren't they all evacuated? Do you think they'll let us both go? My brother and I depend on each other for life. It's not easy. What Fokker Geo said made a listener sad, moved the listener, and even Xiong Daxiong and Xiong Air became sad. Wait, you 2 are weirdos. You 2 are so sad. Liu Qian felt that after he was reborn, he was no longer complaining, but just complaining all the time. Fokker is not a good guy. He was originally a scientist, but he lost his job because he conducted human experiments in violation of regulations. In the original plot, he used his talents to create the King of Biceps and turned his younger brother into a giant brother, trying to use his own wisdom and the power of his giant brother to dominate the entire planet. He is the real villain. Okay, now it's like I'm the villain. Jia. Don't worry, you 2 are so weak. You 2 are not worth killing me. Fu Kagao felt that the person opposite him was like a supervillain. He was really lucky that he could save his life this time. After all, everyone smiles so evilly. What else can be done? Fu Kagao breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, Liu Qian pointed at Fu Kagao. Second Xiong to Xiong. Hammer this guy to death. Wait, didn't you say you won't kill me? I won't kill, and I didn't say I wouldn't let my men kill. It's true. The psychokinesis restraints on Fu Kagao's body disappeared, and he fell to the ground with a slap, pointing at Liu Qian with a distorted face. Your soul egg. The next second, Xiong's big foot kicked Fu Kagao. The thin Fu Kagao died instantly without any hesitation. Xiong Air was still a little confused, No, isn't this great? We feel like bad guys. You're stupid. We are bad guys. We are weirdos. Xiongda directly slapped Xiong-er on the head. Yes, Xiong-er suddenly realized. Xiongda was very doubtful about how he got into trouble with this idiot brother. The Jiongyin actually suspected that brother Yuqian had a problem, but now it seems that brother Yuqian is so evil and bad. How could there be a problem if he looks like a villain? In comparison, his younger brother looks like he has a problem. Xiongda pointed at brother Fu Kagao, who was tied up with a collapsed expression. Brother Rich, what should I do with this guy? Beat him to death too. Li Yuqian waved his hand and led Xiong Da-xiong-er out of the basement with a look of indifference. Li Yuqian walked away in an arrogant manner, and Xiong Da-xiong-er, behind him, also imitated the arrogance. Fu Kagao's younger brother is obsessed with fitness, but his character is not bad. Li Yuqian is not prepared to kill him. Anyway, this kind of thing of robbing people and killing their own brothers must be done by villains. What does it have to do with my newly promoted S-class hero, Kabuto? Li Yuqian listened to the jingle of special achievements being completed in his mind, nodded with satisfaction, and got 10 more chances to check in. In an abandoned tunnel at the headquarters of the Weird Association in City Z, Xiongda and Xiong-er were describing how Li Yuqian suddenly used the power and men of the Weird Association this time. After De Jiongyan heard that Li Yuqian wanted to grab a human's potion and evacuate the person, he let out a scornful laugh when he left, and so on, after the villain's behavior. De Jiongyan finally believed that Li Yuqian was a pure villain and a real weirdo. At this time, Li Yuqian was staying in a laboratory. In front of him was a young child biting a lollipop. Brotherly, are you really sure you want to do this? You want to use the sun as a signal transmitter to transmit information deep into the universe? I think it is too dangerous. The child holding a lollipop is none other than the 5th S-class hero, the Child Emperor. Li Yuqian was currently wearing a Taoist robe, stroking the non-existent beard on his chin. How come the fortune I calculated for you before was not accurate? Last time, the Tang Emperor helped Li Yuqian make a combat uniform. Li Yuqian contacted the Tang Emperor out of gratitude. He also used the Taoist robe to calculate his recent fortune and told him to avoid minor disasters on a certain day. The products produced by the system must be high-quality products, and Li Yuqian did not think that Taoist robes would make mistakes. The Child Emperor struggled for a while and sighed. A person with super ability like this who is similar to prophecy must have deep meaning in what he does. Besides, Li has money, so it's not easy to work undercover for the Heroes Association and the Weird Association, which is full of terror and danger. A righteous person like this will definitely not do anything bad, although the electromagnetic wave signal to be transmitted is a bit outrageous. As Emperor Tong pressed the button, an electromagnetic wave signal was emitted from the radar antenna outside the laboratory base and flew towards the sun. Li Yuqian was excited. With one punch, Superman's world was finally going to undergo earth-shaking changes. He just had to wait slowly for the rest of the time. Li Yuqian thanked the Tang Emperor, turned around and took out any door from behind, opened it, and walked in. The Child Emperor looked at the disappearance of the Eniaman and said, "What a mysterious guy." After Li Yuqian returned home, the light outside was dim and it was already evening. Li Yuqian started playing the game without saying anything. Playing all night was nothing in front of Li Yuqian's special body. Li Yuqian had just stretched out and walked out of the room, but he had not yet breathed the first ray of air in the early morning. Just watched Saitama, the next door, kick open the door with a bang and jump downstairs. Saitama, who has always had a simple style of painting, today seems to have transformed from a stick figure into a 3D masterpiece with his lines and feeling. Li Yuqian had never seen Qiyu so energetic, and he flew slowly behind him. I saw several small sunspots suddenly appear downstairs. No, many small sunspots. He looks weak and small. The leader wears armor with 4 hands and holds 4 swords. He is originally black and wears shit yellow armor. He looks like a large cockroach. At this time, they were shouting crazily, "The world on Earth belongs to us." Saitama directly kicked the giant cockroach down with a flying kick. Then Saitama struck a pose and shouted excitedly, "Let's fight." Li Yuqian's lips twitched. These little sunspots, and the large and small sunspot cockroaches just now. Aren't they the underground man and the underground king who is the shame of the four kings? Ha ha! It seems that Saitama had a passionate dream last night. The main character of the underground man was able to bend and stretch, but in the next second they all hid in the cave and raised a white flag. Li Yuqian flew to the trampled underground king and absorbed the energy from his corpse. So weak, barely reaching ghost-level strength. Saitama looked at the real underground man with an emo look on his face and returned to his room. Maybe it was too different from the dream, and he was a little unhappy. Li Yuqian did not go back. Psychokinesis perceived the underground people in the underground cave, the underground kings, and weak chickens. These underground people seemed to be weak chickens too. Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something. With a slight lift, he pulled up all the underground people hiding in the cave. He looked at the little sunspot and smiled evilly. I heard that you are an underground civilization and live underground. Do you have gold, diamonds, or anything like that? After a while, Li Yuqian stuffed a lot of rare minerals, gold, diamonds, agate, etc., into his own space. Whistling, he took out the RPG from his back and said, "Explosion is art." He directly killed these little sunspots and turned them into enhanced energy. The underground man said, "Maybe we're not human, but you are a real dog." After Li Yuqian finished doing this, he swaggered upstairs. It was really pleasant to pick up money so early in the morning. Later, Li Yuqian started his daily routine, flying and patrolling over Z City, looking for any weirdos. Start with the psychokinesis restraint, then take out the submachine gun and go up just a few shuttles. If you're a tiger level or above, use the psychokinesis restraint first, and then take care of it with Dabi Kabuto. It can be said that it is a one-stop service, and Li Yuqian made it easy to call. Take a walk during the day. When you get tired of patrolling, you just pretend to tell the Weird Association some false information. The Hero Association has already prepared it, and Li Yuqian doesn't need to think about it. Then call Shichi and tell the Shichi Weird Association about the characteristics, appearance, and abilities of some dragon-level weirdos. These are all included in the original plot. Li Yuqian will give a little bit every other time, and a little bit every other time. The main thing is to pluck wool, then do the Saitama exercise method once a day, and finally read a book. Yes, it should be said or not, Li Yuqian is indeed a high school student who has just finished the college entrance examination. Originally, his intelligence level was at its peak, but Li Yuqian found that his mind suddenly had a lot of inspiration. In other words, because of the character template, if Li Yuqian learns, his IQ will get higher and higher. For example, the smart star in certain episodes sometimes becomes smart because he hits his head on the ground, and sometimes he becomes smart because he eats a book. And Li Yuqian found that the more he studied, the higher his IQ was. So, Li Yuqian decided that in the world of One Punch Superman, he must collect all kinds of information about this world. At the same time, strive to improve your intelligence and absorb the essence of this world. So these days, Li Yuqian has been extremely involved, and Chiyu, who was involved, was a little confused. I am so salty, and my brother is so stupid. I always feel like I have an uneasy conscience. So Chiyu disturbed Li Yuqian's study of involution every day. Days like this passed day by day. Li Yuqian's intelligence at this time was so terrifying, and he also learned a lot of relevant scientific and technological knowledge in this world. Li Yuqian has already begun trying to use Fu Kagao's information to deduce how the King of Biceps is made. He didn't ask about the manufacturing method of Fa Kagao's Biceps King before, but instead directly killed Fa Kagao. It's because Li has money, but doesn't have any skills like mind reading, hypnotic ability, and control. Li Yuqian was a little worried. Fu Kagao lied about some outrageous manufacturing methods, and even forced him to make potions for him. Li Yuqian was even more worried that Fu Kagao would add some weird things in it. For example, Lao Ba's secret hamburgers. As the saying goes, it's essential to be on guard against others. Fokago, you fart. How could I do such a thing? What on earth were you thinking? Li Yuqian, because if I were to put myself in my shoes, I would definitely do this and add Lao Ba's secret hamburger to the potion. Fokker. His silence is Cambridge tonight. But now it is a good choice to improve one's own technological level and use his data to deduce the manufacturing method of the king of biceps. Unfortunately, the technological level of this thing is quite high, and Li Yuqian needs to study it for a while. However, Li Yuqian found that he had accumulated enough strengthening energy without realizing it. Li Yuqian was overjoyed when he saw the words on the strengthening skills that could strengthen the character panel. Jia, jia, jia. I step on the horse to directly strengthen it. After a while, Li Yuqian felt that nothing had changed. At this time, Ah Wang's dull voice came from his mind. Reinforcement failed. Degree. Damn, I forgot there's a success rate. Li Yuqian was instantly heartbroken, but he had accumulated a lot of strengthening energy for a long time. Li Yuqian's resentment could feed 10 evil sword immortals. Even Saitama next door didn't complain about him as usual when he came over to eat and drink. Saitama, who was just about to call his adoptive father, was at a loss. Li Yuqian, what's the matter with you? Could it be that your identity as a spy has been discovered? Will you only be able to earn one salary in the future? It's okay. You already earn enough anyway. Saitama was chirping on the side, and Li Yuqian lay down on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Chiyu looked at Li Yuqian with that familiar expressionless face. Will Li Yuqian be assimilated by me? Chiyu thought of this, and then thought of Li Yuqian, Chiyu's daily exercise method, and started to pull Li Yuqian's hair with his hands. Stop pretending. Li Yuqian, are you bald too? Ha ha ha. Huh? Why can't you pull it off? I'm not bald yet. Li Yuqian said that he would be P************* D off by Saitama sooner or later. It's simply more annoying than the mosquitoes that keep buzzing next to you. At this time, Saitama also noticed the buzzing mosquito, and he swatted it casually, and the mosquito actually dodged away. Li Yuqian stretched out his hands toward Chiyu. Cook, just practice more. Saitama started to attack that damn mosquito crazily, and the more he attacked, the more exaggerated he became. Li Yuqian felt that this was not fighting mosquitoes, but demolishing my home. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis moved and immediately immobilized the mosquito. The next second, Saitama's veins popped out, and he swatted the mosquito to death with both hands. The air waves generated by clasping his hands together blew up Li Yuqian's bangs and blew the items in his home into a mess. Li Yuqian used a Leo flying kick to kick Chiyu, who was standing on his balcony, back to his balcony. I'm really convinced. I was already in a bad mood, but this guy is still acting in a sexy way. Li Yuqian was about to go home and lie down for a while when Saitama swatted mosquitoes on his balcony again, and the swatting became more and more exaggerated. One that can't be stopped. Li Yuqian is preparing to let Chiyu, an unscrupulous neighbor, experience what the iron fist of justice is. Suddenly, Li Yuqian looked at Saitama, who was jumping around on the balcony in pajamas and constantly swatting mosquitoes, and he looked more and more familiar. Li Yuqian turned on the TV casually, and it was as expected. At this time, the news on TV showed a large number of mosquito swarms suddenly appeared in Z City, and they are extremely bloodthirsty and aggressive. Please close the doors and windows and do not go out at will. If you encounter a mosquito swarm, please run away quickly without hesitation. Li smiled slightly. Mosquito. Mosquito girl. House of Evolution. Hee. Strength and energy. Isn't this happening again? I don't believe it can fail to strengthen for the second time. The House of Evolution is too mysterious. Li Yuqian's Heroes Association and the Weird Association searched for its headquarters, but could not find it. Fortunately, now, the Mosquito Girl has appeared. According to the original plot, after killing her, we can definitely lure the snake out of the hole and lead the Evolution House out. Then, jia. Li Yuqian let out a weird laugh, while Chiyu on the balcony next door was still fighting with mosquitoes. Hitting a mosquito made me feel like a god-level weirdo. The shock wave generated by hitting the mosquito in the air made the whole building shake. From time to time, they would argue loudly, this mosquito actually bit me on the head. I can't be killed. Damn it. I forgot to spray mosquito repellent on my head. Li Yuqian and Jie's mischievous atmosphere was broken by Saitama. Asterisk M. Li Yuqian could hardly bear to give Chiyu 2 big buckles to wake him up. Stop fighting. Yes, this building is going to collapse. Why, Mao, a bald devil like you can't kill a mosquito? Is this reasonable? It makes sense. Everything in the world has spirits except mosquitoes. From this sentence, you can see how terrifying mosquitoes are. While swatting mosquitoes, Saitama spoke seriously and strangely. Li Yuqian actually felt that it made sense. It was over. He was going to be brainwashed by Saitama. Li Yuqian took off directly from the balcony with a dark face, and psychokinesis scanned everything within 10,000 meters. Flying towards the place where mosquitoes gather, Saitama is still fighting mosquitoes for 300 rounds behind him. Li Yuqian expressed his curse that Chiyu was bitten by a mosquito and had the same hairstyle as Tathagata Buddha. In the residential area of City Z, a mosquito monster who resembled a woman was flying leisurely in the air, absorbing the blood offered by his little pets. Countless mosquitoes gathered together and wrapped her around, while she tasted the blood. She is the mosquito girl who escaped from the House of Evolution. What's going on? How do you do your job? You can't get enough of this. Little guys, you have to work harder. So it turns out that it's because of you, a weirdo, that the mosquitoes have such abnormal behavior and strange changes. You have harmed many citizens of this city. You, a weirdo, should be wiped out. A handsome blonde young man appeared at the entrance to the street. If you observe carefully, you will find that this handsome young man is made of metal and is a mechanical transformation man. If you control these annoying guys, as long as we get rid of you, the disaster should be over. Genos's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he launched an attack on Mosquito Girl. Mosquito Girl easily dodged a fireball. It's up to you. Ha ha. The food is delivered to your door. The children will suck him dry. Target locked. Genos ignored Mosquito Girl and opened fire. The incendiary cannon was turned on at full power, large or small, and all kinds of fireballs and pillars of fire were shot towards the Mosquito Girl. The mosquitoes summoned by the Mosquito Girl surrounded Genos, but Genos said, "Incineration cannon," and burned all the mosquitoes around him. Saitama must have been amazed by this efficiency in killing mosquitoes. After all, Saitama would kill every mosquito he fought for a long time. Not to be outdone, Mosquito Girl would sometimes use her own speed to the extreme, using the sharp mouth parts on her head to constantly hit Jeros's metal body. As the sound of metal colliding sounded, the mouth parts on the top of the Mosquito Girl's head directly stabbed the arm of the metal cyborg off. Before she could say anything harsh, she suddenly discovered that her legs had been cut off by the reformer. Now it officially begins. I won't let you go, Genos said firmly. The sound of explosions emanated from residential areas and spread far and wide. Li Yuqian had already arrived at the scene and stood on the roof of a building, watching the blonde cyborg fight the Mosquito Girl. At this time, the Mosquito Girl saw that the situation was not good and immediately flew high into the sky. He began to summon the mosquitoes he sent to the forest. Children, hurry up and give me the juice you worked so hard for. Countless mosquitoes continued to gather, forming a huge amount of black sphere directly in the sky. Let those with intensive phobia say they can't stand it. Li Yuqian felt a little uncomfortable. Saitama beside him agreed. There are so many mosquitoes, it's outrageous. Li Yuqian looked at Chiyu behind him in bewilderment, almost falling out of fright. Can you please stop standing behind me like a ghost next time? Scary people will scare dead man. Li Yuqian pressed the button, his heart almost beating out, and he said angrily. Saitama buttoned the mosquito bite on his head and said, I didn't follow you. It was the mosquito that flew this way. Do you think I killed it? Isn't it awesome? Saitama held an insecticide in his left hand and held a sprayed mosquito in his right hand like a treasure hunter. You're so awesome. Oh, you're awesome, Li Yuqian said directly. Saitama looked at the black sphere made of mosquitoes in the sky and looked at the insecticide on his hand. The portion doesn't seem big enough. The next second, Genos, the blonde cyborg standing on the street, fired an incineration cannon at full power directly towards the mosquito sphere in the sky. The terrifying incendiary cannon swept across a radius of 500 miles in an instant. Li Yuqian looked at his clothes and leaned back. He turned over on the spot and hid in his own space. Damn, I want to run around naked. After Li Yuqian stayed in the space for 3 seconds, he turned somersault again and appeared directly on the spot. Saitama, who was burned directly to the side and was completely naked, had a difficult expression on his face. This insecticide costs a lot of money, but does it really kill mosquitoes? Chiyu suddenly told a cold joke. Li Yuqian rolled his eyes and threw Chiyu a set of clothes. Li Yuqian and Chiyu's voices were too loud, which directly attracted the attention of Genos below. Genos originally checked that there were no signs of life within a radius of 500 meters. That's why in order to eliminate the mosquito girl, he directly used a large-scale burning attack. Unexpectedly, he almost killed 2 people. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to either of them. Genos looked at the 2 people talking on the roof and felt that these 2 people must be extraordinary. But before Genos could think about it, an arrogant female voice came from the sky. Mosquito Girl, who was originally mostly dark in color, changed her appearance drastically. Her whole body turned red, as if she had absorbed an unknown amount of blood. When Li Yuqian saw this, he couldn't help but shook his head. In this world, any weirdo with some fame can transform into the second stage. Would you like to embarrass a guy like yourself who can't transform into a second stage? At this time, the mosquito girl who entered the new platform did not pay attention to the 2 people standing on the top of the building. A bald man, a brat, not worthy of his attention. Let's kill the blonde cybernetic below first. Mosquito girl waved her hand, and the building next to her was cut in half. At this time, Mosquito Girl already had the power to explode buildings, which was many times stronger than when she started. Genos' attention was once again focused on Mosquito Girl, who seemed to have become much stronger. Suck blood to make yourself stronger? No one answered Genos' soliloquy. Mosquito Girl laughed crazily and rushed towards Genos like a sharp arrow. Genos just wanted to defend, or use the incineration cannon to restrain the Mosquito Girl's speed. But the Mosquito Girl in front of him suddenly accelerated and flashed behind Genos. Her claws directly cut huge amounts of wounds into Genos' waist. Should I say it, this weirdo is quite good-looking, but his feet and arms are too ugly. There are claws on his feet. He can't wear black stockings. He lacks a soul. Li Yuqian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. So, it must be because I can't wear white silk. That's why I lack soul. The voices of Li Yuqian and Chiyu Ode, their children, came from the top of the building. Such words directly attracted the attention of Mosquito Girl and Genos, who had been beaten to the point of paralysis by Mosquito Girl. Mosquito Girl threw Genos to the ground like throwing rags. You 2 cuties, you have quite a unique taste. Since you think my legs are not good-looking, then donate your blood and let me evolve again. Maybe I will become more and more beautiful. The Mosquito Girl smiled evilly and flew towards the 2 people on the roof. Her eyes were full of coldness. She actually said that my legs were ugly. She really didn't know how to live or die. Li Yuqian looked at Chiyu beside him. She's very Yandere when she talks like this. As the saying goes, it's a story that a Yandere likes others, but it's an accident that a Yandere likes herself. Alas, he's so handsome. There's nothing I can do about it. Chiyu felt that Li Yuqian's shamelessness was comparable to that of a god. Saitama's face twitched, and he punched out, ready to blow the mosquito away. Li Yuqian, like a prophet predicting the future, said urgently, "Beat him half-disabled, not to death. I have something to ask." Oh, Saitama's punch moved downwards a little, and the Mosquito Girl who rushed over the next second exploded her lower body. The blood spattered Li Yuqian's face. The Mosquito Girl seemed to want to say something, and her upper body fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, She was struggling desperately. By coincidence, Mosquito Girl's upper body fell right next to Genos, who only had half of his body left. That scene was extremely bloody. Liu Qian wiped the blood on his face. No, this is beating him to half a disability? You're almost beaten to death, right? You just said she is half disabled, right? Liu Qian. Liu Qian flew directly to the side of the two half-dead guys and poked the half-dead Mosquito Girl. She was indeed a mosquito weirdo. Her vitality was tenacious. Genos next to him is fine. If the lower body is missing, the lower body is missing. Anyway, it is a mechanical modification. Just go back and reinstall a lower body. At this time, Genos was looking at Saitama with shocked eyes. He was indeed a low-key master. The bag on the bald head seems to have a special meaning. Saitama felt weird being looked at by Genos' fiery eyes and subconsciously stepped back. Genos shouted loudly at this time, "Boss, be my teacher." Saitama. Liu Qian has nothing to do with Saitama and Genos. It seems that the format will be the same as the original plot, and it will develop into a master and apprentice later. It's pretty good. It just so happens that Saitama is not good at cooking, so with the Genos nanny, he can eat a few good meals. Liu Qian poked the Mosquito Girl. "Are you still alive? If you're unconscious, I will kill you directly." Mosquito Girl used all her strength to make a sound. "I'm still alive. Give me blood. Give me blood. I can recover." Liu Qian shook his head. "I'm not a villain. Where can I get the blood for you?" The Mosquito Girl jumped up suddenly, wanting to kill the man in front of her and suck his blood. Unfortunately, the next second, Mosquito Girl was pinned in the air, motionless. Liu Qian directly used psychokinesis to nail him in the air. Although his own psychokinesis was a bit reluctant to deal with the ghost-level monsters in his heyday. But dealing with a disabled person is not that simple. Mosquito Girl struggled desperately, but found that she could not move at all and immediately changed her attitude. "Brother, as long as you save this person, I will wear whatever you want me to wear. Fairy, don't try to break my Taoist heart." Liu Qian said that no matter how beautiful you are, you only have the upper body left, and it won't be easy for you to use this trick. Mosquito Girl struggled and shouted, "Let me go, let me go." Liu Qian said subconsciously, "I'm a hero. I'm not letting you off the hook. Why do I always let you off the hook?" Mosquito Girl, "Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Evolution House? I will let you suck blood." When Mosquito Girl heard about the House of Evolution, she trembled subconsciously, as if she thought of some unbearable experience. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can tell you, but you give me blood first. At least let my wound heal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you. I'm already going to die anyway." The Mosquito Girl looked at that hateful bald man, and it was he who punched her lower body to pieces. At this time, the Mosquito Girl's breath became weaker and weaker, as if she was about to burp in the next second. At this time, Mosquito Girl hoped that the location of the Evolution House headquarters would be important to the man in front of her, so that she could survive. Maybe it could make him and his bald friend turn against each other. After all, except for the bald man with blood around him, could this guy want to use his own blood? How much do you want? Liu Qian was a little entangled. Although he would not die, it would hurt him very much. The Mosquito Girl showed a weird smile. "It takes at least one person's blood to heal my wound. If I want to grow my lower body, I need more blood. Look, doesn't the bald man next to you happen to be the same person? Kill him, and I will tell you the location of the Evolution House." Mosquito Girl felt that she was right in her bet. The location of the Evolution House headquarters was indeed very important to this man. Liu Qian took out a fruit knife and pricked his finger lightly. "Hey, I'm speechless. There was a bloody disaster today." Mosquito Girl couldn't react for a moment. "Why did you make such a small opening?" "The wound has almost healed before the blood comes out. Okay." The next second, Liu Qian's finger spurted out green blood like a fountain. The amount of blood sprayed is the same as that of a high-pressure water gun. "Wait, green blood?" Mosquito Girl said that she had been drinking blood since she was growing up, and this was the first time she saw green blood. "Are you sure this is blood? Is this thing drinkable?" Liu Qian raised his eyebrows. Don't like green? I didn't spray it on your head. Forget it. Which color do you like? You choose it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the green fountain on Li Yuqian's finger began to become colorful, black and blue, but no red. Mosquito Girl said she was a little confused. What is going on? Wouldn't you die if you drank this kind of blood? Wouldn't it be poisonous? And the amount of blood sprayed, isn't it too outrageous? Do you have a blood bank in your body? Mosquito Girl felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker. Under the threat of death, Mosquito Girl didn't care. I drink. Li Yuqian poured the green fountain directly into Mosquito Girl's mouth. Within a few seconds, Mosquito Girl's condition improved a lot. Granulation began to grow on her wound, and the wound gradually healed. Although her lower body did not grow back, her life was obviously saved. When Li Yuqian saw this, he waved his hand, and the green fountain disappeared instantly. Mosquito Girl seemed to be a little unsatisfied. Unexpectedly, although the color of the blood was a bit strange, it tasted surprisingly good. The green blood gives me the feeling of running freely in the forest under the sunset. That was my childhood without any regrets. Li Yuqian looked at the dazed Mosquito Girl and felt a little guilty. Damn it, you don't know how to drink my blood. Are you stupid after drinking it? Although my blood is not red, it looks the same except for the color. Li Yuqian poked her newly healed wound, and the Mosquito Girl immediately came to her senses and screamed in pain. Li Yuqian patted his chest. Okay, I thought you were stupid. Now you can tell me the location of the Evolution House headquarters. The Mosquito Girl looked at her newly healed wound. It was obvious that it had not yet healed, and her skin was relatively pink, so she was poked by Li Yuqian. The pain was definitely no worse than rubbing salt on a wound. I instantly felt that this guy was not a human. He was a real dog. I can tell you, but you have to let me go after you know the location, and give me enough blood for any time. Li Yuqian nodded and swore very sincerely. If I lied to you, my chi would be hit by a car when I went out and step on dog poop while walking. How miserable it would be. Saitama, who was chatting with Genos at the side, his expression instantly distorted. No, I'm next to him. Don't you do this kind of thing behind anyone's back now? Mosquito Girl was very satisfied when she saw that Li Yuqian swore, and directly told Li Yuqian the location of the Evolution House. After Li Yuqian knew the location, he pushed the Mosquito Girl back casually and stuffed her into his own space. He turned around and ran towards Saitama. At this time, Genos, with only half of his body left, was loudly telling his determination to worship Saitama as his disciple. Li Yuqian looked at Saitama, who had the three characters fear of trouble written on his face. Li Yuqian rolled his eyes, leaned into Genos's ear, and whispered a few words in a low voice. Genos looked like he was enlightened. He immediately shouted to the two of them, "See you tomorrow." Then he turned around and crawled there with one of his arms. For people who don't know, looking at this scene, they might think that Li Yuqian and Chi were the villains just now. Genos might have felt that he was climbing too slowly, so he jumped up with one hand, and then looked for some of his broken bodies to condense. Xiofan actually put it back on, then held up the steel skeleton of his lower body, waved to the two of them, and then left. Li Yuqian and Chiyu. Old man on subway, looking at mobile phone.jpg. In fact, we can help you pick up the parts near you without having to jump around with one hand to get them. 4 years ago, when I was 15 years old, I was a human being. In such a chaotic world, my family and I lived a peaceful and happy life. But one day, an evil rampaging robot appeared. To my town, it destroyed everything about me, but I miraculously survived. My savior, Dr. Kusno, saved me. You transformed me and gave me strength. At Saitama's house, Genos was telling his story endlessly. So that's it, Saitama mused. Over the years, I have been pursuing the whereabouts of evil robots and eliminated many evil weirdos and evil organizations. However, I have never obtained the whereabouts of evil robots, which makes me more and more impatient. Until I met the mosquito weirdo before, I started a head-on battle without doing any data analysis. The two gentlemen also knew what happened next, and I was rescued by others. I felt that my responsibility was even greater, and I wanted to make myself become stronger. Hey, don't talk to yourself so much. Saitama looked at Geno's small mouth and said a long string of words. I feel like my head is going to explode. Chiyu, I'm not telling you. You are so unsympathetic. People are so miserable, and you still don't let them talk. Liu Qian looked at Chiyu and shook his head. Saitama Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Which guy is it? Last time I was a little more talkative and just said I came from Dunhuang. There are so many murals. Liu Qian had an innocent expression on his face. Who said that? I'm a hen. Chiyu was used to Liu Qian's shamelessness, so she rolled her eyes and said nothing. He turned to Genos and said, Genos, mainly because I think it's too troublesome to teach my disciples. Genos took his time and presented the greeting gift. Saitama looked at the stack of money and swallowed. Genos, do you think I'm this kind of person? Genos silently took out another stack of money and said righteously, From now on, the teacher's housework and cooking will be all done to me. As long as you become my teacher, that is my greatest wish. Saitama lamented in his heart that he was definitely not moved by money, but that this child's life experience was too pitiful and he couldn't stand it. Saitama accepted the money with some embarrassment and also accepted his apprentice. Chiyu lamented that he and Liu Qian had known each other for so long, but it was still because of his noble moral character that he was not assimilated by Liu Qian. My moral character is still too high. Omega, Liu Qian, no, if you think like this, it means you have been assimilated by me. Genos became excited when he saw Saitama accepting him as his apprentice, and his mouth was like a small steel cannon, chattering endlessly. Teacher Saitama, I have a reason to become stronger. For years ago, Saitama looked at Genos, who kept talking and felt a little regretful about accepting this apprentice. Sure enough, being a teacher is very troublesome. It's a pity that he gave me too much. At this time, Liu Qian didn't care about the master and apprentice's activities to deepen their relationship. At this time, Liu Qian was reciting silently in his heart, Sanxing, Buddha, Jesus God, bless me. Don't let me produce so many rubbish paper. Let's test the water first with 10 rounds. Liu Qian directly used the 10-card drawing opportunities he had saved during this period. Height-increasing medicine. No matter how tall you are, you will become 1.6 meters after taking this medicine. The dwarf tribe said that this medicine really works. Eliminate one of the items in the check-in reward. Pull out paper. Pull out paper. Liu Qian. What the hell is that height-increasing drug? You're 1.6 meters tall. You're so tall. Wait. Liu Qian found something useful among these 10 pieces of garbage. Eliminate one of the items in the check-in reward, if I guess correctly. Liu Qian instantly became nervous and used one of the items that eliminated the punch-in reward and set it to draw paper. Liu Qian casually took out a tissue from the space. If all the tissue he had drawn before were there. In other words, we are talking about eliminating paper draws from the punch-in reward pool. Ha! This hateful thing has finally disappeared. Without this evil paper, I don't believe it. I can't draw good things. I'll just stud them all. Super strength. Gain powerful strength, with the strongest strength reaching 100 tons. Super speed. Gain extremely fast speed, reaching supersonic speed as soon as possible. Transformation. Can transform into other people's appearance. Lao Lu's best skill. Super healing. Obtain super healing ability, which may not be useful to you. Aguang's complaint. Roll paper, roll paper, roll paper. Liu Qian. There is a big difference between pulling out paper and turning it into rolled paper. This system is cheating me. What the hell? Is there a super cure? While you, Aguang, can always give me some new tricks, I really appreciate you. Degree. All the punch-in opportunities he had saved so far were used up. Liu Qian struggled for a while, gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, strengthening his psychokinesis skill. Psychokinesis +1. Can perceive information within 100 miles radius and control objects reaching tens of thousands of tons. It was done in one go. God help me. Liu Qian now feels terribly strong. Now for mail channels, please call me Li Outyin. For female channels, please call me Nyokalu and Liu Qian. Genos on the side looked at the dizzy Liu Qian, then turned to look at his master. Saitama took it for granted and even comforted Genos. It's okay, just get used to it. He always does this. Liu Qian seemed to be playing Genshin Impact and had just reached the maximum level of a certain character. At this time, he was gearing up and wanted to find a few people to beat him up. Liu Qian turned around and looked at Chiyu and Genos. Let's go, friends. Let's destroy the evil villain organization, Evolution House. Liu Qian said, took out any door from behind, placed it in the room, and opened it directly. Inside the arbitrary door is a high-rise building in the forest. It is obvious that it is the headquarters of the Evolution House. Liu Qian dragged Chiyu and Genos in and warned, Genos, don't go in for a while. Just use the incendiary cannon to blow up the building. Genos was a little confused, but that's more efficient. Liu Qian waved his hand. I want the cannon fodder in the Evolution House to be useful. You can't even leave their corpses with one shot. It's such a waste. Genos nodded and followed Liu Qian into the door, looking at the door with eyes full of curiosity. Liu Qian felt like he had forgotten something. Mosquito girl in backpack. In a dense forest, a reinforced concrete structure building is extremely conspicuous. After Liu Qian and the others arrived at their destination through the random door, they took a look at the scenery. Liu Qian couldn't help but sigh. It's outrageous that the Heroes Association and the Weird Association can't be found in such a conspicuous place. Genos did not directly raise his hand to incinerate the cannon and burn the building to ashes like in the plot. He turned to Liu Qian and asked, Mr. Li, what are we going to do next? Liu Qian snapped his fingers, and the next second, the appearance of the three people changed drastically. Liu Qian turned into a big frog with a knife, Saitama turned into a mantis man with his brain exposed, and Genos turned into a slug with a human face. Chiyu touched his head and felt that Liu Qian did it on purpose. Liu Qian's face showed unusual confidence. These three guys are also from the evolutionary family. Chiyu, you also know what I do. Under my leadership, we pretended to be members of the Evolution House and sneaked in, and then took the opportunity to catch them all. Genos raised his hand. I still think it would be better to blast this building with one shot. Resistance is futile. Oh, Liu Qian knew that the building above the Evolution House headquarters was full of weirdos. It would be a pity if Genos burned it all. Moreover, you can take this opportunity to experiment with your newly acquired skills. Liu Qian walked towards the Evolution House building with Saitama and Genos very confidently. I walked in very confidently, and then I ran into three weirdos, namely a gangster frog weirdo with a knife, a mantis man, and a human face slug. Liu Qian, it's a little different from what I thought. Forget it. Let's just do it. Liu Qian's psychokinesis swept across 100 miles, and a faint red light began to emit from around his body. At this time, the underworld frogs headed by three people on the opposite side shouted loudly, Who are you? The mantis man on the side, half of his brain exposed, patted his brain as if he had discovered something and shouted loudly. The frog opposite can actually glow red. Is a mutation? A special transformation? Liu Qian. It turned out that after a long time of doing it, the three idiots on the other side didn't notice it. It's right to think about it. The Evolution House creates weirdos. It's impossible to create only one of each type. Behind every successful type, there are failures. Liu Qian instantly stopped what he was doing. Yes. It's the boss who asked us to gather together in the lobby on the first floor. The three of you just want to inform us. The three naive weirdos across the street immediately agreed, turned around, and ran upstairs. Brothers, we're coming down. The boss is yelling for us to assemble. After a while, the hall on the first floor was crowded with frogs, mantises, slugs, lions, and tigers. It was like a zoo, with more species than the zoo. The Lion King and the armored gorilla in the plot were also among them, standing in the hall in a daze. Liu Qian saw that no one was coming downstairs anymore, and patted Saitama on the shoulder. Go ahead. Saitama uses the continuous normal group. In the next second, A burst of blood mist splashed across the hall, and the bald devil killed all the weirdos with a series of ordinary punches. Li Yuqian was absorbing the energy in the blood mist. Li Yuqian felt that he knew Qiyu as a thug quite well. It would be better if Saitama could leave the whole body behind when he kills the monster. After a while, all the weirdos on the first floor were defeated, and Li Yuqian's psychokinesis perceived the situation within 100 miles. He took Saitama and Genos into the elevator and pressed directly to the first floor. At this time, Dr. Kinos, the founder of Evolution House, watched the video on the screen and fell into deep thought. A mantis man, as if he had activated a plug-in, was killing the weirdos of the Evolution House on the first floor of the Hua House building. What is the number of this mantis man? I don't remember any special experiments on the mantis man. Dr. Genos stood next to a group of clones who looked exactly like him. A clone holding a notebook replied, "Maybe the scraps we discarded outside have undergone special changes." Dr. Kinos looked at all the monsters that were eliminated on the screen and felt a little distressed. After all, it was all his own efforts. However, Dr. Kinos took a look at the mantis man in the video and the two strange weirdos behind him. That special frog seems to be absorbing the surrounding blood mist. But isn't that the Mosquito Girl's ability? Maybe the three of them are special mutants that can allow me to successfully break through the limits of biology. But they look menacing, and we have no more weirdos to resist them. Dr. Kinos smiled confidently. Even if they mutate, they are still creatures created by me. I have my own way to control the three of them. Li Yuqian and the other three came to the underground through the elevator, and what they saw was a group of Dr. Genos who looked exactly the same. They also set up 3 tables with a bunch of flies, a bunch of mysterious liquid, and a bunch of slime on them. Dr. Kinos, who was dressed a little differently, happily greeted him. "Children, for some reason I didn't discover your talents. This is my fault. What have I prepared for you? The special flies that frog monsters love to eat, the maintenance lotion that can protect the scalp, and the special mucus that slugs love." Li Yuqian's head turned, and he knew that Dr. Genos was thinking wrongly. He snorted coldly, and the appearance of the 3 of them gradually returned to normal. "You guessed wrong. We are not the weirdos you created." "Wait, Saitama, why are you going to get that?" Saitama casually put away the special skincare lotion that could take care of his scalp, and then whistled as if nothing had happened. Li Yuqian, he said taking care of his scalp does not mean growing his hair. Li Yuqian chose to ignore the embarrassed Saitama and looked at Dr. Genos. "If you don't tell secret words, you can prepare these things in advance. It means you also know what we are doing upstairs. Do you want to live or die? I need your research information and your trump card, the one-horned Azura." At this time, Dr. Genos, who secretly gestured to the clone to release the one-horned Azura, was stunned. "How on earth do you know so much information? I have precognitive ability, and it's normal to know some unknown secrets." Dr. Genos looked at the 3 people in front of him suspiciously. "Aren't you afraid of the one-horned Azura?" Li Yuqian pointed to the bald Saitama next to him. "Is the perfect human being you dream of. He has broken through the human limiter and is basically invincible. You study this kind of thing, so you should know how strong he is." Dr. Kinos looked at the bald man who was applying maintenance lotion on his head and snorted coldly. "Do you think I believe it? This bald man has broken through the limitations of biology. Although he is very strong, I don't agree with your statement. If he is so awesome, he can grow his hair." "Saitama, you can't speak, so you don't have to speak." Li Yuqian said directly, "Oh, Xiaoyu, given the whole job." Saitama had no expression on his face, punched to the side, and with a bang, a huge amount of hole was drilled out of the underground base. Looking into the hole, it was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the bottom. Dr. Kinos's face changed drastically, and then he shouted loudly, "No, this place is going to collapse." The next second, the entire underground base began to shake, as if it was about to collapse in the next second. Li Yuqian took out any door from behind, opened it, and ran out. Saitama, Genos, Dr. Genos, and several clones barely ran out. The remaining clones and the entire underground base collapsed. At this time, Li Yuqian and others watched the building that was originally in the forest gradually collapse and turn into ruins. Li Yuqian was speechless. He could have killed Dr. Genos and grabbed the research materials in the base. But now, the whole base has collapsed. Deshachan, what did you do? Saitama scratched his head. I didn't mean to do it. Who knew this base was so fragile? Suddenly, there was movement in the ruins of the Evolution House building. A figure rushed out from the ruins. He was a humanoid one-horned fairy. His body was somewhat broken, even scarred. What be D brought this place down? Who just hit me? Azura Unicorn, because of its super fighting power but bad character and low morals, was imprisoned by Dr. Kinos and put into a deep sleep. As a result, someone suddenly punched him while he was sleeping, almost killing him. Help, who knows? I was sleeping at home when I was suddenly punched and my home collapsed. Li Yuqian raised his hand directly to him. I know. Come closer, and I'll tell you. As Li Yuqian spoke, he approached Azura, one-horned immortal, then raised his hand and slapped him with a handkerchief tied on his hand. It's a pity that Azura, one-horned immortal, retreated instantly, as if he sensed something terrible. Li Yuqian's big bag didn't hit him in the face, but it was empty. Is this guy's biological instinct? He's really good at saving lives. Azura's face was full of vigilance. What a shameless guy, but you don't seem to be the one who beat me. If you let Genos go, I won't trouble you. Azura Horned Fairy hated Genos who trapped him, but he knew that only Genos could make him stronger. Li Yuqian shook his neck, stretched his muscles, and flew towards him without saying a word. I'm not a shameless guy. I'm a hero. Li Yuqian and Azura Unicorn started fighting. Li Yuqian went through various miscellaneous learning during this period. Fighting is naturally one of them, but Li Yuqian's fighting method has only changed from the original Wang Bakwen to a scientific and systematic punching method. It was crisp and neat, but seemed a bit stiff. Under the influence of super strength and super speed, Li Yuqian was still pressed and beaten by Azura Unicorn, who did not have the second stage of transformation. Azura Unicorn was a little excited because he found that as long as he avoided Li Yuqian's slap attack, his body would not feel the terrifying feeling. As long as I'm careful, I can kill him. This is what Azura Unicorn thought in his heart. At this time, Saitama and Genos were watching the battle. Genos looked at this terrifying war and said, I didn't expect Mr. Li to be so strong. Saitama nodded and added, the most amazing thing about Li Yuqian is his weird abilities. If he gets a chance, the big bug above will be killed by him soon. Dr. Genos on the side looked at Saitama and Genos chatting enthusiastically and was speechless. Aren't you afraid that his grades will fall behind? Dr. Genos did not run away. He looked at Saitama, who was speaking, turned around, and looked at the fighting Li Yuqian, and just stayed there without moving. Dr. Kinos knew that although the two people next to him seemed to ignore him, if he really ran, they would definitely stop him. And maybe kill yourself. At this time, when Li Yuqian and Azura Unicorn were fighting inextricably, Li Yuqian suddenly glowed red. Psychokinesis turned into an invisible binding force, binding Azura, the one-horned immortal. The next second, Li Yuqian slapped him in the face with a big slap. Azura, one-horned immortal. The biological instinct constantly warns herself that if she is photographed, there will definitely be a big crisis. Under this pressure, Azura Unicorn Immortal directly started the second stage of transformation. His whole body glowed with blue light, his body began to expand, and his horn became super huge. He wants to activate the rampage state, the kind that makes no distinction between the enemy and ourselves, and his combat effectiveness increases dramatically. Unfortunately, it was already too late for the second stage transformation at this time, and Li Yuqian slapped Azura Unicorn on the face with a big slap. Li Yuqian said very coldly, "Oh, Polstig, Muexan leads the way." "Nanny," Saitama in the distance said, "don't hold your voice while dubbing. It's so weird. Tisich, you guy who doesn't understand humor." Li Yuqian rolled his eyes and covered Azura's mouth. Time passed by, and the powerful dragon-level monster Azura Unicorn actually died of suffocation. What's more, the body that swelled hugely gradually dried up, and the energy in the body was absorbed by Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian estimated that to strengthen the energy, it would be enough to kill a few ghost-level monsters or one dragon-level monster, and he would need to do another stud. Li Yuqian slowly floated back and looked at the silent Dr. Gynos with a smile. There's an old saying that goes, "Those who work in the West are the heroes." What do you think? Dr. Kinos raised his eyes on the bridge of his nose. It seems like I have no choice. What? You want to be a good person? Ah, Dr. Kinos was a little confused. Li Yuqian's face remained calm, and his heart stopped beating. Following me is the first step to becoming a good person. Dr. Kinos felt that the guy in front of him was so shameless, but he still nodded. The data I am researching are all in the underground base. Now that the underground base has collapsed, although all the information is in my mind, I need time to write it out. Li Yuqian gave a bad laugh and said, "Don't worry, I'll prepare a good place for you." Li Yuqian said, opened any door, and walked in with Dr. Gynos and his clone. Saitama and Genos followed closely, and Genos looked at the ruins of the Evolution House. He muttered to himself, "It seems that the rampaging robots back then were not from the Evolution House either." Saitama patted the distracted Genos and said, "What are you thinking about? Let's go quickly. Be careful of Ligo," and close the door. Genos came to his senses and quickly followed in. He also said next to Saitama, "I really learn a lot today and gain a lot." "Really? That's good." Although Saitama didn't know what Genos learned, he just wanted to be happy. "Ah, no, you give me such a dangerous person to look after. I'm just a child." The child emperor, who was eating a lollipop, felt that he had been cheated. Li Yuqian quickly praised the child emperor. "You are an S-class hero, not an ordinary child. I believe you." He couldn't wait for the child emperor to refuse, so he turned to Dr. Genos behind him and said, "You should stay with the child emperor from now on. You are very dangerous. The goal behind you is indeed quite noble. I want to be able to research information, and I won't get it for nothing. I'll give it to you." Li Yuqian took out a monster cell and the body of the abomination from the space behind him and threw them to Dr. Kinos. Dr. Kinos' technological level is still very high in terms of biological modification. Dr. Genos was silent for a while, then pointed to Saitama, who had nothing to do, and asked in a curious tone, "Didn't you say that he broke through the limits of living things? How'd he do it? Some kind of biological modification relying on this?" Dr. Genos pointed to the abomination's corpse and the weirdo's cells. Li Yuqian shook his head. His method of becoming stronger is a special case. He broke through his limits through simple exercises. Dr. Kinos seemed a little unconvinced, and Li Yuqian added, "It's like you were born with a higher IQ than others. Talent is something that cannot be explained clearly." Li Yuqian didn't say anything further, and asked the child emperor to strictly guard Dr. Kinos, and reported the destruction of the Evolution House to the Heroes Association. I received some rewards and took the opportunity to recruit Genos into the Heroes Association, saving me from having to wait for the next election of the Heroes Association. Although because of Li Yuqian's intrusion, Genos did not become an S-class hero as soon as he entered the Heroes Association, but Genos is not Saitama and does not have that weird curse of not being famous. I believe that with his strength, he can become an S-class hero in a while. Li Yuqian's next life was simple, constantly absorbing various scientific knowledge from the Superman world and following Dr. Genos. On the one hand, I will take care of him, and on the other hand, I will learn his biological modification technology. Li Yuqian obtained the monster cells from the Jiongyan. His ability to make people stronger and turn them into monsters is of great research value. Abomination is also very valuable to study. After all, to some extent, Abomination is a very successful super soldier. Because Abomination can transform back into a human. That is to say, he is the second stage of human transformation. When Dr. Kinos saw these two good things, he stopped thinking about them and began to study these two things wholeheartedly. Li Yuqian continued to absorb his biomodification technology, and Dr. Kinos didn't say anything. Anyway, he felt very happy, because he found that Li Yuqian's IQ seemed to be constantly improving during his studies, and people with high IQs and high IQs should be able to understand each other. Dr. Kinos feels that one day, Li Yuqian will also devote himself to his great goal, allowing everyone in the world to evolve perfectly and break through the limits of biology. Li Yuqian also feels that the higher the IQ, the more rational one becomes, which is a bit bad. Now Li Yuqian can use the information left by Fu Kagao to research the king of biceps. However, Li Yuqian discovered that those raw materials required the body of a dragon-level monster, as well as some special and precious materials. Becoming a biceps king is not worth the gain, so it is better to absorb it yourself in order to strengthen the energy. However, Li Yuqian discovered the medicine of the king of biceps and the data obtained from studying the abominable body, plus the weird cells. There's also the biomodification technology studied by Dr. Kinos himself. Li Yuqian seems to be able to develop a more powerful medicine or cell. Li Yuqian had a flash of inspiration and took action directly, even making a test potion. Alas, there is nothing he can do if he is too smart. Li Yuqian thought that his IQ would be too high when the time comes, and when he sees Dasha Chunqiu, he will definitely say the famous sayings of Pai Daxing. No, friends, we seem to have drifted apart. We were very happy together in the past, but now we are not compatible. We should go our separate ways. This is life. Then Saitama cried, "Jie, jie, jie." That scene was so fun. Chiyu on the side looked at Li Yuqian with a confused look on his face. Isn't this guy stupid? Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something happy. He turned around and snatched the lollipop that had just been opened from Tong Emperor's hand. He turned around and opened any door and walked towards his home. Chiyu followed closely, and Li Yuqian said that he had learned enough and had to go back to hang out for a few days and relax. Dr. Kinos, well, maybe I'm different from Li Yuqian. No matter how high their IQ is, they are still idiots. After Li Yuqian returned home, he rubbed his head and saw that there was no sign of baldness on his head, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Genos has already prepared meals at Li Yuqian's house, and he is indeed Saitama's housekeeping robot. After a hearty meal, Li Yuqian thought of his mission for the first time in a long time and sent some information to the Heroes Association and the Weird Association respectively. It can be said that my mission has been completed again. After doing all this, Li Yuqian instantly felt a lot more relaxed, lay down on the sofa, and turned on the TV. The result was a screen-opening critical hit. A group of bald heads were smiling evilly on the TV. On the TV, the news is being broadcast. This group of criminals wore special uniforms and destroyed high-rise buildings in City F. They called themselves the Taoyuan Group. It promotes the creation of a beautiful world where you can have money to spend and food to eat even if you don't have to work. The biggest feature of rejecting 996 is that all its members are bald. But in fact, they are very dangerous, so if the general public sees bald heads, they must stay away to protect their own safety. Li Yuqian saw the news and quickly called Chiyu over. Look at this news, it's making me laugh to death. During this period of time, Saitama has become a B-level hero and does not need to complete a fixed task every week. So Chiyu carried forward his spirit of showing off and followed Li Yuqian around when he had nothing to do. But now Li Yuqian is either reading or fighting monsters. Saitama was quite bored during this period. Suddenly he heard some interesting news, so he came over. The next second, his expression was distorted. Ah, damn it. This group of bald heads actually ruined the reputation of bald heads. What do you mean by staying away from bald heads? No, I want to bring them to justice and let the citizens know that there are heroes among the bald. Saitama was fierce and put on his shit yellow uniform. Li Yuqian, use any door quickly. We must not let these guys who ruin the reputation of bald heads escape. By the way, are you going? Li Yuqian took out any door from behind and opened it. Forget it. Go ahead. I have something to do. Okay. Chiyu didn't look back. He had never seen him so active before. Li Yuqian helped Qiyu close the door, opened it again, changed the destination, and walked in. In the space behind Li Yuqian, Mosquito Girl felt like she had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes and was about to starve to death. It was as if the doggy man from before had forgotten about her. Help! If no one comes, I will starve to death. Give me some blood. If it doesn't work, you can give me food. I won't recover from my injuries first. Just don't let me starve to death. Mosquito Girl has now changed from red to white. In order to survive, Mosquito Girl directly forced herself to degenerate. Because of her weakness, Mosquito Girl's head was groggy. She suddenly heard a movement and quickly looked up. Brother, you are finally here. If you don't come, I will die. Give me blood. Li Yuqian looked at the extremely miserable Mosquito Girl, nodded sympathetically, and leaned to the side, revealing 10 big fat pigs behind him. Mosquito Girl, you don't want me to suck pig blood, do you? Li Yuqian nodded as he should. You can suck all the animals in the forest. Why can't you suck pig blood? I made my little pets suck it once and process it before eating it. If you just let me hold the pig and chew it, is it the same? Mosquito Girl was so distraught that she said with a stiff face, otherwise, you can give me some food or instant noodles. Li Yuqian really didn't expect that Mosquito Girl could eat instant noodles, but after looking at the big fat pig behind him, he rejected Mosquito Girl's suggestion. That won't work. Then wouldn't it cost me a bunch of big fat pigs? Come on, suck the blood quickly. It will save me the time to bleed. After Li Yuqian prepared the Mosquito Girl to suck them, these pigs were given to Genos to cook some more dishes. The Mosquito Girl looked ugly and threw herself on the big fat pig and began to suck up the blood. The blood of 10 big fat pigs barely allowed the Mosquito Girl to recover. But her face was still pale and her body looked weak. Mosquito Girl said impatiently, I have recovered now. Please let me go quickly. Li Yuqian refused directly. No, you're a weirdo. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. What if you go out and suck human blood again? Mosquito Girl kept complaining in her mind, saying that dogs can't change and eat shit. It's vulgar. You made your promise before, but you don't keep your word? You are a hero. Li Yuqian's face remained calm, his heart not beating. You are a weirdo. Do you believe in heroes? Let's do this. You help me build a house in this space, and I will give you the materials later. Mosquito Girl said excitedly. After the construction is completed, will you let me out? Don't let go. Li Yuqian shamelessly wrote it on his face. Mosquito Girl was a little annoyed and seemed to have almost forgotten Li Yuqian's strength. Then why should I help you build it? Li Yuqian pointed to the space around him. Only I can let you out. If you don't, I can only eliminate you. Mosquito Girl stiffened for a moment. As an excellent villain, she instantly showed her characteristics of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and being able to bend and stretch. Promise to complete the mission, boss. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with this. Do your job well, and don't be lazy. Li Yuqian originally planned to spend time building a house in space, but unfortunately, he was too lazy. His time was too precious, so he never did it. Now, there happens to be someone who is being taken advantage of. Li Yuqian disappeared into the space under the Mosquito Girl's unwilling gaze. At this time, in the room outside, the TV news was playing, and the Taoyuan group injured the undocumented knight hero who was the top sea-level knight. Li Yuqian looked at the man lying on the ground wearing a green helmet and brown, simple armor on the TV, and subconsciously touched his chin. The undocumented knight is a strong-willed man and can be considered a true hero, but unfortunately, his own strength is too weak. In a one-punch Superman world, there is no way for ordinary people to become stronger. No matter how hard you train, you have no talent or opportunity. If you are exhausted, you will be cannon fodder. However, the undocumented knight is a qualified experiment. Li Yuqian seemed to have thought of something and took out a potion from the space. Li Yuqian gained a lot in the world of Marvel and One-Punch Superman, but it was a pity that the time was too short. The king of biceps, monster cells, biomodification technology, and abomination are 4 completely different things. Li Yuqian wanted to learn from each other's strong points, and even made only one potion. He just needed a test sample. Then he would ask the unlicensed knight what he thought. The undocumented knight smiled, and said goodbye to the doctor behind him. The undocumented knight was often injured due to hero activities, even more frequently than other heroes. As a frequent visitor to the hospital, the doctor is actually very familiar with the undocumented knight. Just now, he was trying to persuade the undocumented knight not to fight so hard next time. There are stronger heroes who can handle this kind of thing. The undocumented knight smiled without saying a word, pushed his bicycle, said hello, and left the hospital. The unlicensed knight touched the bandage on his head and sighed. Because he was often injured, going to the hospital was too expensive. It seems that I can only eat instant noodles again this week, but I can't stop exercising. The undocumented knight decided to strengthen his training in the future. In fact, it is normal for a motivated hero like the undocumented knight, even if he is just an ordinary person. After training, helping citizens, and completing tasks, as long as time lasts, you can always become a B-level hero. Buy some high-tech equipment or find some famous teachers for guidance, learn martial arts, and exercise. There are always ways to increase your strength. Then do some relatively simple tasks, and your life can actually be pretty good. But undocumented knights always look down upon disasters, and the sense of justice in their hearts always drives them to go to disaster scenes that they cannot handle. So injuries are common, and injuries cost money. If you spend too much, you'll become poor. And without money, you can't buy high-tech weapons, etc. All the unlicensed knights can do is exercise. It's a pity that unlicensed knights have no talent for the least expensive exercise, so they can only do what they think is right. Although time has passed, some people admire the unlicensed knight and are qualified enough to want him to become a B-level hero. However, the unlicensed knight refused because the unlicensed knight found that he was not qualified enough. Maybe you can barely become a B-level hero and then complete some simple tasks and live a better life. But the unlicensed knight felt that it would be better to let some potential newcomers become B-level heroes and not grab this qualification himself. The strange sense of justice actually doesn't help others much, and the Hero Association doesn't lack the money to pay the salary of a B-class hero. Just like some tasks, undocumented knights are just a hindrance. However, the unlicensed knight refuses to be promoted to a B-level hero and always rushes to mission locations that he cannot solve. I want to contribute a little bit of myself, even just a little bit. The undocumented knight walked into a small alley. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the sky, and a man's voice appeared in the sky. Undocumented knight, do you want to know the meaning of life? Yes or no? Undocumented knight. What is this weird-looking guy in the sky talking about? He's so good. In the sky, Liu Qian put his hands on his waist and tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, in line with the darkening sunset. It was so exciting, is it right? Undocumented rider. Well, your cotton slippers are about to fall off. Liu Qian. He came out in a hurry and forgot to change his shoes. Damn it. Liu Qian flew down directly. None of this is important. Look at my face. Do you recognize it? The undocumented knight looked at it carefully for a while and said with some surprise, "You are a bipedal knight, Liu Qian. This nickname is too unpleasant and not domineering at all." That's right. My name is Liu Qian. Just call me by my name. Boy, I think you are a talent. A ray of light spurted out from the Tianling cap. There's a potion here. After drinking it, you will become stronger and protect the world from destruction. The responsibility of protecting love and peace will be left to you. Liu Qian took out the potion from behind like Tinkerbell Cat and stuffed it into the hands of the undocumented knight. The undocumented knight looked at the potion in confusion, feeling like it was a dream. Liu Qian patted him on the shoulder. Boy, I'm very optimistic about you. One thing I want to tell you is that this medicine has side effects, and it's just an experimental product. It can make you stronger, but the degree of strength is very metaphysical, and it can also affect the mind. See, these all depend on your emotions. As long as your willpower is strong and your character is righteous, you will become strong, and your mental character will not change. Whether you drink it or not is up to you. If you drink it, I will come to you for some physical examinations every day. You can figure out yourself. The undocumented knight was silent for a while, then opened the potion bottle and drank it in one gulp. Undocumented knights believe that S-class heroes will not harm themselves, and it is true that undocumented knights also want to gain power. It's sweet, strawberry flavor. The undocumented knight smacked his mouth, and it tasted pretty good. But there seems to be no change in the body. If I insist on saying so, it seems that there is a warm current hidden in the body. Li Yuqian looked at the undocumented knight without hesitation and gave him a thumbs up, dragging him into the random door. Li Yuqian wanted to go to Tong Emperor's laboratory to check the physical condition of the undocumented knight. It is normal that he did not become stronger directly. After all, Li Yuqian did not use those precious and powerful energy materials to make this potion. The main thing is a replacement, a key to unlock the user's evolution. Although it seems that the undocumented knight has not become stronger, his body is actually changing subtly. In other words, is an attempt to evolve, which is based on Dr. Kino's biological transformation technology and some of the weird cell technologies. This kind of change takes a long, long time, and may even take a lifetime, but the way to speed it up is also very simple. That is, it requires the catalysis of one's own emotions. This absorbs the advantages of the Hulk serum in the body of hatred. As long as it reaches a certain level, it can allow the unlicensed knight to become stronger and evolve in leaps and bounds. And it seems that every emotion can be used, but every emotion has side effects when it becomes stronger. People who use positive emotions to become stronger, the character will become more and more positive and righteous. And the character of those who use negative emotions to become stronger will gradually become distorted. Li Yuqian felt as if the potion he made from his hodgepodge meal seemed to have created something extraordinary. Ha ha ha. I am simply a genius. Dr. Kino's. Then let me go. After telling the undocumented knight some precautions, Li Yuqian went home satisfied. When I opened any door and went home, I heard Ah Wang's dull and stiff voice in my mind. Host, actually you don't need to study these things. You just need to complete the mission well, change the plot, and get the chance to check in to become stronger. Li Yuqian shrugged. It's more fun this way. By the way, it feels like your IQ has become higher recently. What's wrong? Are you secretly eating melatonin? Ah Wang. In the room, Li Yuqian was eating a whole pig feast and looked at Saitama aside. How is it? Have you arrested those bald heads? Saitama waved his hand. I don't know. When I went there, it seemed that they were all defeated by someone called Supersonic Swimming Crab. Oh, it turns out to be Dandan Sorrow, the Supersonic Swimming Crab. There will be a whole pig feast for a while, and Li Yuqian is about to vomit. Next time, he should buy some blood packs for the mosquito girl at the hospital. There were 2 crisp knocks on the door. Li Yuqian stood up and opened the door. A tall and beautiful woman appeared in front of Li Yuqian outside. She was wearing a dark green long dress and black high-heeled over-the-knee boots. Yes, it was her favorite type. Before Li Yuqian could say anything, the beautiful woman in front of him, Fushue from Hell, said with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sorry. I must have gone to the wrong door. Are you an S-class hero? I thought this was the home of the bald, caped man. Fubuki felt that she was lucky today. She was looking for a B-level hero to join her team, and she actually met an S-level hero. It's just a good time to expand your network. Who called me? Saitama came over with a big piece of fat in his mouth, followed closely by Genos. Hey, the new A-class hero Devil Cyborg. I heard that he is likely to be the next S-class hero. Are you here too? Fubuki was a little shocked. There were actually 2 monsters gathered in this small room. Yes, all those who can become S-class heroes are monsters. Saitama, is my sense of existence so low? Don't ignore me. So what you're saying is that Saitama is actually very powerful and doesn't need to join any group? Fubuki looked at Saitama, who was bald and had an unusually crude style of painting in front of him, with doubts in his eyes. Li Yuqian nodded. Although Chiyu does seem weak, that's the way it is. It is indeed strange for a strong person to grow up like this. Maybe this is the price of becoming stronger. He becomes bald and becomes stronger. Chiyu always felt that Li Yuqian was hurting him, so he put his anger on the whole pig feast and was eating a lot at this time. Li Yuqian looked at Chue Shui and sighed. You are much better than your sister. Your sister is really a naughty brat and very difficult to deal with. Fubuki was stunned for a moment. Did you know that my sister is a tornado? Did she tell you? Li Yuqian nodded. I also know the reason why you and your sister have a bad relationship. Do you want to become stronger? Do you have a way to make me stronger? Chue Shui was a little excited, but after a while, she became a little depressed again, as if she didn't believe it. Do you know the number 1 sea-level unlicensed knight? Pay more attention to him recently. He cooperated with me in an experiment and should become a lot stronger. As long as he survives, it should be no problem to become an S-class hero. If you also want to become stronger, I can help you. It just so happens that I still lack a lot of experimental data, but you have to think about it first. Li Yuqian finally sent Chue Shui away, but Chue Shui kept her head down, wondering what she was thinking. Experiments and the like sound very risky, but can they become stronger? Fubuki turned on her mobile phone and logged into the official website of the Heroes Association. After paying attention to the undocumented knights, let's first see what changes will happen to the undocumented knights. Oldma, are you okay? A sad voice came from the mouth of the hero liaison officer. A tiger-level monster suddenly appeared in City Z and was wreaking havoc on the streets. After all, the B-level hero Nyamaxia went to fight, but he was knocked unconscious with just one move. Within the headquarters of the Heroes Association, discussions were ongoing on whether to increase the level of the monster disaster, and the surrounding heroes were quickly summoned to fight against it. What other heroes are around? There's only the first C-level unlicensed knight. Damn it! Are there only unlicensed knights? Yes, and the unlicensed knights have already rushed over. What? He's holding me back again. Don't say that. A fat weirdo who looks like a super fat man. He stuffs food into his mouth when he sees it on the street. The fat layer upon layer looks like a Michelin tire man. The cow horse man was lying under a telephone pole, looking seriously injured. The Michelin tire man, after finishing eating in a cake shop, seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the cow horse man. Then he was ready to pounce directly and crush the guy who stopped him from eating. It can be said that in that scene, it was simply using one's own health to cause maximum damage. That pressure directly crushed the ox horse man. Let that man go. A righteous voice sounded, and the undocumented knight appeared in front of the Michelin tire man. The Michelin tire man subconsciously stood up and looked at the guy behind him. The visitor is an undocumented knight. The undocumented knight and the cow horse man are friends. The cow horse man is involved in the task. The undocumented knight has a righteous heart and will try any task that he cannot complete. Both of them did a lot of tasks and gradually became friends. The undocumented knight heard that the cow horse man was defeated by a weirdo and was injured, so he rushed over and said, "You weirdo, tell me, where did you get the cow horse man?" The unlicensed knight looked around and saw that there was no one around. There were only many citizens in the distance joining in the fun. There was no sign of the cow horse man at all. As for the victim under the Michelin tire man in front, it is definitely not the cow horse man, and the cow horse man is not that flat. The undocumented knight, you're going to kill this damn fat guy. The undocumented knight immediately spoke righteously. Don't worry, this victim, I will definitely avenge you. By the way, did you see where the cow horse man was beaten? Nyomasya. It was performed live. He couldn't take a breath and fainted. The undocumented knight felt that he had to go ahead and eliminate the Michelin tire man in front of him, for the sake of justice and to save the citizens next to him. The undocumented knight shouted, "Justice, grapple!" and hit the Michelin tire man. The Michelin tire man swatted it away like a mosquito. The unlicensed knight climbed up with difficulty and continued to charge forward. Just like how he always encounters powerful enemies, he never admits defeat and charges forward as long as he can still move. The citizens watching from a distance couldn't bear to see the undocumented knights. The undocumented knight is worthy of being a hero, but it's a pity that he is too weak. It would be nice if he was stronger. I think he is just holding us back and is of no use at all. Shameless. He is trying his best to protect our safety. The undocumented knight may know that he cannot defeat those weirdos. But if he can delay it for just 1 second, isn't that protecting us? The person who just made the sarcastic comment was a thin man. He looked at the indignant citizens around him, seeming a little embarrassed, but also a little angry. What's the use of doing this to him? It's not like being beaten around like a dead dog. Besides, being a professional hero is just a job. We buy a lot of products from the Hero Association. It's our money, and his behavior is what it should be. Every time he is so weak, he still acts so righteous. What's the use of justice? No matter how controversial he is, it can't change that he is a waste. If he has the ability, he can defeat that weirdo. If he defeats the weirdo, I will go shit on the spot and eat it. The surrounding citizens were ready to teach this B*** DA lesson. Suddenly, a citizen pointed in the direction of the unlicensed knight fighting the Michelin tire man, shouted loudly, "Look, there is no knight." At this time, the unlicensed knight actually blocked the attack of the Michelin tire man. The undocumented knight also looked at his hand in surprise. He understood that he had really become stronger, and it seemed that he had risen to a higher level explosively. Fist of justice. A punch was thrown out. This punch seemed to contain the undocumented knight's persistence for justice. The punch hit the Michelin tire man hard on the chin. Starting from the fourth layer of the chin, the fat of the Michelin tire man is like a wave, and the fat all over his body is shaking. This punch directly knocked down the Michelin tire man. The Michelin tire man originally wanted to get up again, but the unlicensed knight jumped directly on the Michelin tire man. Tirelessly, he punched him one after another. Finally, the Michelin tire man stopped moving. It seemed that he was not dead, but he probably only had half a breath left. Citizens from afar rushed over and lifted the undocumented knight high. At this moment, the undocumented knight smiled happily. In the distance, a thin man was surrounded by several strong men. The thin man said, "What are you doing?" "I'm just kidding. It's a crime for you to do this." The few strong men around looked at each other. They couldn't beat a weirdo or AB*********D like you. Several strong men threw the thin man directly into the public toilet. The people around him didn't stop him. That thin man deserved it. At night, Fubuki looked at the official website of the Hero Association and saw that the undocumented knight who was the first in C class had been promoted to B class. Click on his homepage and watch the tasks he completed today, solving the disaster caused by a tiger-level monster, and related videos. The video should be surveillance on the street. The weirdo is very strong, at least at the tiger level. The undocumented knight was knocked down time and time again and got up again. Then suddenly, the unlicensed knight became stronger and became stronger by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the level of an A-level hero. Shueishiwa thought of the experiment Li Yuqin mentioned, and her heart moved. If you can make a C-level hero reach A-level strength, you might be able to make it S-level. Then I can prove to my sister that I am not a vase. At Saitama's house, Li Yuqin, Saitama, and Genos were eating together and watching the scene of the undocumented knights fighting on TV. Saitama was extremely excited. That guy without a license has become so strong now. It's not like his years of hard work were in vain. Genos looked at the undocumented knight in the video, who suddenly became stronger and was also full of curiosity. "Teacher, do you know him?" "Of course we know each other. We went to the same school back then, and he and I were also friends. He's a good person." Saitama felt quite happy watching the undocumented knight become stronger. Genos was a little confused. In the video, he suddenly became stronger. Does he usually have hidden strength? Or is he injected with some drug? Li Yuqin suddenly said, "It means my experiment was successful." Chiyu looked confused and had no idea what Li Yuqin was talking about. But Genos knew. "You mean your biological experiment? Can ordinary people get away to become stronger and unlock the key to becoming stronger?" Li Yuqian nodded, looked at Genos, and sighed. Unfortunately, it is probably useless for transforming people. After all, Genos's body is basically made of steel, so medicine won't work on him. Genos's expression did not change. I have benefited a lot from following these two strong men. Genos already knew about Saitama's outrageous method of becoming stronger, but Genos still found that Saitama and Li Yuqian could still benefit him a lot in terms of dealing with others. Needless to say, the master has silently eliminated countless weirdos by himself. Mr. Li has now developed this kind of potion. As long as the experiment is successful, it may be able to rewrite the situation between weirdos and humans. Genos looked at the two people in front of him with respect. This made Li Yuqian and Qiyu, who were fighting for the big elbow, feel a little scared. Direct eye contact began. Why is he looking at us like this? It's broken. We forgot to leave an elbow for him. In Tong Emperor's laboratory, Dr. Genos stood with Tong Emperor and Li Yuqian looking at the relevant physical information of the undocumented night. Dr. Kinos looked very excited. Our idea is right. We use emotions as the driving force. As long as our will continues to strengthen and we burst out with strong emotions, it can continue to evolve, and there is no upper limit in theory. Isn't this a way to break through the limits of biology? Tong Di bit his lollipop and said, "These data are still too little. We need more people to participate in the experiment, but personnel selection is a problem. If a weirdo gets this potion, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, I will find excellent volunteers for these medicines." Li Yuqian put away all the medicines that had been produced during this period on the table. Give the undocumented knight a few bowls of chicken soup and tell him to continue working hard. The next S-class hero is you. The undocumented knight who deceived you will never be found. Then he slowly took out any door and returned home, taking the opportunity to start the punch-in opportunities accumulated during this period. What surprised Li Yuqian was that after the undocumented knight became stronger, Li Yuqian received another special check-in achievement. Miscellaneous, there are already 50 draws in total. Before drawing cards, rub your hands, wash your hands, and wash your face. A wave of metaphysics, just smoke it. A seemingly powerful aura. After using the skill, you can maintain a super strong aura for 10 seconds. No matter who you are, you will feel that you are a strong person. Colorful hair. You can make your hair colorful, and others will think you are a scion at first glance. Gourmet tablecloth. Whatever you want to eat, just say it silently in your mind, and the food you want will appear on the tablecloth. 100% chance of being caught with an empty hand. After using the skill, there's a 100% chance that someone will put their hands together and catch your hand blade. Comprehensive collection of simple talismans. A simple talisman production method of a certain cultivation civilization. There are 12 different talismans, including body fixation, cleansing, small fireballs, small water balls, etc. Roll paper. Li Yuqian feels that check-in rewards have become more and more casual recently. 45 out of 50 draws are rolling papers. Okay. I said before that you have no guarantee, but now you give me 10 draws without getting out a paper. Do you want to prove something? At this time, Saitama kicked open the door and looked at the pile of rolls of paper in the room, unable to react. Well, Li Yuqian, why did you buy so many rolling papers again? Please take care of yourself. Li Yuqian had no expression on his face, picked up the roll of paper, and beat Qiyu out. Saitama happily carried a dozen rolls of paper back to the next door, laughing to death. Since becoming neighbors with Li Yuqian, there was no need to buy paper at all. Li Yuqian threw the rolling papers into the space behind him and used all his skills. Li Yuqian instantly felt that his hair could change to any color he wanted every day. Then, coupled with the aura of a strong man for 10 seconds a day, it lasts an instant. Li Yuqian's hair turned golden, his strong aura opened up, his style of painting suddenly changed, and he directly turned into a super scion. Is there any? It's a pity that it is fake and fake. Li Yuqian changed his hair back to black, which was a bit disgusting. I will also change my appearance. Isn't this skill a repeat? The aura of a strong person is of some use. It could be used to show off. Li Yuqian picked up the gourmet tablecloth again. Very good. From now on, he won't be afraid of traveling to any desolate planet. There are gourmet tablecloths for whatever you want to eat. If you want to live better, you can live in the space behind you, eat, drink, and relax. It is a straightforward solution: eat, drink, and live. As for Lazarus, normal people shouldn't be suffocated to death by this thing. And there's this one who is 100% able to catch a sword with bare hands. Bah. With a hand sword, wouldn't he be invincible from now on? Li Yuqian tentatively stretched out his hand and struck down. The next second, Qiyu next door smashed through the wall and ran in front of Li Yuqian. Then he caught Li Yuqian's blade with a confused look on his face. Li Yuqian, Saitama, Wall of Innocence. Saitama was just about to take a roll of paper and go to the toilet. Wait a minute. Don't think wrongly. It's really just going to the toilet. Suddenly, a strange force made Saitama run over and take over the blade involuntarily, making Saitama look confused. Li Yuqian quickly put down his hand and pointed at the wall where a person appeared. Well, Qiyu, I kindly gave you the paper, but you actually smashed my wall. Be born. Be born. Come on, find someone to fix it. Saitama touched his bald head, always feeling strange, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was in the wrong. Saitama decisively went to find Genos, an old scalper of the Genos brand who was hard-working and reliable. Genos. Li Yuqian watched Qiyu go away and wiped the sweat from his head. At this time, Agwang, who usually felt dead in his head, suddenly spoke. Isn't this skill very good? Coupled with your Justice Dabi Kabuto, this rule-based skill can be used well and is basically invincible. Unfortunately, because of the template, you can't kill people. Li Yuqian feels that Agwang is no longer as easy to deceive as before. To be honest, I always feel that there is a conspiracy. It just started, and you still act like AR **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** As long as you use strengthening skills to strengthen the template, there will be two strengthening situations. One directly enhances the development of Li Yuqian's template, and the other removes shortcomings, such as not being able to kill people or not being able to bleed red. Li Yuqian said, "Ah, yes. There are a lot of Awang Balabala." In short, in a word, they urged Li Yuqian to quickly defeat monsters and collect energy. Li Yuqian immediately made 4 and promised that he would definitely defeat monsters if he had a chance. Suddenly, the chatty Agwang stopped talking. Li Yuqian feels that he cannot kill. This template setting is very vague. He can kill with foreign objects and can kill with the skills he draws out. So why can't the psychokinesis skill directly kill people? Something was wrong. 19 out of 10, something was wrong. Li Yuqian felt that his Agwang was no longer the honest system. After Li Yuqian thought for a while, he stuffed the gourmet tablecloth into the space behind him. Li Yuqian flipped through the encyclopedia of drawing talismans and found that although the content was detailed and comprehensive, Li Yuqian did not have the spiritual power or mana required for it. Psychokinesis may be slightly related, but it requires a period of research, and Li Yuqian also stuffed it behind his back. Then he leisurely watched Genos come back and start repairing the house. The moves were so professional that Li Yuqian was a little envious of Saitama. Genos was a bit weak, but Kai still loved to play. But I can do it all. Cook, clean, and now I can even build walls. Li Yuqian thought of giving Qiyu a middle finger here, but Qiyu was confused. Li Yuqian was sitting on the sofa, thinking about the plot behind it. What would happen after the Taiyuan group appeared? By the way, the next plot should be Saitama and Genos joining the Heroes Association. Wait, no, these two guys have already joined. That should be the Hero Association sending personnel to investigate the suburbs of Z City. That's not right. The trustworthy senior officials of the Hero Association already know about the weird association in the suburbs of Z City. So, it's almost time for the episode where the meteorite hits the Earth. Li Yuqian thought about the meteorite, which would destroy City Z in time, even if it was because of Saitama. The meteorite was directly shattered, but those fragments would still leave City Z in tatters. He couldn't solve so many broken pieces, So Li Yuqian had a flash of inspiration and thought of a solution in an instant. Hey, is this the Heroes Association? Something is seriously wrong. At the headquarters of the Heroes Association, Shichi was so frightened that he rolled out of bed to the ground when he heard Bidu Xia saying that something serious was going on. I almost thought the weird association suddenly launched a general attack. He staggered to the headquarters and heard Li Yuqian's follow-up words. What? A meteorite powerful enough to destroy City Z is about to fall. Shichi immediately sent someone to check, and the Hero Association found a meteorite in outer space, which was heading towards the Earth in the Superman world. Moreover, the file size of that meteorite is simply outrageous. It is hard to imagine any way to prevent this crisis. Hey, why is Shichi silent? Li Yuqian's voice rang from the liaison officer's phone. Shichi quickly came over and said, Mr. Li, do you have any solution to this crisis? Li Yuqian didn't waste any time. I have a way to crush the meteorite, but the meteorite fragments will still cause devastating losses to Z City. I need help from the little brat, Tatsumaki, to sort out the fragments after the meteorite shattered. Shichi responded quickly, and then released the information to City Z that the meteorite was about to hit. In an instant, the whole Z City became noisy. Because of Li Yuqian's intrusion, the information about the meteorite impacting Z City was notified to the whole Z City half a day in advance. However, the ability of the government organization in Z City is obviously very weak. Even if there's an extra half day, there will still be a huge traffic jam like the original plot. A lot of people gathered at the tallest building in Z City. There is the S-Class hero Bangu, the newly promoted S-Class hero Genos, the B-Class hero Undocumented Knight, and Saitama, and Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian looked at the kind, old man Bangu. Why are you joining in the fun here? Aren't you a martial arts practitioner? One punch. The martial arts in the Superman world usually have short legs. Bangu blinked and realized what Li Yuqian meant by short legs. Wasn't it just that the attack range was short? Haha, there's my gym in Z City. What will happen to my gym when I leave? I'm getting old and miss the old days. I believe Mr. Li will be able to solve this crisis, and I would like to contribute my strength if necessary. All of you who come here must be the most responsible among heroes, and it would be a joy to be able to fight the disaster together with everyone. The undocumented knight, on the side, still had a sense of justice and spoke righteously. Li Yuqian, who only knows how to act badly, and Saitama, the salted fish hero, are a little sweaty. Li Yuqian quickly changed the topic and looked up into the sky. At this time, there were traces of meteorites in the sky, but they looked very small. At this time, another group of people came to the building. Looking at the leader, Fubuki, it was obvious that the guys behind her were her Fubuki team. Li Yuqian was surprised when he saw Chue Shui coming. Why are you here? My sister asked me to come. Fubuki pointed to the distance. In the distance, an armed helicopter was slowly flying over. Before they even got close to the top of the building, a guy with a green light inside rushed down impatiently. The person who came was none other than Tatsumaki. She was floating in the air and looked at it. She was relieved that her sister was not injured. Then she saw the guys behind her and was a little dissatisfied. Fubuki, I asked you to come here alone. Why are you bringing these walk-on guys? They're my team members, and I am responsible for them. Fubuki looked at Tatsumaki firmly. At this time, the helicopter also parked on the roof of the building, and Shichi rushed down and caught Li Yuqian. Mr. Li, we must save City Z. Shichi's eyes were filled with sincerity. Li Yuqian nodded and said calmly, Let the meteorite fly for a while. No, little brat, you are so arrogant. The meteorite carries such powerful kinetic energy that I may not be able to stop it. Tell me honestly, how are you going to crush the meteorite? If you are not sure, I will blow the snow away now. As Tatsumaki spoke, his body was emitting green light, and Fubuki's body was also emitting green light. Tatsumaki was ready to force Fubuki away. If this disaster cannot be solved, Tatsumaki would be more willing to protect his sister. Fubuki struggled desperately. I don't want it. I want to live and die together with my team members. It's a pity that Fubuki himself is too weak and can't escape the restraints at all. Li Yuqian shook his head. Don't worry. You will understand when the time comes. If Li Yuqian told everyone now that he asked the bald man next to him to smash the meteorite, if Li Yuqian dared to say it, the tornado would dare to run away on the spot. Tatsumaki put his hands on his hips and was very unhappy. Speak quickly. Be asterisk 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 D. Tatsumaki said that if Li had money, the matter would not be over. This was related to the safety of his sister. As a sister controller, Tatsumaki would never tolerate this kind of thing. Without saying a word, Li Yuqian radiated red light all over his body and directly helped Shui release the restraints of the tornado. Li Yuqian's current psychokinesis is not as good as Tornado, but it is still possible to release the restraints. After Shui was released from the restraints, she quickly ran behind Li Yuqian and said incredulously, Mr. Li, can you still do psychokinesis? There's nothing I can do. I'm all-powerful. Li Yuqian took out a potion from behind and stuffed it into Shui. You should know about the progress of undocumented nights. Although there are not many experiments on the things, and there are some risks, they should basically have no major side effects. Think clearly for yourself. You are a good young talent. Come on. Fubuki took the potion with excitement, and Tatsumaki looked confused at first, and then analyzed it in her little head. Li Yuqian, you actually used Shui as a guinea pig. Sister, don't say that to him. That's right. That's right. How can you say that to me? Li Yuqian. Don't call him that. Sister. Li Yuqian hid behind Shui very smoothly. Damn, she is such a beautiful woman. She has such a tall figure. What are you doing? You're trying to forcefully control your sister. Unlike me, I just want to help Fubuki. Li Yuqian felt that his tea art had improved, and the fragrance of tea overflowed. Tornado was almost mad, and he forgot to ask Li Yuqian how to deal with the meteorite. Now I want to strangle this villain who is sowing discord. But unfortunately, Shui has been protecting Li Yuqian. Hit me, idiot. Li Yuqian, I feel an inexplicable sense of relief, letting this arrogant brat like you taste the pain. Jia. Heroes around. Fubuki team. The boss actually protects a man like this. I want to send him a blade and kill him. No, goddess, it's okay. As long as the goddess is happy, I will buy breakfast every day from now on. I will buy 3 portions, 1 for Boss Fubuki and 1 for Doshia. No, you said what's in your heart. What's more, Joker? Go back to Gotham. Batman said he won't hit you. Satama, it's so embarrassing. I hope others don't know that Li Yuqian lives next door to me. Genos. With just a few words, he started a fight between 2 women. It's amazing. Write it down. After saying that, Genos took out his small notebook and began to take notes. Satama, next to him, don't remember everything. You are still young, and remembering everything will only harm you. Bongo, good guy, I call him good guy, this young man. The surrounding atmosphere became less depressing due to the quarrel between Li Yuqian and Tatsumaki Chueshue. However, Shichi, who was standing aside, came over to disturb the atmosphere and pointed at the increasingly larger meteorites in the sky. He rubbed his hands and said, It's not that we don't believe you. The main reason is that we want to broaden our horizons. Mr. Li, why don't we solve the meteorite first? Li Yuqian nodded and looked at the growing meteorites above his head, feeling that it was almost time. In the eyes of everyone, Li Yuqian walked up to Chiyu step by step and patted him on the shoulder. Go on, Satama. Use normal punches to smash that meteorite. Everyone at the scene was shocked, except Li Yuqian and Chiyu. Tatsumaki looked at Satama's face with disdain on his face, pointed at Satama, and said, It's him. You're probably stupid. I could draw his face in 5 seconds. If he can blow up the meteorite above, I will jump off the building. Oh no. Satama made a quick decision, without saying a word, jumped and rushed towards a meteorite, and then punched out. With a bang, the huge amounts of meteorites were shattered into pieces, turning into hundreds and thousands of meteorites as big as small houses, flying towards City Z. Then Saitama fell heavily back to the roof, turned to look at Tatsumaki. So, without saying a word, Tatsumaki jumped off the roof, then floated back again with a green light all over his body. "You're stupid. I can fly, you're stupid." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Tatsumaki's face, and the next second it turned back to an arrogant expression. Li Yuqian patted Shichi on the shoulder. "I said he is qualified to become an S-class hero. You didn't believe it. Do you believe it now?" Shichi nodded in shock, looking at Chiyu and not knowing what he was thinking. Shichi also knew about Saitama, a guy with a simple style of painting. On the one hand, it was because Li Yuqian reminded himself intentionally or unintentionally that Saitama was very strong. On the other hand, Saitama has a very bad reputation. The staff of the Hero Association always think that this guy named Saitama and his hero name is the Bald-Caped Man. Not only did he cheat during hero selection and achieve a series of unbelievable results, he was also particularly good at stealing credit from others. Now it seems that this kind of rumor is simply outrageous. There is no need to cheat to achieve such outrageous results. This person is already ridiculously strong. In addition to the dragon-level disaster being solved this time, Shichi decided to promote Saitama to an S-level hero after returning to the Hero Association. Li Yuqian looked at Shichi's thoughtful look and felt that Chiyu was on track to become an S-class hero. Under such public scrutiny, we can't ignore Saitama's contribution. Li Yuqian turned around and looked at everyone. "Let's smash all the pieces in the sky together." After saying that, Li Yuqian turned around and flew towards the sky, with the red psychokinesis blessing him. The whole person is like a violent red meteor, hitting the gravel crazily, breaking them into smaller pieces, smashing them into pieces, and even turning them into powder. With a special body and the cumulative enhancement of various skills, this attack mode allows Li Yuqian to inflict maximum attack power. "Why are you being cool? Look at me." Tatsumaki, looking at hundreds of huge fragments of meteorites, began to activate psychokinesis to tie them up. Genos took a deep breath and opened the suitcase in his hand. He installed many reinforced parts on his arm, and then he aimed at the meteorites in the sky and activated the incineration cannon. The sky above City Z was extremely lively today. The citizens who had originally fled looked at the scene in the sky and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some people slumped to the ground. "We succeeded. We can survive. Long live the Heroes Association." Bongu stood on the roof of the building, looking at the meteorites in the sky, and jumped tentatively. "Well, I can't jump that high, and my legs are indeed a bit short." The people around Fubuki, the Fubuki group, and the unlicensed knights behind her were all a little reluctant, and they could only stand here and watch. With firm eyes, Chue Shui drank the potion given by Li Yuqian in one gulp, and looked at her sister Tatsumaki, showing off her power in the sky. "Sister, I also want to become stronger. Even if there are risks, I will admit it." Tatsumaki noticed his sister below and looked at him with admiration. "Hey, he feels very motivated." Finally, under the concerted attack of everyone, all the meteorite fragments above City Z were destroyed. The meteorite incident was perfectly resolved. "What? You took that potion?" Tatsumaki looked in disbelief, feeling that his sister was stupid. How could she eat such a thing? The next second, the tornado rushed towards Li Yuqian, baring its teeth and claws, as if it wanted to beat Li Yuqian violently. Unfortunately, Bangu, Shichi, and a few others tried their best to stop him. The unlicensed knight said weakly, "I drank it too. In fact, I think it's pretty good. There are no side effects." Li Yuqian had already taken Chiyu and Genos and ran back home through any door. The sister control thing is the most troublesome. Originally, the medicine is not life-threatening, but the effect is not yet clear. After all, the research of three geniuses, Li Yuqian, Tong Di, and Dr. Ginos, was a pity for the sister control. Don't listen, that be asterisk D is chanting sutras. According to the official website of the Hero Association, The B-class hero bald man with the cloak directly jumped over the A-class to become an S-class hero. It also shows that the bald-caped man solved the dragon-level meteorite disaster in Z City. This change directly aroused public opinion. Many netizens said that with the face of the bald-caped man, it is difficult to imagine that he is a strong man. Satama, the world is too malicious towards bald people. However, with the support and confirmation of 4 S-class heroes, S-class hero Shivering Tatsumaki, S-class hero Silver Fong, S-class hero Pidgeot, and S-class hero Devil Cyborg, the public still recognizes the strength of the bald-caped man as an S-class hero, but he doesn't have many fans. Saitama feels that nothing has changed. The only change may be that the Heroes Association has given more money. But Genos doesn't think so. Genos thinks this is a good thing and must be celebrated. A table of delicious dishes was prepared specially, and Li Yuqian and Chiyu happily became foodies. Until Li Yuqian's phone rang. Li Yuqian looked at the text message sent on his phone. The rooftop in the suburbs of Z City, the old place. Li Yuqian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that De Zhongyan had also noticed that the bald devil had officially become an S-class hero, and he seemed to want to ask for specific information. Li Yuqian touched his chin, wondering how the Weird Association is developing now. Is it the same as the Weird Association in the original plot? If it's the same, it's time to start the next plan. Big brother who flies the spaceship, I don't know where you are. In the universe, a purple spacecraft of huge amounts is heading towards the Earth. At the console of the purple spaceship, there is a tall man wearing golden armor, purple hair, blue skin, and one eye. Suddenly he asked, "How far is it to get to that planet?" A guy who looked like a humanoid octopus and had blue skin replied respectfully, "Lord Poros, there's still about a month to go." "Well, Goryu Ganshipu, let the spacecraft move forward at full speed. I can't wait to have a hearty battle." After Boros said this, he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the console made a sound, causing Boros to stop. Goryu Gansup looked at the information received by the spacecraft from the direction of the Earth, and his body stiffened. Poros was a little confused. What happened? Goryu Ganshipu swallowed his saliva. The stupid natives of that planet actually dare to send messages of provocation. Why don't you use the sun as a loudspeaker to shout to the universe? Oh, interesting. Can you detect my arrival? What message did he send? Goryu Ganshipu gritted his teeth, as if he didn't dare to speak directly. He clicked a button, and a mechanical sound sounded from the console. "You are the only one who is Boros. Look at the rubbish you have brought. When I see your armor, I must pull it off and slap you in the face. Let me tell you, you even dyed your hair pink. You are a killer. You have arrived in City Z on Earth, and you will not be able to enjoy your good harvest. My name is Orochi. Remember it. You remember it from me." There was silence around the entire console. Boros was silent for a while, and then burst into laughter. "Ah, interesting, really interesting. First, let's go to City Z on that planet. Has he sent the coordinates?" Jelyugan Shippu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his tentacles. "It's been posted, and it's very specific." Poros felt himself getting excited. "You actually provoke me like this. I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see the big snake. What good fruit can you give me?" Orochi at the headquarters of the Weird Association suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his originally expressionless face showed a puzzled expression. I looked around and felt a little confused. I felt like I was being watched by something. It feels really strange. Forget it. Wait until the staff officer to Zhongyan comes back and ask him. He should know what happened. Li Yuqian turned off his mobile phone and prepared to go out after dinner. The sky is huge, and eating is the biggest. While eating, Chiyu glanced at Li Yuqian. "Do you need my cooperation this time?" Li Yuqian quickly and ruthlessly plucked the meat into his bowl. "No need. If I want to run away, they can't keep me." Genos was a little confused when he heard what Li Yuqian and the teacher said. "Mr. Li, are you going out soon?" Li Yuqian nodded. "Yes, there was an organization formed by weirdos for a while, and I acted as a spy in it. Anyway, the explanation is very complicated. I will go out to coax a one-eyed weirdo from the Weirdo Association later. Genos smelled something big. It's not too complicated for me. Tell me, it sounds like something big to save the world. Seeing Genos' admiring eyes, Li Yuqian explained directly. On a rooftop in the suburbs of Z City, there was a man with bright eyes, cool breeze blowing, hands behind his back, looking into the distance, looking particularly aura. An hour later, De Jiongyan sat on the rooftop, imageless. At this time, Li Yuqian was still explaining to Genos in Balabala. Another hour passed, and De Jiongyan felt that he had been tricked, and he actually let me go, damn. Forget it. Maybe it's because of something else. Just wait another hour. An hour later, Sykes, who was behind his bright eyes, was almost going crazy. What on earth was that guy doing? Damn it. No matter what, I'm leaving. De Jiongyan just walked downstairs, opened the sewer manhole cover, and prepared to go in. On the original rooftop, Li Yuqian looked at De Jiongyan with doubtful eyes. What a coincidence, have you just arrived? De Jiongyan took the manhole cover and threw it heavily on the sewer manhole cover. He gritted his teeth and said, Yes, I just arrived. De Jiongyan ran back to the rooftop again, looking into the distance with his hands behind his back. Didn't you say that, bald man? Are you always taking the credit for his achievements? How come his ability was discovered and he became an S-class hero? Li Yuqian sighed, his expression full of loneliness. There is no way. This time he directly exploded the meteorite in front of many people. There is no way to take away his credit. De Jiongyan took out a bunch of weirdo cells from his back. You have to find a way to make that bald man eat these weirdo cells and make him a weirdo too. Li Yuqian nodded seriously and took away all the weird cells. It just so happens that the weirdo cells were almost used up due to research, and now they are in stock. De Jiongyan patted Li Yuqian's shoulder. Do your best. The Weird Association will not treat you badly. As long as you come back, you will be a cadre of the Weird Association. The cake drawn by De Jiongyan is big and round. Unfortunately, I am not a weirdo at all. Li Yuqian pretended to be excited. I will definitely complete the task. You have to remember that you are a weirdo. Don't be deceived by those people from the Hero Association. De Jiongyan tapped tentatively. Li Yuqian seemed to be insulted for a moment and shouted loudly. 3 days and 3 days and 3 days and 3 days, and it's been almost a few years. Didn't you ask me to be a spy? Idle. You are saying this to me now. Do you not trust me? You have to know that I am a weirdo, mixed among so many heroes. Do you know how much pressure I feel? Although De Jiongyan still looks the same, Sykes, the manipulator behind him, is indeed a little embarrassed. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he really recognized him as a spy. His tone instantly softened, but he was also a little angry. I'm the only one in the Weird Association who knows your identity now. Even Xiong Air only knows that you are performing a secret mission. I don't know what you are doing. I won't tell you. Just go be a hero. I don't need to bother you anymore, and I don't need to help you. When your identity is exposed, just wait to die. Li Yuqian had an emo look on his face. I am reminded every day that I am a weirdo. Do you still have to call me a weirdo when I dream? De Jiongyan patted Li Yuqian's shoulder, preparing to use both soft and hard tactics. The Monster Association has now reached a bottleneck. Elder Centipede, the famous dragon-level disaster before, is also ready to join us. As long as you persist for a while and wait for Elder Centipede to join us, you will be responsible for guiding a few S-level heroes to specific locations. When the time comes, you will surround and kill those heroes first. Weaken the power of the Heroes Association. After you finish this, you no longer need to be an undercover spy. You can come back and become a cadre. Li Yuqian pushed his bright-eyed hand away. Don't come here, I don't know how many times you've said this. De Jiongyan, have I said it before? Isn't it the first time I've said it? De Jiongyan feels that his brain is itching, and he feels like he wants to grow a brain. Li Yuqian also realized that he was too involved in a certain joke and let it slip, so he quickly changed the topic. You are sure you are telling the truth, and you are not lying to me. De Jiongyan nodded. That's for sure. Don't you still believe me, De Jiongyan? Sykes said. What does what De Jiongyan said have to do with me, Sykes? Li Yuqian nodded heavily. and the meeting between the two ended today. Li Yuqian flew back home, and De Jiongyan also came to the sewer, opened the manhole cover, and walked in. Unbeknownst to De Jiongyan, after Li Yuqian walked far away, he instantly changed his heavy mood and whistled back home. As Li Yuqian walked back, he took out his cell phone and called Shichi. After a while, the call was connected. Shichi, I want to ask you something. Has anything happened to the prophet Zababawa? Shichi was a little confused. Li Yuqian knew that Lord Zababa was normal. After all, as a prophet, she was very famous. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he asked if something happened. What happened? Could it be that the Weird Association is planning to take action against Lord Zababawa? Shichi arranged for his subordinates to increase the number of protection personnel for Lord Zababawa. He quickly responded, "Is it the Weird Association that wants to take action against Lord Zababa? Lord Zababa is not in trouble now. Li Yuqian, the Weird Association has no intention of attacking Zababa. I also have the ability to predict, but it's just not accurate enough. I want to use the time of Zababawa's death to confirm something. If Zababawa passes away by then, remember to tell me as soon as possible." Shichi felt very uneasy. What does it mean that Lord Zababawa died? Can you tell me something? You will understand, then, that there are many taboos about prophesying this kind of ability. Li Yuqian now needs the time when the prophet Zababa died, and roughly calculates the time when Boros came to the earth. There could be no surprises. After the two of them finished talking on the phone, Shichi thought for a while and prepared to take Mr. Zababawa directly to the headquarters of the Heroes Association, which is basically the safest place in human society. I don't believe that Mr. Zababawa had any accident like this. If it was a natural death, there is really nothing that can be done. As for trying to determine the exact time with the help of Lord Zababawa, I'm sorry, Li Yuqian. Sir C. Babawa has made a lot of contributions to mankind. If she can live, I still hope she can live. At Li Yuqian's house, Chiyu and Genos were still in the room, seeing that Li Yuqian came back so early. Genos looked very excited. How was Mr. Li? Your spy mission was successful. Sprinkle some water. Li Yuqian looked extremely relaxed, but as if he thought of something, he reminded Saitama, who was in a daze. By the way, Saitama, have you seen this kind of thing? Don't eat randomly in the future, especially this kind of thing. Li Yuqian took out a weirdo cell and showed it to Saitama. Although Saitama was very strong, he was still the protagonist. After accidentally eating the weirdo cell, he might not become a weirdo. However, after eating the weird cells, you will become a weird person. Li Yuqian thinks you should be careful. In the original plot, Saitama did not eat the weird cells, and it is not known whether the weird cells are useful to Saitama. Now De Jiongyan is extremely afraid of Saitama. Maybe one day he will play dirty tricks and become the sixth child. What should he do if he puts the weird cells in the chicken soup for Saitama to eat? If Saitama becomes blackened, it will be the end of the story, and Li Yuqian can only find a place to hide, and then find a chance to return to Marvel. It's sad to think about it, but it seems that this thing can only be eaten raw, and it can't be put in chicken soup. Forget it. Don't worry about these details. Just tell Saitama not to eat weird things. Saitama poked the weird-looking weird cells on Li Yuqian's hand. Wow, this thing looks like dark food. If you give it to a dog, the dog won't eat it. Don't underestimate this thing. If people eat it, it will turn them into weirdos. After Li Yuqian introduced it to Chiyu, he stuffed it back into his own space. The weird cells still need to be studied by themselves and cannot be wasted. Genos raised his hand. Mr. Li, I think it would be better for the teacher to eliminate such a dangerous organization directly. Li Yuqian quickly looked serious and looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Human beings cannot always rely on Saitama. If you can overcome some difficulties on your own, you still have to deal with them yourself. Damn it. Let Saitama kill all those weirdos in seconds. Let the big boss of the first season and the boss that appears later fight each other. This kind of plot is called Collapse and outrageous. It may provide a lot of special check-in opportunities and also have fun. Genos looked at Li Yuqian with admiring eyes, took out a small notebook, and began to take notes. Saitama on the side didn't take it seriously. Li Yuqian must be causing trouble again. In J City, on a street near the sea, a humanoid octopus with huge amounts of white cloth wrapped around was attacking the surrounding buildings at will, and roared, "Humans, those who disobey will be killed. I am a messenger of the deep sea. Leave the ground to the deep sea tribe." After saying that, he burst into laughter, but he didn't know that he was a villain when he made such laughter and said villain words, so he would definitely die soon. Sure enough, on the street in the distance, Saitama had an expressionless face and was ready to beat up this weirdo without saying a word. Li Yuqian behind him stopped him directly and pushed the undocumented knight aside. "Chiyu, don't do anything to this little monster. Let the undocumented knight try." Chiyu specially came to J City, a city near the sea, to buy kelp, and Li Yuqian happened to find out that undocumented knights were recently active in J City. So he came with Saitama, and under the leadership of the unlicensed knight, he bought the cheapest kelp in J City with good quality. Saitama waved his hand and bought a lot, which seemed to be enough for Saitama to eat for a month. Li Yuqian turned to look at the undocumented knight. "Your evolution has begun to slow down recently. You need to strengthen your beliefs in battle." The unlicensed knight nodded, put the kelp he had brought for Saitama on the ground, and rushed towards the deep-sea tribe envoy in front of him without saying a word. Li Yuqian saw a pile of kelp on the ground, looked at Saitama's head, and kindly reminded him, "Chiyu, eating kelp is useless for growing hair. Those are all rumors." Saitama was expressionless. "I don't know what you were talking about." It looks like Saitama is buying kelp, but he really just likes to eat it. Li Yuqian looked disdainful. "I don't believe you, you bad old man." Seeing Saitama's expressionless face, I couldn't help but murmur in my heart, "Saitama, you have become bad. Your face has actually become thicker. I don't know who you learned this from." Li Yuqian watched as the unlicensed knight rushed towards the deep-sea messenger and made a call. "Fubuki, come to J City. J City is about to usher in a wave of weirdos, which is just right for your current situation." "Okay." Shui Shui on the other end of the phone did not hesitate. She believed Li Yuqian's words very much, and without saying a word, she led Shui Shui's team towards J City. At this time, the unlicensed knight had already started fighting with the deep-sea messenger. It was obvious that the unlicensed knights were no longer what they used to be, and they directly suppressed the deep-sea messengers. Even if the deep-sea messenger has 6 tentacles in addition to his hands, his 8 hands cannot defeat the 2 hands of the unlicensed knight. The undocumented knight's powerful fist hit him hard in the face, knocking out all the teeth in his mouth. Li Yuqian looked at the toothless mouth of the deep-sea messenger and took a breath of cold air. "Good guy. I call him good guy? This looks like an octopus man, but actually it has something to do with abalone. Wait, what's going on? Why is my mind full of yellow waste? Why did I suddenly drive? How could I, a pure person like me, know how to drive? Damn it. It must be the fault of Aguang, who has become strange recently." Li Yuqian looked at Aguang and shouted in great disappointment, "Damn Aguang." Aguang, who didn't know what happened, said. Aguang felt very speechless. He just stayed here and was scolded for not doing anything. Okay, Li Yuqian, you have a way to die. Just wait for me and see how I deal with you after you are tricked by me." Aguang took a deep breath and remained silent, silently enduring Li Yuqian's frame-up. Li Yuqian was a little surprised. The Aguang in his mind didn't say a word. He was so tolerant. He was a ninja turtle. Li Yuqian was thinking about Aguang's strange actions these days, while watching the battle between the unlicensed knight and the deep-sea messenger in the distance. At this time, the deep-sea messenger, this abalone man, the octopus man, all 6 tentacles have been interrupted. Then, the undocumented knight shouted "Fist of Justice" and punched out, directly punching through the head of the deep-sea messenger. The surrounding J City citizens cheered, and after a while, the relevant Hero Association staff began to deal with the scene. The undocumented knight ran back very happily. "How was it, Mr. Li?" Li Yuqian frowned. "It's still a little bit worse. The theory is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. Although the medicine developed by Li Yuqian can theoretically evolve infinitely and become infinitely stronger. But every time you become stronger and evolve, the emotion and willpower required next time will increase exponentially. Li Yuqian felt that this potion basically hit the Superman world and could no longer be improved. With a few more experimental data, we can launch the complete product directly. Don't be discouraged. You have been staying in J City recently. During this period, a wave of monsters from the Deep Sea tribe will come ashore to attack human cities. This is just an opportunity. I hope you can evolve for the second time. The undocumented knight nodded firmly. Then I will live here for the next few days. Li Yuqian took Chiyu to open the door directly and walked in carrying a lot of kelp. The undocumented knight turned on his phone and looked at nearby hotels. A few days later, the coastline of J City was extremely lively, with various A-level, B-level, and C-level heroes wandering around. The original C-class, first undocumented knight, was also very famous among heroes. Some people laughed at his weakness, while others praised his belief. He has a lot of controversy, but it is undeniable that he is very famous and among heroes. The sudden and explosive growth of the unlicensed knight also attracted the attention of many people. There are rumors that unlicensed knights have obtained a method that can directly become stronger. Many heroes want to become stronger, and they also want to obtain this method. After the matter fermented for a period of time, a hero finally couldn't wait to ask how the unlicensed knight could become stronger. The undocumented knight couldn't stand so many people asking questions, so under Li Yuqian's instruction, the undocumented knight issued an announcement, which roughly means that an S-class hero from the Hero Association has developed a special potion. It can evolve people's abilities, but because it is an experimental product, there are certain risks and the quantity is scarce. Mainly because Li Yuqian is too lazy to do so much. But because all the heroes in the Hero Association really want a way to become stronger, we are hereby making an announcement. The S-class hero who does not want to reveal his identity will use the upcoming ghost-level disaster in J City as a basis for judgment. Give medicine to heroes who perform well in disasters. Of course, after taking the medicine, you must cooperate with relevant research. Once this announcement was made, it directly ignited the enthusiasm for S-level and lower heroes. You must know that today's unlicensed knights are characters who can solve tiger-level disasters and are already at the forefront of A-level heroes. Such a potion may be useful for A-level heroes, and maybe even A-level heroes can become S-level heroes. Countless heroes who want to become stronger flock to J City, hoping to show off their talents in the upcoming ghost-level disaster. Officials from a Hero Association also support this event. On the one hand, they are evacuating residents around the coastline of J City as soon as possible. On the other hand, the event was promoted on the official website. Shichi also wanted to take this opportunity to see if it was true that Li Yuqian had the ability to predict things. Will there really be a ghost-level disaster happening again? Even the level of the disaster was predicted. So accurate. Shichi looked at the gray-haired Sir Zababua, who looked like an old woman at the side of the headquarters, and fell into deep thought. Mr. Zababua suddenly patted the table and said to the side, "My throat suddenly feels uncomfortable. Buy me some throat lozenges." A staff member of the Heroes Association hurriedly ran outside, apparently to eat some lozenges. Suddenly, under the originally calm sea, a dozen huge amounts of black shadow flashed past. The next second, those black figures jumped out of the water and roared toward the sky, announcing their arrival. The normal follow-up should be for the poor and weak humans around to flee in panic. But when the leader of the strange tiger-striped octopus looked down, he was stunned by the scene. There were a group of guys with various looks and strange clothes around them. Their eyes were shining, and they were looking at me with salivating expressions on their faces. Tiger-striped octopus monster, the Deep Sea Clan weirdo behind him. This is wrong. This is wrong. What kind of weird situation is this? Could it be that I'm not used to the ground when I first came to the ground, and I'm hallucinating? No, I'll take a look again. The marine weirdos blinked. It was not an illusion. It was real. Are all the humans on the ground wearing such fashionable styles? Then there's a muscular man. Why is he wearing this flower fairy suit? Ah, my eyes. Heroes around the coastline. The weirdos are coming. The weirdos are coming. Just a dozen or so are not enough. Come on. The opportunity to become stronger is right in front of you. Is my monster. Fart. He is mine. You make noise first. I do it directly. Bah, shameless old thief. This hero disdains your company. The weirdos of the deep sea tribe. We are weirdos. What is going on? Why does it feel like the situation is reversed? Why are you so excited? You can't stop us. Can you please respect the identity of a weirdo? Among the many heroes, there is the A-class hero Stinger, who is wrapped in black bandages and holding a huge bamboo shoot gun. Looking at the heroic colleagues around me, they were all like hungry tigers pouncing on food, and they were sweating profusely. It's not that I don't feel like I can't grab a single monster if I don't run faster. Stinger felt empty in his heart. Stinger felt that these monsters should have been his, and he felt as if his outstanding achievements had been taken away by others. Stinger thought of this. Without saying a word, he put the bamboo shoot gun in his mouth and moved his hands like a Hot Wheel. He rushed forward at full speed and rushed towards the group of monsters. He had to grab a monster. After a while, this group of deep-sea clan weirdos were surrounded by a group of heroes. There are A-level ones, B-level ones, and C-level ones. Anyway, there are at least 10 heroes in front of every deep-sea clan monster. The heroes said that they had never fought such a rich battle. The tiger-striped octopus monster looked at the heroes surrounding him, and his heart skipped a beat. Don't you keep saying that you are heroes? Why do so many people beat me up? If you have the ability to challenge me alone. The heroes who were preparing to righteously beat him looked at each other and said, We only do things based on the results. Don't be embarrassed, everyone. There is a weirdo on the opposite side. There is no need to talk about morality. Let's go together. Whoever beats him to death in the end will have his head. The originally ferocious tiger-striped octopus monster looked a little pitiful for a moment. You don't have martial ethics. Mousetail juice. After a scream, the tiger-striped octopus monster was righteously beaten by a group of heroes. The tiger-striped octopus monster usually uses more tentacles to bully opponents with fewer hands, but now it's better. He has more tentacles and more enemies on the opposite side. 6 tentacles were not enough for one person, so the surrounding heroes each pulled a tentacle and hit the tiger-striped octopus monster with various strange attacks. In just a few seconds, the tiger-striped octopus monster was scarred and fell to the ground with a loud bang. I only had time to say one sentence. I've been walking on thin ice in my life. It seems I can't make it to the other side. This scene is made as if the heroes around are villains. The heroes around them asked, What did this weirdo just say? I don't know. I didn't hear you clearly. It doesn't matter. Who gave him the final blow? It's me. It's me. It's me. The tiger-striped octopus monster who refuses to rest in peace. The dozen or so deep-sea clan monsters who rushed to the ground quickly fell one by one under the attack of so many heroes. The undocumented knight and Fubuki in the distance were both a little confused. Neither of them had played yet. At this time, the last one still standing, the weirdo from the deep-sea tribe who looked like a little Tyrannosaurus Rex, was desperately resisting. A black shadow flashed through the crowd, and he shouted, Roar, bamboo shoots! The next second, a big hole was pierced through the body of the deep-sea monster who looked like a small Tyrannosaurus Rex. Holding the stinger of the bamboo shoot gun, he was extremely excited. This head is mine. Ha ha ha, who else? My stinger is so powerful. As long as I drink the mysterious potion, I will definitely become the strongest S-class hero. There was a snap. A slap sent the stinger flying dozens of meters. As expected of a young man, Stinger fell asleep without struggling. The one who attacked the stinger was a strange man of huge amounts. This strange man wore a crown and was tall, although in human form. But the fish characteristics on his body showed his identity. One punched Superman's most impressive ghost-level monster, Deep Aquaman. Aquaman looked at the group of heroes around him and his men who were beaten to death and frowned. Why do I feel like these guys are more villains than me? All the heroes standing on the coastline looked at Aquaman, who was extremely imposing and huge in human form. At first glance, he knew he was the big boss. Kill him, and you will definitely get the mysterious potion. He looks so strong. What are you afraid of? There's so many of us, come on. Deep Aquaman looked at the heroes rushing towards him, his tongue sticking out and licking his lips disdainfully. Although these guys look like villains, Aquaman has studied some items that humans have thrown into the ocean. Knowing what a hero is, his subordinates are so stupid. Facing so many guys, they actually go head-to-head, and they deserve to die. To be a qualified strongman, not only must you have qualified force, but you must also have qualified intelligence. The next second, Aquaman took the initiative and hit a group of heroes heavily. Then a hand suddenly grabbed out and held a hero holding a bow and arrow firmly in his hand. The body flexibly avoids some flames, electric currents, cannonballs, bullets, and bows and arrows. Then he let out a terrifying roar toward the sky. You all stop. If you come up again, I will kill this guy. You are heroes. Jia jia jia. Many heroes around were stunned for a moment and stopped. Some heroes who use bows, arrows, machine guns, firearms, and other long-range attacks also stopped their attacks. You actually play hostage-taking. Oh, by the way, he is a weirdo and a villain, so it is normal to play this game. I have played so many righteous gang fights that I almost thought I was a villain. The faces of many heroes were ugly. This guy was too cunning. His goal was clear, fast, accurate, and ruthless, and he didn't give him any chance to react. At this time, a voice came from among the many heroes. You cannot let this ghost-level weirdo go just because of the safety of a hero. Indeed, this guy must be a ghost-level monster. Judging from the power and speed he just showed, he is terrifyingly strong. Normally, except for S-class heroes and a few perverts, everyone would definitely turn around and run away when meeting such a weirdo. But this time is different. With so many heroes gathered this time, maybe those of us who can only be used as cannon fodder can kill a ghost-level weirdo. The crowd gradually dispersed, revealing the man who had just spoken. He was a hero wearing a tiger print vest. C-class hero vest tiger. The tiger in the vest said righteously to shun Aquaman. You are arresting him. Why should we stop? Don't be mentally burdened. I believe that the hero caught by this weirdo will understand our feelings. As a hero, if you're caught by a weirdo, in order not to drag others down, it is better to commit suicide. Don't worry, that hero, after you die, I will take care of your wife and children. Many heroes, what a thief. The hero caught in Deep Aquaman. Deep Aquaman. Is my idea wrong? The heroes introduced in the books in the sea are all fake, and the heroes are all so bad. Deep Aquaman is a little timid. He is not afraid of strong opponents, but afraid of strong and bad opponents. He doesn't have a three-dimensional view and can use any damaging move. The tiger in the vest made a speech that directly controlled everyone present for 3 seconds. Fubuki noticed this good opportunity and shouted to the undocumented knight, "Take advantage of it now." Fubuki's body began to emit a faint blue light, and psychokinesis restrained Aquaman's movements. The undocumented knight suddenly jumped up and hit Aquaman's wrist with a punch of justice. As soon as Aquaman broke free from the restraints of psychokinesis, his wrist was hit. Subconsciously letting go of his hand, the undocumented knight hugged the hero who had just nearly had his wife stolen and ran away quickly. Hero, no need to point out, thank you. Aquaman opened his mouth angrily, and the tongue in his mouth shot out like a snake, as if he wanted to bite the undocumented knight. His tongue actually has countless sharp teeth, as if there is a small mouth on his tongue. The surrounding heroes also reacted. The hero wearing a cape and holding a Gatling raised the Gatling on his arm and started shooting. The young man in blue clothes began to spray flames from his hands. Many heroes began to use long-range attacks, which directly restricted Aquaman's actions. The undocumented knight also took the opportunity to stay away from Aquaman, looked at the hero he had rescued, and made a suggestion. When playing with bows and arrows, It's better to pay attention to the distance. Just now, I was too aggressive in trying to grab someone's head and accidentally stood too far forward. He was a little embarrassed to be such a hero, but when he saw that the position he was standing in was already in the back row, he quickly took out his bow and arrow, preparing to avenge his shame. When the heroes saw that the hostages had been rescued, their morale was instantly boosted. A man wearing glasses and sportswear shouted loudly with a loudspeaker, "This weirdo is unusual. Please pay attention to your matching." Immediately afterwards, the man began to call out the names of all the heroes present and began to arrange the formation. Suddenly, the originally chaotic battle scene began to become orderly. Maybe this ghost-level disaster can be solved by us A-level, B-level, and C-level heroes without the help of S-level heroes. On the rooftop in the distance, Li Yuqian looked at the battle scene and nodded. Well, the feeling is on fire, at least better than Bo Ran. Li Yuqian turned to look at Chiyu standing aside. Chiyu, what do you think? Saitama looked dull, as if he was possessed by Patrick Star. How do you see it? I see it with my eyes. Li Yuqian, if you follow this guy as your neighbor, you won't become stupid, right? No wonder I feel so nervous lately. Hey, a bunch of weak chickens are fighting. Let me go up and kill that seafood. Tatsumaki's words were still so arrogant, but his eyes were fixed on Fubuki, who was fighting Deep Aquaman, for fear that his sister would be injured. Shichi also stood aside with a tangled look on his face. He saw the power and speed that Aquaman showed after his appearance, and understood that this was indeed a ghost-level disaster. In other words, Li Yuqian's prediction of ability is true and very accurate, even before Lenovo's meteorites. Shichi considered whether to raise the security level of Lord Sabava to another level. Shichi didn't focus on the Deep Aquaman at all, even though the Deep Aquaman could defeat so many heroes around him. Is it possible that he can beat the 4 S-Class heroes next to him? With so many S-Class heroes here, Shichi said it was very stable. Shichi looked at the 4 people nearby. Saitama had an unreliable expression. Li Yuqian looked like he was just watching the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, and Tatsumaki only paid attention to Fubuki. Shichi, fortunately, Genos, who was in front of the 4 of them, was looking at the battlefield with a serious face, as if some emergency had occurred. Genos is ready to go directly and deal with that weirdo. Shichi instantly felt that not all S-Class heroes were problem children. Genos, you make me feel at ease. Genos noticed Shichi's eyes behind him and felt strange. At this time on the surface, Aquaman first faced a group of melee heroes. The A-level hero, Smiling Superman, holds a huge amount of hammer and keeps hitting Aquaman. The B-level hero wears an armored feral siren and keeps attacking Aquaman with the impact drill on his hand. There are also spring beards, undocumented knights, etc., plus Fubuki using superpowers to interfere with Aquaman from time to time. In just a few minutes, Aquaman was beaten black and blue. Once Aquaman pulls away, the guy wearing glasses and sportswear will yell, "Chain Toad, electric light source type, quickly restrain his movements. Golden Ball, Gunner, Shooter, Long-Range Attack." As the hero wearing a toad hood throws a chain scythe, there is a collective attack of various electric currents and long-range attacks. Shin Aquaman only had time to wrap himself into a ball to avoid damage. After a burst of smoke dissipated, it was revealed that there was no good piece of flesh on Aquaman's body. Obviously, as long as this continues, Deep Aquaman will die sooner or later. The tiger in the vest ran to the side of the bespectacled hero with some enthusiasm. Brother, do you want me to cooperate?" The bespectacled man glanced at the tiger in the vest. "You won't need it when you go up, so you should stay outside and work as a support team. Don't do anything, don't be a thief, even if you are helping," the man with glasses muttered to himself. The tiger in the vest was obviously very unconvinced and was about to defend himself. Deep Aquaman suddenly shouted. The voice was loud and full of energy. "Let you see my unique move. Jia, jia, jia." As soon as the heroes heard this boss's speech, they immediately prepared themselves to deal with Aquaman's ultimate move. The next second, Aquaman turned around and ran away, tried to escape by diving into the sea. All the heroes. After holding it in for a long time, I thought you were going to do some big move. This is the result. Aquaman also knows that this is embarrassing, but there is really nothing he can do. There were too many enemies, and they suddenly cooperated very well, displaying extraordinary combat power. Normally, a ghost-level monster requires 10 A-level heroes to deal with it, even though Aquaman is a little stronger than the average ghost-level monster. But it is impossible to be like a dragon-level monster who treats S-level heroes and below as nothing. Therefore, Aquaman decided to run back into the sea to create a favorable terrain, and when the time comes, even these heroes with no martial ethics will go into the sea to attack him. Don't be afraid yourself. Death Gatlin, who had been staring at the battlefield, finally took action and seized the opportunity. His machine gun violently sprayed out countless black bullets, as dense as water. Countless black bullets hit Aquaman heavily, and the violent impact knocked him away. There was smoke all over the ground, and all the heroes present felt that they were safe. After all, Death Gatling's move was famously powerful. Not to mention that Aquaman was injured and should be dead. At this time, a light rain began to fall in the sky, gradually dissipating the dust and smoke raised on the battlefield. The tiger in the vest jumped out and shouted arrogantly, "This monster's head is mine," while rushing into the smoke. The tiger in the vest felt that if he killed this ghost-level monster this time, he might be able to become an S-class hero directly. After drinking the mysterious potion, I become very powerful, and I can do whatever I want in the Heroes Association. Ha 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 ha. The tiger in the vest was still fantasizing when he suddenly felt his hands were wet, and the next second he felt a direct pain in his heart. What is this? The rain dispersed the dust and smoke from the scene, and Aquaman, who was originally roughly a tall humanoid, now became larger, more like a beast or a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The injuries on his body are also gradually recovering. As for the vest tiger, it is obvious that he was hit by Aquaman's acidic liquid attack. The tiger in the vest was rolling on the ground in pain. This guy was lucky Aquaman's acidic liquid didn't hit him completely. But it is obvious that the hands of the tiger in the vest have been eaten away by the acidic liquid, and it seems that he will not be a hero in the future. On the high floor, Genos looked at Li Yuqian. "Mr. Li, do you need me to do something?" That weirdo seems to have become stronger. Li Yuqian looked at the light rain falling in the sky. Aquaman is at the peak of his strength because when he gets to land, so his strength has declined, and now it's raining, and he has regained his strength by accident. No need to take action. Even at the peak ghost level, so many heroes should be able to handle it. As for the tiger in the vest, he deserves it. Don't worry about it. Li Yuqian also recognized the tiger in the vest at this time. Isn't this the guy who framed Saitama in the original plot? You deserve it if you get a broken hand. This kind of waiting to die in the Hero Association, bah. The main disadvantage is not this. A guy who suppresses other heroes in the Hero Association falsely accuses other heroes and takes the initiative to take credit. Li Yuqian felt that he couldn't be a hero because of his disabled hand, so he was quite good to the Heroes Association. What a risk. I almost forgot that I was fishing in troubled waters in the Heroes Association. I almost scolded myself and wiped my sweat. Angry face. Seeing this, Genos fell silent and Shichi hesitated to speak. Shichi had heard that the tiger in the vest had done many things. But people, the forest is big, and there are people of all kinds, so this kind of thing cannot be stopped. What's more, the eldest brother of the vest tiger is the vest venerable, so Shichi didn't care and could only secretly suppress the ranking of the vest tiger. Let the tiger in the vest suffer a small loss. Now it seems that the tiger in the vest has broken his hand. With the ability of the tiger in the vest, he basically cannot be a hero. Shichi feels pretty good, but that deep Aquaman, can these heroes really deal with it? Li Yuqian didn't care what the people around him thought and looked at the battlefield carefully. Li Yuqian had to carefully select a few experimental subjects among these heroes. Heroes who have pursuits, desires, and want to become stronger can unleash the power of their potions to a greater extent. Li Yuqian felt more and more like he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Jia jia jia. The four people around looked at Li Yuqian, who suddenly laughed out loud, with confused expressions on their faces. Just laugh. Why are you still smiling so evilly? Satama. Damn it. If you become a neighbor with this guy, you won't become stupid, right? No wonder I feel so nervous lately. At this time, Aquaman, who has regained all his strength, feels like he can do it again. You annoying bugs. Let you have a taste of my continuous beatings. After the words fell, Aquaman's body burst out at extremely fast speeds, resisting various long-range attacks. He rushed directly into the crowd of heroes, and now Aquaman had to use his soaring physical fitness and recovery ability to withstand the attack and eliminate those weaker heroes first. That is logistics. The hero wearing glasses and holding a loudspeaker, the guy who kept shouting and adjusting his formation, was regarded as the primary target by Deep Aquaman. A series of blows broke apart the hero team, and they ran rampant like wild beasts, rushing towards the man with glasses with a clear purpose. The man with glasses immediately got into a boxing stance. I'm a hero too. Be asterisk 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 D. Don't underestimate me. The next second, Aquaman's fist knocked the man with glasses away hard. The man with glasses propped up his shaky body and wanted to continue fighting, but Aquaman followed him closely and punched him again. Finally, the man with glasses lay down on the ground with blurred vision. After Aquaman knocked out the man with glasses, many heroes immediately began to attack randomly. Some heroes who were more aware of the overall situation just wanted to stop it and adjust their teams. Aquaman rushed towards them and gave them a combo of hits. For a time, many heroes fell into chaos, and some heroes' attacks even caused accidental injuries. Deep Aquaman shouted arrogantly, I am Deep Aquaman. This time, I must get back everything that belongs to me. The S-class hero in the distance. What kind of protagonist is speaking? Are you a weirdo or a villain? Can you figure out your position? At this time, Gatlin of Death, who was hiding among the many heroes, looked at Gatlin, who had been scrapped. His eyes were firm, and he took out a dagger. Gatling's ultimate move, Death Bath, is useless after use. Gatling must find time to maintain and repair it. It was also for this reason that Gatling of Death, Stinger, who was knocked unconscious, and some injured personnel were carried aside by C-class heroes. The original C-level heroes were assigned to the logistics team by the man with glasses, who dragged the injured heroes away from the center of the battlefield during the battle. Death Gatling, who had lost his main combat effectiveness, was also pulled aside by several C-level heroes. There are weak heroes around, and at this time, those who are still fighting Deep Aquaman are A-level heroes, or some B-level heroes with special abilities that can assist in combat. No one pays attention to weak C-level heroes and losers like myself. Even that abominable Aquaman weirdo also ignored himself. Gatlin of Death felt the feeling similar to being ignored by an S-class hero for the first time in a long time. No, I'm not convinced. Why ignore weak heroes? Gatlin of Death seemed to be controlled by his inner obsession, picking up huge amounts of daggers. Suddenly, a jumping dagger plunged deep into Aquaman's back. Aquaman didn't expect that the weak heroes next to him would dare to take the initiative to attack. Without warning, Gatlin of Death actually stabbed his body with a dagger. Unfortunately, only a layer of skin was broken. Aquaman angrily stretched out his tongue, full of sharp teeth, and bit the Death Gatlin's mechanical arm into pieces. With a slap, he was directly knocked away. Life or death was unknown. A group of C-level heroes quickly took advantage of several A-level heroes, especially the Unmanned Knight, to stop Aquaman's time. The dead Gatlin was carried away again, and the tiger in the vest was lying on the ground without anyone caring about him. After the unlicensed knight evolved, once using potions, he only strengthened his physical fitness, speed and strength, recovery ability, etc. There is no evolution or any special ability, but firm willpower, terrifying resilience, and physical fitness. This is originally the most suitable ability combination. Ordinary A-level heroes can only withstand one punch from Aquaman. Those with strong willpower, such as the man with glasses, could only withstand 2 punches. The unlicensed knight, like the unbeatable Xiao Chong, was constantly being knocked away and then pounced on him again. In addition, Fubuki in the distance keeps using his super ability to interfere with Aquaman's movements. It's just that the balance of the battlefield is tilting towards Aquaman step by step. If it continues like this, I am afraid that except for the unbeatable Xiaoqiang undocumented knight, other heroes will be defeated by Aquaman one by one. The tornado on the rooftop in the distance became a little urgent. At this time, Deep Aquaman had already started to hit Fubuki. The undocumented knight and other A-level heroes also understood the importance of Fubuki and tried their best to stop him. Fubuki also interfered and retreated strategically. But it seems that it is only a matter of time before Aquaman catches up with Fubuki. I can't stand it anymore. I'm gonna beat that ugly guy to death. Liuqian's body emitted red light, and he stopped the tornado with psychokinesis. Your sister wants to deal with this weirdo by herself. If she can use my potion to evolve in this battle, I'm afraid she can reach the level of an S-class hero, although just barely. The green color that appeared on Tatsumaki's body gradually disappeared, but his eyes were fixed on his sister. Liuqian looked at the C-class heroes. Although they were weak, they still made their own efforts. All the wounded on the battlefield were dragged away by the C-class heroes. Although the C-class heroes were able to safely take away the wounded in the aftermath of the Deep Aquaman battle, Liuqian secretly used psychokinesis to provide a little help. But it can still be seen from these behaviors that there are still many C-level heroes who fit the definition of a hero. More responsible, he saved all their fellow heroes with all his strength. A C-level hero who feels that he has done a bad job today. Sinablasai, the tiger in the vest who is ignored by everyone. Am I not a human being? Am I not a hero? Tell me quickly, am I a human being? Am I a hero? Fubuki felt a little scared in her heart. As Aquaman got closer and closer to her, Fubuki felt the weakness of her own strength. The members of her Fubuki team went one after another to protect herself. They fell one by one. Boss, leave quickly. Boss, I'll cover you. Boss Chue Shui, please leave quickly. You are injured. What should I do? Boss Chue Shui, you have to be happy. You have to be happy. Boss Fubuki, how can I live without you? Damn weirdo. Don't get close to Boss Fubuki. It felt like the members of the Fubuki group were coming one after another, and there seemed to be something strange mixed into their words. No, it's not important. On this day, Fubuki once again felt the weakness of her own power and the fear of being dominated by weirdos. No, I obviously drank the potion. As long as I find the will and belief to persevere, I can become stronger. I can prove myself. Let my sister recognize my strength and protect my team members. At this moment, Fubuki felt his telekinesis merge into the wind. My own mental power is constantly expanding, just like taking drugs. My mind is as clear as ever. I have successfully evolved. I have become stronger. Deep Aquaman, let you feel the hurricane from hell. Special move, Hell Airasher. Fubuki floated directly in the air, emitting blue light, and a hurricane mixed with all the boulders and rubble on the ground. If the previous special move, Hell Airasher, was like a small typhoon, the current special move, Hell Airasher, is like a huge amount of hurricane and roars towards Aquaman. Liuqian also immediately emitted a red light and used telekinesis to drag all the heroes closer to Aquaman to his side. The only tiger in the vest that was leaked. Thank you, because you warmed the 4 seasons. Aquaman never imagined that he was originally so aggressive that he wanted to cause trouble for a support, but in the end, the support turned into a mage. He gave himself a set of explosion damage, and because he kept getting closer, he took full damage. And this hurricane is not an ordinary hurricane. Fubuki's telekinesis rotates in different directions, like a sharp cutting machine. Aquaman only had time to struggle for a few seconds before he was cut into countless small pieces and died screaming. In this way, the ghost-level weirdo, who was the most prominent figure in the original plot, has been taken off the production line. Of course, he is not at a loss. although his death is even worse. But the lineup has also been greatly increased. At least more than 100 heroes have dealt with him as a weirdo. This is really the first time. If Aquaman is deep enough, he will be recorded in the history of the Hero Association. Happy again, Deep Aquaman. The dead Aquaman. I give you this happiness. Do you want it? You can't eat the pancakes. Degree. The originally spacious roof was now filled with heroes. Some injured heroes saw several S-class heroes and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Some heroes even fainted. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while. Shichi can be the liaison officer of S-class heroes and has some status in the top management. Sure enough, he has a few tricks up his sleeve. After a while, they contacted the Heroes Association and began to deal with the scene. Li Yuqian looked at the excited Chue Shui in the distance and began to mutter, "The stronger I get, the more I evolve, the more I will improve overall, and it seems to improve exponentially, which is interesting." Stop your idiotic face. Tornado put his hands on his hips and looked at Li Yuqian with great contempt. Li Yuqian, did his expression look vulgar just now? You slandered me. You slandered me. Did you see it, Saitama? He slandered me. Tatsumaki snorted and flew towards his sister. Chiyu patted Li Yuqian on the shoulder with an honest look on his face. The smile you just made was indeed quite lewd. Li Yuqian, 6. The staff of the Hero Association are indeed very efficient. After a while, the tattered ground and some road facilities that had just been beaten were repaired. Li Yuqian also saw why they repaired it so fast. A few heroes who looked like oxen and horse builders repaired it in just a few clicks. It looks like a super ability, one that directly makes cement and hardens immediately, which feels weird. What kind of hero is this who is born with civil engineering? With this ability, what kind of hero can he be? You can just do civil engineering. Li Yuqian looked at the heroes with puzzled eyes. Those heroes immediately understood, and one even started to explain. Doing civil engineering is not good, because we work quickly and no one wants us at all, and the salary is delayed. January salary is not paid until March. Li Yuqian was speechless. What the hero said made sense. After a while, Shichi settled all the subsequent matters, and Li Yuqian followed Shichi, taking Saitama and Genos to J City Hospital. This time to eliminate the ghost-level disaster. Many heroes were basically injured, but the severity of the injuries varied. So now he is basically in the hospital, and Li Yuqian is going to take this opportunity to give the medicine to his chosen guinea pig, Ba. Hero. Sure enough, although humans in different worlds look the same, they are actually somewhat different. In this battle, several heroes were beaten miserably. As a result, in just half a day, most of them woke up just after dusk. That's great for restoring ability, but it's right to think about it. You know, even a sea-level hero who looks very weak. In fact, it is equivalent to Special Forces professional combatants and this type of professionally trained people. Li Yuqian first walked into a ward where there were 3 people. The man with glasses, the Gatlin of Death, and another undocumented knight who looks like a lively and energetic man who looks like he is visiting the man with glasses. Li Yuqian nodded inwardly, closed the door, and said in a low and serious voice, "Glasses, Class B21st, just left the Blowing Snow group and wants to become stronger with his own efforts." A very inspiring hero. You had a great sense of the overall situation during this disaster and arranged the team very well. This potion is yours. Li Yuqian handed a potion to his bandaged glasses. The potion is just a key. If you want to become stronger, you have to find your beliefs. I believe you should know what your beliefs are. Firm your beliefs and fulfill your beliefs. When the time is right, you will evolve and become stronger. The side effects, in my opinion, are just that if you have no beliefs and are confused, it's useless to drink this potion. Think about it yourself. Glasses nodded and drank all the potion with firm eyes. Do you believe in it? Of course you know what it is. Become stronger through your own efforts. Become stronger. Become a qualified hero. The atmosphere in the room was serious and solemn at this time. Unfortunately, Saitama, who was possessed by Pai Daxing, ruined this atmosphere today. Li Yuqian, Did you speak with a high voice on purpose? Li Yuqian. Damn it, so embarrassing. Glasses, Death Gatling, Genos. We heard nothing. What nonsense are you talking about? Hasn't my voice always sounded like this? Li Yuqian defended righteously. I'm really convinced. No wonder Saitama has never had any fans and no image management at all. With your image management like this, no wonder you're stuck in traffic. No wonder you have no fans. Saitama. Yo, 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 that's what I said. Li Yuqian. Chiyu, you've learned it badly. Who did you learn this from? Damn it. Could it be a Guang's fault? Yes, that's it. Facts have proved that as long as one person looks at it and the other person is unhappy, whatever that person does is his fault. Just like Aguang. What? There's no meat at home, you evil Aguang kid. What? The website has been blocked. Evil kid Aguang. What? It's another update today. The evil Aguang kid. Aguang, who has always taken the blame. I will bear it. I will bear it. I will bear it again. Benefit. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Li Yuqian suddenly couldn't do anything to Saitama, who was a bad learner. Sure enough, only magic can defeat magic. I had hurt Saitama like this before, but now that Saitama is hurting me like this, I feel strange that I can't adapt to it. Wait, is it possible that Saitama learned from himself? No. How could he have such an idea? How could I be so upright and kind-hearted, but I could be so venomous? Why would I have such thoughts? Evil Aguang brat. Aguang, the teenage mutant ninja turtle in Li Yuqian's mind. Li Yuqian coughed lightly, ignored the troublesome Saitama, and asked another potion to be handed to the Gatlin of Death beside him. Your beliefs are a bit extreme. The medicine may affect your character. You need to be careful and think clearly. Li Yuqian was a little entangled in giving the Gatling potion to Death. The Gatling guy in Death was very extreme in the original plot. Although it is not as serious as in the original plot, signs have begun to appear. But his performance in this battle was indeed pretty good, whether it was hitting the Bath of Death at the critical moment to prevent Aquaman from returning to the ocean. After Gatling was disabled, he took out his dagger and gave it to Aquaman, and his performance was quite impressive. Forget it, just give it, just to see where a guy whose ability mainly relies on Gatling and mechanical transformation will evolve in what direction. Maybe the potion can also be used to transform humans. If it does work, you can give it to Genos to try. Li Yuqian watched Gatlin of Death finish the potion very excitedly, and then turned to look at the undocumented knight beside him. Come on, undocumented. I hope the first person to complete the second evolution is you. The undocumented knight nodded with great respect and promised that he would work hard. Upon seeing this, Li Yuqian took Chiyu and Genos and turned around to go home. It was enough to give them 2 potions, and there were no outstanding ones left. Li Yuqian took out the door directly and returned home with the 2 people behind him. Any door is a must when going out, and it only takes a few seconds to get home. After Li Yuqian returned home, he thought of something and sent a message to Chueishua, asking her to have time to go to Tong Emperor's laboratory and provide her physical data. After getting Chueishua's answer, Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction. This time, the Deep Aquaman incident also ended successfully. There were no casualties, everything was resolved properly, and the special achievement was completed 1 more time and 10 more times. Beautiful. Why do I feel like I have forgotten someone? Forget it, it's not important. Shichi should have taken care of everything. In a haystack, a tiger in a vest with a broken arm fell into a coma. As for why he was thrown into the haystack, it must be attributed to a certain hero carrying a bow and arrow. The unknown hero said, "Don't worry, tiger in the vest. If you don't get timely treatment, you might end up accidentally. I will support your wife." In the next few days, Li Yuqian obtained Chueishua's first-hand evolutionary data and perfected the potion. Now the potion is officially updated to the Hero Potion, which is based on the monster cells and has an extremely simple name. In fact, Li Yuqian actually planned to name this enchantress the Invincible Destruction Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior Potion. As a result, Emperor Tong and Dr. Gynos disagreed for the sake of helping him research the potion. Li Yuqian reluctantly agreed to name the potion Hero Potion. Alas, These two people are not good at aesthetics. Child Emperor and Dr. Genos. Damn it. Why does this guy have no self-awareness at all? The two of them looked at Li Yuqian's name and fell into deep thought. They felt that such a thing as a useless name could still be inherited. Li Yuqian sneezed directly and rubbed his nose in confusion. Why did he sneeze suddenly? Is it possible that someone scolded me? Evil Aguang brat. Aguang. I can bear it, and I can bear it some more. I can't bear it anymore. Host, if you have this skill, why not go fight monsters, work hard to save energy, and strengthen your template? I see you are so happy, even though you have no time to kill dead man directly. Li Yuqian's expression was extremely shocked. Aguang, why did you say that to me? It makes your host so sad. Aguang felt the aroma of tea overflowing. How many times have you mentioned the evil Aguang kid before? Did I say it out loud? Li Yuqian secretly provoked. Aguang took a deep breath and started the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles mode again. He was not in a hurry. He kept hinting during this period. I didn't believe this guy Li Yuqian. He couldn't bear to strengthen his own template. As long as he strengthened his template, he chose to eliminate the enhancement path that prevented him from directly killing people. He is no longer a threat. Let's see how I deal with you then. Li Yuqian curled his lips and kept talking about it every day. Coupled with the changes in Aguang these days, Li Yuqian had vaguely understood something. What an evil Aguang kid. After Li Yuqian used the punch and opportunities he had accumulated over the past few days, he obtained a pile of rolling papers and several useful props and skills. Shampoo that makes you never bald. Black Flame. You can use mental power to turn into Black Flame. Black Flame is corrosive and can burn living things to replenish the host's mental power. Red Thought's 4-piece set. Sleepless. You can never sleep after using the skill. Li Yuqian first looked at the first anti-hair loss shampoo, which is quite useful. If Saitama knew about it, Saitama would definitely want in every possible way. Oh, I almost got distracted. This is to prevent hair loss, not to grow hair. Saitama is already bald, so washing it is useless. Put it away. The second one looks cool. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and a black flame was suspended in the air. Li Yuqian walked to the balcony and threw it to the balcony next door. In just a few seconds, the balcony next door was burned down. Even reinforced concrete can be burned into slag, and its attack power is quite good, and it is not restricted by the fact that it cannot kill people. Like. The third, good thing, just looks dizzy, put it away. The fourth one, Li Yuqian showed an unusually disgusted expression on his face. What the hell kind of skill is this? People can't sleep, people can't stay in bed, what's the point? Don't use. After saying the important things 3 times, Li Yuqian looked at his bear clock and opportunity and lay straight on his sofa. Suddenly, Saitama next door made a howling sound. Where's my balcony? Did you do it, Li Yuqian? Li Yuqian smiled slightly, his eyes showing a fan-shaped chart, with 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts ridicule, and 4 parts gloating. I asked you to tear me down last time. Do you think I won't remember it after 2 days? What a beautiful thought. Li Yuqian closed his eyes for a moment. It's none of my business. I need to sleep for a while first. Don't sleep. Even dogs don't need this skill. Your grandson called you. Li Yuqian was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. Li Yuqian felt unhappy and picked up the phone to answer the call. Shichi's panicked voice on the phone reached Li Yuqian's ears. It's going to be bad. Mr. Li, your prediction of ability was so accurate. You're like a prophet. I just received the news that the prophet is dead. Li Yuqian listened to Shichi's erroneous speech with a dark look on his face. You are the one who died. Your whole family is dead. Shichi seemed to have come to his senses, calmed down for a while, and then explained. No, I mean Lord Zababawa is dead, because she accidentally choked to death on a throat lozenge. Before she died, she desperately wrote a line of words on a piece of paper. Humanity is going to be doomed. Mr. Li, do you know exactly what will happen? Shichi felt that it was outrageous that she had arranged so many people to protect Lord Zababa. The place where she lived had been specially treated. There wasn't even a sharp protrusion, but he choked to death after eating a lozenge. This was such a hasty death. Shichi's expression was like this when he learned the news at that time. Oh no! I almost thought that my subordinates were joking with me, but it turned out to be true. I'm tired, destroy it, hurry up. No, Shichi can't act like this. Come on. Li Yuqian didn't know that Shichi's mental activity on the other side of the phone was so complex. He stood up from the sofa in an instant, his face full of excitement. After talking to this point, I didn't feel sleepy anymore. Li Yuqian coughed slightly, and his voice became serious. From now on, weirdos will appear more and more frequently in our world. It won't be long before Boros, the overlord of the universe, comes to Earth and attacks our planet. This will be a god-level disaster. After solving him, the Weird Association will begin to officially exert its efforts. After Shichi heard this, he felt like his head was pounding, which meant that not long after, there would be a god-level disaster. This is just the beginning. That weirdo association with many dragon-level weirdos is about to start trouble. Damn it, I was originally planning strike first, but now I have to deal with the god-level disaster called Boros, the overlord of the universe. And things have piled up. Mr. Li, there must be a way to deal with it, right? Shichi's tone was full of hope. Li Yuqian said slowly, Are you planning to call all S-Class heroes for a meeting? What date did you originally choose for the meeting? The day after tomorrow. Shichi was a little shocked. He didn't expect Li Yuqian's words to be so accurate. This idea was just determined by the top management. The major S-Class heroes usually stay in different places, and some deal with monster disasters, which is more troublesome to contact. So I chose to summon S-level heroes the day after tomorrow. Li Yuqian thoughtfully said, Don't call them to the headquarters in City A. Let them come to the suburbs of City Z. Just leave an S-Class hero with anti-air ability at the City A headquarters. Remember, it must be around the suburbs of City Z and not near the headquarters of the Weird Association, so as not to alert others. When the time comes, let the universe overlord Boros and the Weird Association have a snipe clam fight, and the fishermen will gain. Jia. Shichi, you can still play like this. Li Yuqian took out De Jiongyan and called De Jiongyan. After brewing his emotions, he called De Jiongyan directly. The call was dialed within a moment, and before De Jiongyan could say anything, Li Yuqian spoke directly. It's going to be bad. Idle, our weirdo association is going to suffer a lot. Sykes, who was controlling the Great Eye, was a little confused. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that he had forgotten to control the Great Eye. So he quickly controlled the Great Eye and asked aloud, What the hell, what happened? Could it be that the Heroes Association has discovered our weird association and is planning to attack us? By the way, did you feed that bald man the weirdo sells to him? De Jiongyan feels that it is no longer a problem for the current Weird Association to solve the Heroes Association, except for the terrifying bald devil. Li Yuqian's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot about that incident. But Li Yuqian's tone did not change. Secretly treating the weirdo cells as a special ingredient and tricking the bald head, but the bald head didn't change at all. Maybe he cooked the weirdo cells and ate them. Give me more next time, and I'll find a way to make him eat it raw. Oops, the topic has gone too far. None of this is important. What is important is that I suddenly got a piece of news. The long-lost Blast turned out to be traveling in the universe. He met a strong man from the universe named Boros. Boros promised to come to Earth to blast away the weirdos and train himself at the same time. I heard that the power of Boros is terrifying to Ross, the human Zababua, right? She predicted that the power of Boros is enough to wipe out all the weirdos on the Earth. The weirdos are doomed. De Jiongyan was confused, thinking about nothing. But although the news came a bit suddenly, De Jiongyan also knew that the prophet named Shibabeva. Her predictions were 9 out of 10 true. Li Yuqian continued to add in a sincere tone, How about we call together the weirdos from our association, and I will give you some specific information on the spot? It's not safe to talk on a mobile phone, I know what the heck. You just talk so much on your mobile phone. Now you say it's not safe to talk on your mobile phone. De Jiongyan shrugged and did not refuse. Maybe Li Yuqian wanted to take the opportunity to return to the Weird Association. After all, It's normal for a weirdo to be stressed out when he's among the heroes every day. Okay, the day after tomorrow, all the weirdos from the Weird Association will be present. That matter is very important. Li Yuqian smiled sinisterly after hanging up the phone. When the time comes, Boros will kill all the guys in the Weird Association, or both will suffer losses. I want to see blood flowing like a river. Li Yuqian didn't panic at all. He called Qiyu when his car overturned. He was immortal anyway, so he would be fine if he took a few punches. It would only hurt a few times. As long as I don't get beaten all the time. There's no way Saitama wouldn't come to help me after seeing me being beaten so badly. Besides, I'm not weak either. The Weird Association suddenly summoned all the weirdos in the association, returned to the headquarters of the Weird Association, and announced that something big had happened. Countless weirdos, either strong or weak, rushed towards the suburbs of City Z. At the same time, the Hero Association is secretly recruiting S-Class heroes. Q City has a police dog man known as Saitama's Trumpet, a pig god who stays in the cafeteria in F City and eats to his heart's content, and a sexy prisoner who is forcibly locking up men, adding men to men, and has a male nemesis. There are also the Atomic Samurai who is practicing his sword skills, and the Silver Fong Bungu who is staying in his gym. The arrogant female imp Trembling Tornado, the strongest summoner king, the Child Emperor, the Metal Knight, the Metal Bat, the Zombie Man, and the Drive Knight. Even the new Devil Transformer and Hell's Fubuki received special mission invitations and set out towards the meeting point near the suburbs of City Z. In addition to the unreachable blasters and the bald, cloaked man who was appointed to stay at the headquarters in City, basically all the S-Class heroes rushed towards the meeting point on the outskirts of City Z. As for Y Saitama, the bald man in cape, stayed at the headquarters in City A. It was because of such a major event related to a human crisis. Every S-Class hero is important. Only Saitama looks very strong, but a bit unreliable, so the Hero Association headquarters asked Saitama to stay at the Hero Association headquarters. Besides, Saitama became an S-Class hero because of that time when he shot a meteorite. How great is his anti-air ability? Li Yuqian, who was ready to let Saitama take the blame, didn't know that the Heroes Association had pulled a big deal. He hoped that when Li Yuqian was beaten, he wouldn't be bruised and bruised. The door opened, and Li Yuqian stretched himself as he looked at the clear sky outside. I was preparing to set off to the headquarters of the Weird Association one day in advance, when suddenly the downstairs became lively. Fubuki, Genos, and Bongu, the three of them got together and seemed to be discussing something. There was a group of people following Fubuki, and you knew it was her Fubuki team without even looking. Li Yuqian closed the door, jumped down, and came to the side of the four of them. Why are you three here so early in the morning? What are you discussing? Upon hearing Li Yuqian's question, Genos immediately spoke in a very serious manner, like a primary school student answering a teacher's question. Mr. Li, the Hero Association suddenly has a special mission and will summon S-Class heroes to City Z. We are relatively close and familiar with each other. So let's stay together for now and go to the meeting point together later. Didn't you receive the message? Oh, I know. My mission is a little different from yours, so I won't say any more. I'll go handle the mission first. Li Yuqian lamented that Genos had not been led astray yet, and Saitama was led astray by me. Bah, how could I have such thoughts? That's obviously Saitama's true nature. It's hateful, it disturbs my thoughts. Evil Hikari brat. I won't. While brainstorming, Li Yuqian took out any door and walked in, preparing to go directly to the sewer near the headquarters of the Weird Association. As the arbitrary door closed and disappeared, Fubuki didn't even have time to say anything. Oh, I'm going to thank him. Why did he leave so fast? Fubuki said to herself with a bit of regret and embarrassment, and behind her she heard everyone in Fubuki's group gnashing their teeth. What should I do? The boss seems to be abducted. It's over. I feel like the boss has fallen in love with that man, just now. It took a lot of effort to make my heart beat once, but you made me lose so completely, you idiot. Stop hiding, you licking dog in the Fushiwe group. I found you. On the other side, Liu Qian, who was about to jump into the sewer, didn't know what Shueishua looked like after he left and what she said. Even if he knew it, Liu Qian might just say regretfully, "Don't love me, it will be fruitless. After all, I have made every effort and can only stay in this world for a total of 3 years. I don't know if I'll be able to return to the Superman world in the future." Liu Qian thought of Guang. Well, it wasn't necessarily that a Guang was hiding something from him, but after this incident, the answer can be revealed. Evil little devil Guang. Liu Qian's body exuded red light and slowly floated into the sewer. After a while, he looked at the door in front, and Xiong Da Xiong Er, the gatekeeper, nodded silently. Very good. I remembered the manhole cover correctly. Xiong Da and Xiong Er did not take a good look at the door, but secretly leaned against the wall. Liu Qian took a closer look. Xiong Da Xiong Er, why are you two secretly playing video games? Playing games. Xiong Da and Xiong Er, two bear-shaped weirdos, were quietly leaning against the wall, carefully poking at their mobile phones to play games. With huge amounts of fingers poking on the phone, it was obvious that the operation was not good. Looking at the number of deaths of the characters chosen by the two people and the excited expressions of Xiong Da Xiong Er, Liu Qian was silent. He was really good and fun-loving. Xiong Da Xiong Er even turned off the microphone. It seemed that he had been scolded a lot before, but now he is also being scolded. His teammates are typing and yelling at cheaters, and the other side is also mocking him. It would definitely be interesting if the teammates of these two guys knew that these two guys were weirdos. Xiong Da Xiong Er suddenly heard Liu Qian's voice and was frightened. Xiong Er quickly stuffed the phone into his mouth. Xiong Da also followed closely and stuffed his cell phone into Xiong Er's mouth. Fortunately, Xiong Er has a big mouth, otherwise he might not be able to stuff it in. Xiong Er was speechless. "Brother, you are really my brother." Xiong Da Xiong Er turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Mr. Richman. Xiong Da covered Xiong Er's mouth. It's okay, we were talking just now." Liu Qian looked at Xiong Da Xiong Er and thought about the big event that was about to happen in a while. With a crooked smile, he raised his hand to take off his glasses, but found that he had no glasses, so he put his hand down a little disappointed. "Playing games, it's okay. I play too, and I brought a lot of games with me. Do you want those good ones from Hong Kong?" Xiong Da and Xiong Er finally felt relieved after hearing this. Xiong Er also spat out all the mobile phones in his mouth and looked at Xiong Da with a resentful look. Xiong Da pretended not to see it and quickly changed the subject. "Rich boss, you don't have anything with you. Where are the games?" Liu Qian chuckled, put his hands on each of their shoulders, and then he directly led them to do a backflip. And in the next second, one person and two bears disappeared from the spot. In the space behind, the Mosquito Girl was dressed in a maid outfit, cursing and cleaning the room. A small villa has been built in this space, and it was all built by Mosquito Girl. During this period, she almost died from exhaustion. After the result was completed, Liu Qian immediately regretted it and said, "I am the S-Class hero Bidu Xia." Liu Qian, a double agent of the Weird Association and the Hero Association, and a senior agent. As everyone knows, I, Liu Qian, never keep my word. Then, the Mosquito Girl became the maid in the space behind her, responsible for cleaning every day, and also allowed herself to plant trees and green the space. Damn capitalists. It's okay if you don't respect your credit and ask yourself to work. The most outrageous thing is that you don't even provide yourself with fresh blood. You give yourself a tablecloth and say what you want to eat, and it will be on it. As a result, I wanted the blood of a living person, but there was none, only hairy blood. Eating hairy blood every day makes the Mosquito Girl feel like she's about to vomit. Which mosquito company eats hairy blood every day? If I didn't eat ordinary food, I would become weak, so I wouldn't eat it. Oh my God, can you let Liu Qian be struck to death by lightning? Oh, it seems you hate Liu Qian very much. Yes, he is simply born from within. A true B************ D of a dog. Mosquito Girl subconsciously replied, then froze. His body stiffened. He turned around slowly and saw Li Yuqian, who was smiling but not smiling. Mosquito Girl's legs weakened, and she hid in the corner of the house. I was wrong. Please spare me. Li Yuqian sneered and waved his hand. As long as he was in the backpack space, Li Yuqian knew the location of the gourmet tablecloth. Not only that, as Li Yuqian used the space behind him for longer and longer, he became more proficient. Li Yuqian can now know the location and situation of all items in the space. Li Yuqian knows everything clearly and can obtain simultaneous status information of the space behind him at any time. Otherwise, how could Li Yuqian be confident that his props would stay with the Mosquito Girl? After a while, the gourmet tablecloth flew over, and Li Yuqian stuffed the gourmet tablecloth to Xiong Da Xiong Air behind him. This is for the two of you. Whatever you want to eat, it will be on the tablecloth, but don't lend the tablecloth to that mosquito. Starving her a few times will make her remember. If you two can't beat him, just call me from space, and I'll beat her for you too. Xiong Da Xiong Air is a little confused about the situation. Didn't he say that he would be well off for himself? What is this situation? This is where the Mosquito Girl stuck in the corner in the distance feels a little desperate. It's over. Mao Xiuwang can't even eat a. Xiongda and Xiong Air held the gourmet tablecloth with a confused look on their faces. After working on it for a long time, Xiongda finally asked aloud, "Rich boss, where are the good things? Do you need to be so persistent?" Li Yuqian coughed twice, same as last time. De Zhongyan asked you two to follow me. You two will plant trees in this space first. There will be tasks later, which I will leave to you two. As for the good things, don't tell me they are there. Just go and play if you want to. Li Yuqian pointed to a row of saplings placed in the open space in the distance and a room in the villa. Among the two Xiong to Xiong, if the two of them were put together, they would not even be a smart guy, so they immediately believed it. The two bears immediately raised their heads and stuck out their buttocks, showing their commitment to complete the task. Mosquito Girl worked so hard during this period that she just built a villa. She got some soil and water and put it into the space. She was asked to plant trees, and it took her a long time to plant a few trees. Now, with the help of Xiong to Xiong Air, the tree planting speed will be much faster. Just in time to recruit two more younger brothers. Li Yuqian felt that although Xiong Da Xiong Air was a weirdo, he basically didn't harm anyone, except for the time when he took them to Fu Kegao's house to grab potions. After killing Fu Kegao, he didn't harm anyone else. Before joining the Weird Association, he had been fighting a hero with a chainsaw and had no chance to kill anyone. Li Yuqian decided to take these two guys into the space as his younger brothers. As for the Weird Association, it was similar to Xiong Da Xiong Air, weirdos who had not had time to harm anyone. Li Yuqian said that he was irresponsible and it was none of my business. After arranging for Xiong Da Xiong Air, he gave Mosquito Girl the middle finger and said, "You will suffer the same consequences in the future." Then he turned around and did a backflip, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the real world. Li Yuqian looked at the door and walked in slowly. Should he say it or not? The underground is indeed suitable for hiding such a villain organization. There's so many passages drilled, and the underground is so spacious. Not only is it concealable, but it can also accommodate many weirdos. Wait, did you just walk through this passage? Li Yuqian looked at the tunnels going up and down in front, back, left, and right and fell into deep thought. Where should he go? I used to let Xiong Da Xiong Air lead the way, but I didn't remember the way. Damn it. Why did I become a road addict like Saitama? Damn, I've one kid. Li Yuqian relied on his remaining memory to find the strongest passage and walked in. If he really couldn't find the way, he asked Xiongda to take him to De Zhongyan's home. When Xiongda led me to the door of De Zhongyan, I stuffed it into the space behind me. Well, the plan was decided happily like this, and it didn't bother me at all. Li Yuqian felt that it was not necessary anymore, because the more he walked, the more he became familiar with it, and it should be this road. Sure enough, how could I be a road idiot? As an undercover agent, I will definitely talk to my supervisor first when I come back, hoping that he will not delete my file. Pooh! After being distracted, Li Yuqian's head was pounding, making jokes of his own, and finally reached the position of De Jonghyun's room. Why does the direction feel a bit strange? Didn't the door face the east before? Why does the door face the west now? How strange. Li Yuqian felt that he must have lived on the ground for too long. In the tunnel, his sense of direction was a bit weak. Well, that's right, that's it. Snap. Li Yuqian pushed lightly, and the door was pushed open directly. The scene in the room made Li Yuqian's brain freeze. A woman with long wavy hair was drinking red wine leisurely. At this time, her expression was also shocked, as if she did not expect that someone would suddenly open the door. Sykes. Not sure, look again. Close it again, open it again. Well, it is indeed Sykes. Li Yuqian. No, the general route was indeed correct. But how did he end up running into Sykes's room? Could it be that the back of the big bright room faced Sykes's room? No wonder I think the direction is reversed. What should I do in this situation now? Li Yuqian retreated silently, and then slowly prepared to close the door, as if he wanted to pretend that nothing happened. Immediately afterwards, a wave of mental power began to attack him. Li Yuqian had a flash of inspiration, made a witty move, kicked open the door, pointed his finger at Sykes, and shouted loudly. Who are you? Why are you in the Monster Association? Are you an undercover agent sent to the Monster Association by the Heroes Association? Sykes. His mind was a little confused. He was discovered by his subordinates, and he was not a weirdo. Do you need to kill people to silence them? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain this kind of thing. It's just Li Yuqian. He is also very important. He is an important chess piece. Li Yuqian suddenly let out a weird laugh, just like a real evil weirdo in the public's mind. I've been waiting in the Heroes Association for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman like you when I returned to the Weird Association. Woman, you don't want the weirdos outside to know that you, an ordinary person, are here. As soon as these words were said, they were always in Li Yuqian's mind, and Agwang, who was a teenage mutant ninja turtle, couldn't help but say it. No, host, calm down. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuqian replied his mind. Shut up. Evil little Agwang. Has your true nature been exposed? Ha ha ha. Evil Agwang brat. Hong one Agwang. Can you change the sentence? And how many times have I said, I am not Agwang? Then I scolded Agwang. Why are you so excited? Are you in a hurry? Agwang. The glowing little white ball turned into a little red ball. Sykes. This guy is really a complete weirdo. I am De Jonghyun, and this is the human body I control. As Sykes spoke, nearby objects began to levitate and fell heavily to the ground the next second. The gravity changed. This was De Jonghyun's super ability, psychokinesis. Li Yuqian was panicked, as if he knew for the first time that his acting skills could win him a gold medal. It turns out to be you, the idol. Idol, you are so awesome. I was originally going to ask Lord De Jonghyun to explain the specific situation. I asked why there was a woman in De Jonghyun's room. Sykes was speechless. Apart from the back door in the big Jonghyun room, there was only a crooked tunnel that could lead to this room. Even the weirdos in the Weird Association can't get here. How'd the guy in front of you get here? Is he a roadie? Just tell me directly. Sykes looked calm and sighed secretly that his acting skills were so superb, and he easily deceived Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian felt like laughing. It was really a big deal in front of Guangong. It was too fake. I've already shared some information on the phone, and I have one more thing to add, which is the alien named Boros. His strength is terrifying. He wears golden armor, has pink hair, and has one eye. He is best at single combat. So, I suggested that all the weirdos gather together to deal with this disaster in a unified way. After the matter is resolved, they can then solve the problem of the Heroes Association. With me as the internal agent, the Weird Association has a great advantage. It can be described in this sentence. The advantage lies with me. Sykes' expression remained unchanged. The Heroes Association is the top priority. The event you mentioned about aliens annihilating weirdos is too vague in terms of time, but I have summoned the weirdos, and I really need to gather together to announce this matter. It's time to discuss the elimination of the Heroes Association in advance. There are too many unexpected things, so we have to take action in advance. Sykes thought of the tragic death of the hero, the mysterious bald man, and the mysterious alien news brought by Li Yuqian. There are too many emergencies, so we must take action in advance. Li Yuqian showed a very agreeable expression. It is true, we must gather together to deal with big events. Just gather together. If you want to strike first, Boros will blow up your house tomorrow. Jia jia jia. After talking about the matter of returning this time, the room fell into a deathly silence. Li Yuqian curled his lips. Sykes didn't have any hospitality at all. Then, with a smile on his face, he came over very familiarly and sat opposite Sykes. Oh, big, bright-eyed idol, what a coincidence you happen to be eating, what? You want to keep me down for dinner? How embarrassing that is. No need to bring chopsticks. I'll bring them myself. Li Yuqian pulled him from behind and took out 2 chopsticks. Sykes had just held the red wine. Li Yuqian thought this guy was just showing off. Unexpectedly, while chatting, I discovered that there was a table of dishes behind her. It turned out that she was eating, and she happened to be hungry, so she wanted to eat some. Sykes said nothing. No. When did I say I wanted to keep you here for dinner? Who is this person? Why did he bring his own chopsticks? Where did he get these chopsticks from just now? Sykes looked behind Li Yuqian and then cast his eyes downwards. He was horrified when he thought about it. Sigma, surprise face, winky face. Wait, isn't my red wine? Sykes looked at his collection of red wine, and Li Yuqian blew the bottle directly. She had a hard time sending weirdos to steal this in human society. It was very expensive, and she only managed to steal this bottle. I usually can't bear to drink it. I pour a little bit every time and just shake in the cup. As a result, when I finish pouring it, it's all gone in one go. Sykes closed his eyes and took a deep breath, comforting himself that it was just a bottle of red wine anyway, and he would send the weirdo to find it next time. My mood was finally adjusted, so I was ready to eat some food, comfort myself, and open my eyes. The dishes on the table all turned into CDs. Li Yuqian gave Sykes a thumbs up. It tastes good. I didn't waste any of it. Sykes' sad face, degree. The next second, a powerful psychokinesis dragged Li Yuqian, opened the door, and threw Li Yuqian out, and left a sentence. Go straight to the 3rd passage on your left. After reaching the end, fly up the passage. You first go to the Weird Association Hall and wait. There was a hint of anger in his tone, as if he could no longer suppress it. Li Yuqian looked at the closed door, stretched his body, and said with a sigh, Why are you suddenly angry? Could it be that this puppet's body has an ant? Can it still affect the main body? Li Yuqian felt a powerful psychokinesis in the room. Li Yuqian immediately turned around and ran away without saying a word. Now is not a good opportunity for a fight. Slip away. Li Yuqian ran to the Hall of the Oddity Association, according to the route Sykes told him. He walked this route for a long time. The winding road was really weird. Suddenly, Li Yuqian heard the noise of many weird people. He had nothing to do, and there were no weird people nearby. So Li Yuqian wandered towards the source of the sound. Walk forward, then turn left, and the gate of the Weird Association headquarters will come into view. Li Yuqian, why did I go the wrong way just now? Ridiculous. Evil Agwang brat. At this time, the gate of the headquarters of the Weird Association was crowded, and all kinds of noises and curses could be heard. The 2 bear security guards who let people in at the gate were not here today, and the first wave of weirdos who arrived rushed in. Moreover, the weirdos come in different sizes. Some are ridiculously big, and some are ridiculously small. After losing the 2 bear security guards, I didn't know how to line up or pay attention to my body file size, so we were all crowded together. The scene was comparable to that of Asan's train. Needless to say, there were really many weirdos in the Weird Association. They were densely packed, and suddenly, these weirdos couldn't stand the crowded state and the slow-moving speed and began to attack the nearby weirdos wildly. Li Yuqian stayed where he was and was extremely excited. Let's fight. Let's fight. Yes, hit the big one. He is so fat, but he still has the nerve to squeeze you. I like blood flowing like a river. Jia. The weirdos attacked each other, and screams continued to be heard. After a while, it became less crowded. The weirdos were wary of each other, and slowly walked into the gate a few meters away, and walked towards the hall of the Weirdos Association, leaving a pile of corpses on the spot. Li Yuqian came over excitedly and converted all the corpses on the ground into enhanced energy, making the remains of the corpses dry, as if in the air. Li Yuqian said that he helped to seed and keep the body for a long time, and he was so kind. That was just the first wave. Sure enough, after losing Xiong Daxiong Air and these two gatekeepers, the weirdos were already grumpy. Moreover, powerful people are usually quite big, and they're suddenly crowded while walking. The tunnel facing this gate is actually quite big. Generally speaking, it's enough, but for some big guys, it's still a bit cramped. From time to time, they would start fighting because of the crowding. Li Yuqian waited for them to finish fighting and happily absorbed the enhanced energy. This feeling. Tight pants are really hot. Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived. Li Yuqian spent a long time picking it up. Suddenly, a figure of huge amounts broke through the door directly and expanded the tunnel, rushing straight towards the underground Weirdo Association Hall. That huge, long, purple body was none other than the moving natural disaster, the dragon-level weirdo Elder Centipede. Li Yuqian even received an elbow from Elder Centipede, and his short legs, or hands, directly hit him. Li Yuqian was just immersed in the joy of harvesting strengthened energy, but he was directly elbowed and his face turned green. Li Yuqian looked at the tunnel and gate that had become extremely spacious. Damn it! Even if you just hit me with your elbow, you actually ruined my good deeds. Why did that group of weirdos get together and fight? Li Yuqian's eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at Elder Centipede entrenched in the weirdo hall. Damn my good deeds. You already have a way to die. Li Yuqian took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was already the day when Boros would come to Earth. Ha ha ha, Boros, come and fight for me. I will fulfill your biggest regret and let you know that people on Earth have hair. Now sit back and wait for the meeting, and then stall for time to let the weirdos experience the inscrutable level of human leadership speech. That's right, that's it. It doesn't bother me at all. At dawn, the Heroes Association suddenly issued many tasks. Not only were the tasks simple, but the rewards were high. But what many A-level, B-level, and C-level heroes didn't realize was that most of these suddenly issued missions were near Z City. Yes, this is the Heroes Association. With the help of these simple and rewarding tasks, it attracts heroes below S level to the vicinity of Z City. It is convenient for quickly gathering A-level, B-level, and C-level heroes when fighting against the Kaido Association. They will cooperate with the S-Class to carry out a series of logistical support tasks, such as detecting whether any weirdos have escaped, cleaning up low-level weirdos, warning of weirdos breaking out, and rescuing injured people. Also known as cannon fodder. This method perfectly solved the intelligence problem and prevented the intelligence personnel of the Weird Association from being vigilant, although the biggest intelligence leader of the Weird Association was Li Yuqian. But it's better to be more careful. Of course, the Heroes Association doesn't actually have high hopes for them. It mainly hopes that they can deal with some low-level weirdos that fled around during the battle. There is no way. There is a huge gap between people in this world, especially dragon-level monsters and S-level heroes. Such existences basically cannot gain advantage through numbers. Time passed little by little, and at this time, in the headquarters of the Weird Association, countless weirdos were crowded underground. The vast hall of the Weird Association is surrounded by stone platforms that look like half passages and are filled with weirdos. Huge amounts of Elder Centipede surround the hall of the Weird Association. The Weirdo King Dash, who was more than 10 meters tall and had dozens of ferocious snake heads all over his body, sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. And there were two people standing in front of him. It was the Zhongyan and Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian was a little excited. It was a bit embarrassing to see so many weirdos. Li Yuqian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. How much strengthening energy does this require? Jia. The meeting point for S-Class heroes on the outskirts of City Z, before the Weird Association officially held its meeting. The Hero Association has taken the lead in bringing together many S-Class heroes. Shichi also pointed at the projection screen and began to explain the recent events to the S-Class heroes. From the death of Lord Zababawa, her last prophecy before her death, and the weird organization composed of terrifying weirdos, powerful alien overlords are about to destroy the Earth. These three things were all told to all the S-Class heroes present. At the beginning, Shichi announced to the S-Class heroes righteously that the Earth was about to face a major disaster, and if he was afraid, he could withdraw. Of course, no one quit, and they all showed their responsibilities as S-Class heroes. Although Tatsumaki still spoke arrogantly, saying that he could solve these problems by himself, and there was no need for so many trash fish. Tatsumaki also gave an example very arrogantly. He had just killed a big lizard that crawled out of the ground and smashed him to death with a meteorite. Just ask who else. No one paid any attention to Tornado. Damn it, I'm so angry. Metal Bat looked unhappy, saying that all these things happened when his sister was having a piano concert, and that he was very angry now. It's a pity that each of the S-Class heroes on the scene has more personality than the last, and no one likes him. Well, he is even more angry now, and he is almost red-hot. Even the sexy prisoner expressed his willingness to participate in this meeting and fulfill his obligations, even when listening to Shichi's explanation. He kept harassing Master Vest and Super Alloy Blacklight, which made them uncomfortable, but he also showed his responsibility. Is this philosophy? Lord Vest and Super Alloy Blacklight. Wait a minute. Doesn't anyone consider our feelings? The remaining S-Class heroes, who are more individual than the others, also did not quit. In fact, this is normal. All S-Class heroes knew that something big was going on when they received the gathering of S-Class heroes who came to Z City, and they were mentally prepared for it. Only Saitama looked confused. He was currently participating in the meeting via video, and he himself was still in City A? That's outrageous. Saitama said that although there is no evidence, he feels isolated. Benefit. In the video, Saitama's big face grew a little excited, and he came closer to the camera. It's not this kind of thing. Why did you ask me to come to the headquarters of City A? I just realized now that all the S-Class heroes have passed away. Are they isolating me? I want to go there too. Oh, why is Liu Qian nowhere to be seen? It turns out that he feels much better, just like me. Saitama originally looked excited, but when he saw all the S-Class heroes present, including Liu Qian, he felt much better instantly. Saitama's good disciple, Genos, hesitated to speak. Liu Qian seemed to know about this matter and just went to perform a more special mission. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to tell the teacher directly like this? However, Genos soon no longer had to worry about it. Shichi directly told Saitama the cruel truth of the matter. Ahem, bald-caped man, you can't come back. According to the prophecy of Mr. Baiduzia, Mr. Lee, there are also weird people who will attack the headquarters. This important task will be left to you. The headquarters is extremely empty right now. There must be no problems. The three things I just mentioned were all obtained by Liu Qian through predicting ability and being undercover. According to the data, Liu Qian's predictions are very accurate. You must protect the Heroes Association headquarters. Although there are no people at the Hero Association headquarters now, and the top management has long been hiding, the Hero Association headquarters cannot afford to lose the face of the Hero Association. There are also some strong A-level heroes in the headquarters. Together with the unreliable bald-caped man, it should be enough. Liu Qian said before that the weirdos who attacked the headquarters were not worth mentioning, and just leaving an S-Class hero who could fight against the air would be enough. Shichi was thinking a lot, but the expression on his face was quite sincere. He looked at the big face in the video with very trusting eyes. Why is it a little reflective? Oh, it turns out to be because of his bald head. After Saitama heard this, he felt a little better and handed over the important task to himself. It seemed that Shichi also knew how powerful he was. Wait, Liu Qian predicted it? So Liu Qian knew about it, but he didn't go through it. This is completely different from not knowing it. Damn it. Saitama is not happy at all and wants the weirdo who so-called attacked the Hero Association headquarters to be killed quickly. finish playing early, and go to the theater early. Over City A, the Sky King with red skin and 2 pairs of wings flew towards the headquarters of the Heroes Association of City A with his 4 younger brothers behind him. The Sky King is very excited, and this time he is planning to attack the Heroes Association headquarters and rule the Earth. Although it was perfect, Sky King always felt a little uneasy, as if he would be split in half. But this feeling suddenly disappeared. Instead, there was a feeling of excitement. King Tiangong was in a good mood. What does this mean? It shows that this plan will definitely be successful. Jia, jia, jia. This feeling of excitement made Sky King set off an hour ahead of schedule, and soon he was over the headquarters of the Application Association. After throwing a few energy balls to show his debut, Sky King was ready to say some lines to boost morale. The next second, a bald man suddenly jumped in front of him and punched out. The Sky King's body disappeared instantly and was blown apart. The same thing happened to the younger brother behind Sky King. Only then did Sky King understand that this feeling was not about excitement, but about being beaten up. Damn it, this way of death is so hasty. Little did Sky King know that his death in the original plot was quite hasty. Although it was a little better than it is now, at least there were a few more lines in the original plot. King of the Sky, doesn't a supporting role have no dignity? The world is really declining, and people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. You callous people, I will never forgive you. Never.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.